begins. Unfornicated with a twist so bold, stories untamed, let the plot unfold. Click that button, join the run. Videos bright as the morning sun. Laughs and thrills, it's all cascade. Welcome to the world of Unfornicated. Every clip's a wild surprise. Through the screen we touch the skies. Unfornicated's got the groove, always fresh, always on the move. Come along, don't hesitate. This channel's fire, no need to wait. Content's blazing, hearts elated. Your next obsession, Unfornicated. So like and sub, don't be misled. Dream big here at Unfornicated. We're here to shine, no masquerade. Stay a while in Unfornicated. Come along, don't hesitate. This channel's fire, no need to wait. Content's blazing, hearts elated. Your next obsession, Unfornicated. So like and sub, don't be misled. Dream big here at Unfornicated. We're here to shine, no masquerade. Stay a while in Unfornicated. Scrolling feeds of endless dread. Truth and lies fight in my head. Echoes of a war unsaid. I'll stand strong, won't be misled. Won't be misled. Bots and trolls with red pill lies. Whisper secrets in disguise. I'll see through their hollow cries. Cut the strings, I'm breaking ties. Unfornicated won't be played. Their twisted games, I ain't afraid. Oh, I'll shine light on their charade. In this battle, truth won't fade. Masked clowns spread their twisted tales, selling ghosts in endless trails. In the end, their story fails. I'll break free and lift the veils. Through the noise, I'll carve my path. Won't be swayed by hollow wrath. In my truth, I'll take a bath. Unfornicated clears the aftermath. Unfornicated won't be played. Their twisted games, I ain't afraid. I'll shine light on their charade. In this battle, truth won't fade.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to a Monday night stream. Um, it's a 3-day weekend for those who don't know in the US. So I had a lot of things going on this weekend. So I'm just getting caught up and figured, you know what? It's been a minute. So let's stream. So for those who are new here, hold on, bear with me for 1 second. I have a problem. My chat doc decided to go sideways. There we go. Um, All right. So if there's anybody who happens to be new here, welcome. You are now a full-fledged member of Zoo Crew. And this is the back alley of Unfornicated, a red light district of reason, where we basically expose science denial and lay it bare for the insanity that it is and debunk it in real time. Basically, it comes down to we're bastions of truth because truth hits a little different. And that's why it hurts a little when they get clowned, because it's supposed to hurt when there's a lesson involved, right? Okay. So what's on the agenda for tonight? Well, a lot of things. Or not so a lot of things, actually. First, like to really quick, let's go through everybody in here who's in the chat that I can see real quick. We have Copium Emporium, Joe Black. Ye have so little faith, Joe Black. Lindsay Bow, Real Cygnus. We have Geek G DP Debunks, who recently got paroled. I mean, recently moved into his house and is in the unenvious task of unpacking and reorganizing all his shit. We have Marcus Leach, and we have the Canadian Space Advocate, Icy Spin, Tori Henzo, and if I missed you, my apologies. Welcome all the same. I'm your host, Dano, and it's a holiday Monday. So everyone grab your drinks. I am, as you can see, hold on, let me turn this around. I am sporting the Critical Stream-A-Thon. Forgot what it was for a second. Critical Stream-A-Thon coffee mug today. You can get yours on DP Debunks' website, and all proceeds go to the Critical Think GoFundMe. So tonight's libation is the old standby of crack and rum. Not sponsored, however, open to the idea. Let's see, let's do a little housekeeping things real quick. What do we want to do here? Real quick. Yes, for those, talk about it every stream real quick. Unfornicated.shop. If you go to the Unbreakable collection, which is the Code Talkers from now until the Veterans Day, all proceeds will be donated directly to the Native Americans Veterans Association, and it'll be matched penny for penny, dollar for dollar. So it's only Olivia's college fund, so feel free to order much and often. Got a peanut gallery sitting right over here who's probably going to interject at some points during the stream, but hey, what stream would it be if it wasn't Liv offering her expertise? Yeah, or 2 cents, let's call it. Let's see, what else do we want? So that's that housekeeping. Let's see. The They commercial dropped this week. Hopefully you guys got a chance to watch that. That was fun. That was actually one of my well, let me preface saying by one of my best editing jobs, followed by me seeing a mistake, re-editing it because there was one small part I didn't like, and contemplating whether I should re-upload it or not. Decided not. Decided to sit on it. But some of my best editing jobs. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend. It is the conspiracy company, the global conspiracy company, and is their let's call it Super Bowl commercial of sorts, so you can understand who they are. The question is Oblivia is actually on the voiceover of that one. She helped with the lead in and a few other things, including the app for the Sync app. First and foremost, you know what I want to say is, who's this unfornicated asshole? What the fuck have I walked into? Yeah, fuck you, DP debunks. Thank you. Drunk Debunk Show's here. All right. Hey, Mike, how you doing? First and foremost, DP, welcome back, brother. My brother from another mother. I'm glad you got, you had a shitty month, and I'm glad it kind of got sorted out for the most part, and at least you're not living underneath the stairs, even if your nearest neighbor is. Glad to see you back online. Be perfectly honest, Mike's and I backs have been tired. You know, they're a little sore from having to carry the zoo crew without you. So glad you're back. And very heartfelt expressions at the end of your stream about the thanks of you know, of the zoo crew as a whole, keeping a lot of us sane and keeping us from kind of falling into the pits of despair that we can get into at times. And I would like to echo every single one of those thoughts as well for me personally, because while I may not share as much, there's been a few battles going on personally that you guys have definitely helped me with, and you guys have definitely, you know, kind of kept my feet to the fire to keep doing things. So I did take the last week or two off to kind of spend the last of the summer with Olivia and kind of put the content away. Still in and out of Discord, still in and out of chats and stuff like that. But for the most part, you know, kids are priorities. To be fair, you were both carrying me before the shit hit the fan. Okay, that's true. And yes, the Yoda backpack analogy, perfect analogy. I agree with that one wholeheartedly. Although if I'm Luke Skywalker, we're fucked. That's all I gotta say. So what are we going to talk about tonight? Well, as usual with drop the rum. I'm sorry, bring the rum, drop the dumb, or, you know, don't drop the rum. That's alcohol abuse. So bring the rum and drop the dumb. It's chat driven, but I do have some things I want to talk about, and there are some things I want to go into. So some of the things we're going to be talking into is going to be about some of the internet persecuted geniuses with a J. And I think that needs to be made a shirt, as does the, I think there needs to be a They Global Conspiracy Company shirt as well. Let's see what else. Go over some paranoia and some people who are leading to be experts in certain things. At least that's what they tell their echo chambers, and are decidedly not. I'll show you a few examples of that. Cope Emporium and I had a huge laugh about that. There was some funny shit going on there, but we'll come back to that. Cope Emporium, yes, you're absolutely correct. TFE, farewell. That was great. I got to jump on stream. I got to wish Will the best in his new endeavors and his new things that he's doing. Yeah, flat earth is, it's spiraling. There's nothing it can do. It's just basically ending slowly and surely. And I'm noticing my lighting is a little off. Let me see something here. Not real happy with how it looks like. It looks like I'm like sitting in the dark. There we go. Up the light a little bit. Hopefully that'll make it a little better. Of course, my GPU is now overloaded, but hey, you know, such is life. What are we going to take? Yeah. So a couple of quick changes here. You'll see a light leak that kind of goes on behind me. So a little movement in the stream. You see some nice little steam going on over here from the vent. There's you know, just a couple of little subtle changes to kind of make things look more moving, make things look more alive and less static, so to speak. Yes, smoke is on fire. Yes, that's where the bong is sitting, and that they're over here, and that's where, you know, it's burning. Let's see. No, I wanted to get some kind of like movement, kind of embrace that whole urban decay, grunge sort of back alley kind of feel. So I figured, you know what, some steam from a subway vent, little neon light leaks every once in a while, I think would be nice. I'm still working on it. There might be a couple of small changes, but hopefully you guys, enjoyed them and not too distracting. Just got a little choppy. All right, fuck. Figures. All right, hold on. Here's what we're going to do real quick. We're going to transition this back over here real quick. Hold on. I'll be right with you guys. Turn off that. All right, here we go. Hopefully that's a little better. I might need my minion to come over here and help me with the lighting. Yeah, I'm not really having a problem with the bitrate. It was the GPU overload. I had a virtual key light added, so I just upped my light, so hopefully it'll change it. I didn't want to kind of get up and turn around, and did it anyway. Go figure. Anyway, so yeah, I needed to kind of get like my stagehand, child labor in here to help me out and do things, because I had it turned down for some reason. I think it's because I was recording earlier in the day, so I had light bleed from the curtains. Didn't need that much light, and now I do, so go figure. But such is life. Yeah, I need to have a little animated thingy because DP, you did. In fact, I need to actually start creating a video of like a person who's getting lost in the back alleys before they come to like a speakeasy door, and it slides open, you say the password, and you walk in, and you're welcome here. So it's one of the things I'm working on, one of the projects and stuff like that, as well as turn some of the music into videos, because that way you're not just staring at my background the whole time. It just seems kind of dumb. But such is life. I'm trying to make it more interactive. But since we're on the conversation about being things interactive, let's see. Sorry, if you play Roblox, Olivia's playing Forsaken, and they just came out with a new update, and she is in the living room having a grand old time right now, and I can hear her. Luckily, you can't. So, yeah, that's good. That's fun stuff. So, a couple other quick news for you guys. I have been working on a collaboration. So before DP left, I helped collaborate on the Dingo Fence. The funny thing is I've been doing more collaboration than I've actually been doing actual videos. Go figure. The Dingo Fence with DP was done and released prior to his trying to go find a new place to live. I also worked with Conspiracy Music Studios and did 2 songs with him. The Witsit Fallacy Machine with the Grandma's Blouse, and the new Iron Derp 92 Million song, which is pretty funny too. Now, we had, when we were working on the song, just as a side note, if you haven't subscribed to Conspiracy Music Studios, why haven't you, is the first question. And please go do that now. When we were working on the song, we were kind of chatting back and forth, and we were kind of sharing ideas. And it's funny because, he's in Europe and I'm in the US, so time zones are a thing, and we both work and stuff like that. So the comical thing was that when we started playing with it, we're like, it needs Boogie Nights vibes. And I'm thinking 70s funk. And he made a 70s funk music that sounded pretty decent. Now, for those who don't know me, I was born in the 70s, but that is a decade I'd rather forget when it comes to music. Not a disco fan, not a funk fan or anything like that. But if there was one character who deserved it, it was Iron Derp. So we kicked around some ideas, and CMS basically said, look, I like the idea. It's got legs, but it's not his type of music, and he doesn't want to make music that he doesn't listen to. Which, to be perfectly honest, if you're making music and you don't want to listen to that in your car, why the hell are you going to make it? I fully understand. There's a lot of shit that I would love to make, but it's just not stuff that I enjoy. Or let me rephrase it. There's stuff that I should make that I just don't like and I don't want to, and just it's not high on my list of things I enjoy doing, so I don't want to do it. So, but yeah, news on our favorite toy ship, Bathtub Navy veteran, Iron Derp. I did get my FOIA request. I'm going to be putting together something for that. It was, I'll say for what it was a little disappointing because a lot of what Vlad says is true. I would have banked that it wasn't, but sure enough, it is. I was kind of leaning 60, 40, 70, 30 that it wasn't. I wasn't absolutely sure. You can't be sure until you get the paperwork. But the Navy finally finished off my request and sent it to me, and I was able to take a look at it. There is some information there that is useful, but for all intents and purposes, for the most part, I'd say he's mostly truthful. But yeah, that's kind of where we sit on that. DP, I think right now in the background is working feverishly on trying to set up the schedule of what everyone's doing. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do a stream tonight, because you all 15 of you, are my guinea pigs. So what do me, have planned for the Stream-A-Thon? Well, let me tell you. First and foremost, we are going to be doing merch giveaways. If you donate any amount, because I don't want to make it exclusive to certain amounts or anything like that, because money's tight for everybody. If you make any amount of donation to the Critical Think GoFundMe during my stream, you make a copy of the receipt, just take a screenshot, you can block out your name or whatever. I'm going to have a Discord channel created, posted in there so I can see it. Put it under your name so I know who you are in chat. And I'm going to add you to the wheel of names. And we're going to spin it probably 3 times, and we'll do merch giveaways for people who donate. Now, if you win once, your name's coming off. Hate to break it to you. The other thing we're going to do is going to be a trivia game. Now, the trivia game, it's got an unfornicated angle. It's not going to be very easy, but the trivia game is going to be legit or bullshit. Those are your 2 choices. There'll be a statement, and you have to decide via chat, legit or bullshit, depending on what answers comes in. Now, some of these are going to be general science questions, and I'm trying to build like some weird phenomenon that not everyone knows about kind of thing, since, it's a flip of a coin. And the other thing I'm thinking about is there's also going to be some Navy questions in there about some Navy myths, lore, and traditions. There's also going to be some unfornicated video questions in there. So if you've been a subscriber to the channel, you kind of got a leg up over everybody else. Winner of that will also get a merch drop. So that'll be part of that. And we might do top 3. Depends on paydays between now and then. I'm still debating how we're going to do it. I might just do random giveaways, as we do things, or as we hit a milestone, as we're watching the GoFundMe. So since we're talking about the GoFundMe, or since we're talking about the Stream-A-Thon and everything else, let me forget what I forgot is right here, we have the QR code. And also right here, we have our badge. Oh, wait, it's right here. Sorry, it's on this side of me. And yeah, so those are both things. So what else do we have planned for this? So besides legit or bullshit, we're going to do conspiracy Mad Libs. Now, hopefully you guys know what that is. If not, crash course. I'm going to tell you what I need for a word. Noun, place, thing, adverb, adjective, whatever. And you type it in chat. And I'll scroll through quickly all of them and I'll grab one. And we'll put it in. And then, and I'm having help, someone is helping me write these. So I don't know ahead of time which ones to pick for humor or not. So then we're going to take all those words and we're going to fill them into a conspiracy Mad Lib. And then we're going to read it out loud on stream and laugh and have a grand old time about it. So get your thinking hats on when we do that. We're going to do that. So one of the things we're going to do tonight is actually we're going to do a test of the legit or bullshit. Since you guys are all here, you got my guinea pigs. Yeah, there might be some rum trivia too. You never know. With me, you never really know. But since it's only 2 answers, because I kind of wanted to keep the name, you know, you got to flip a coin. But, you know, you win, you get some Unfornicated merch or some Stream-A-Thon merch, your choice. I'm not letting you pick from DP's store, though, just because he has a backpack or whatever. That doesn't count. Careful, DP. You're getting a little sideways there. So we're going to do merch giveaway for legit or bullshit. We're going to do probably do some merch giveaways for donations that are going out and stuff like that. So as far as I'm concerned, I mean, I'm not monetizing. You know, you can't send me donations, so even better. Any donations you would normally say you have been waiting for me to be monetized, put it in CT's GoFundMe. That's all I ask. Let's see. What else are we going to do? So conspiracy Mad Libs, legit or bullshit. And I think I'm going to announce this later too, but I'm going to go ahead and announce this on the stream. Is as a former military guy, I've been doing patches. The Code Talkers patch came in, the one I inadvertently submitted because I was supposed to submit the other one, whatever. So the Code Talkers came in with stickers. The Task Force tinfoil has to be redesigned because of the amount of colors that I have picked. So working with somebody, I think it might be going to a gray design instead of like a green or a brown design. No big deal. But I think for a trifecta, I want to do a contest for everyone to design, AI's allowed, because you got to use prompts in this. Points off for 5 fingers, 3 legs, misspelling, stuff like that. If you get a design you like and it's screwed up, then it's up to you to fix it. If you is to do a contest between now and the Stream-A-Thon of Unfornicated patch design. So I want to make a Unfornicated channel patch. And as we're up to 214 subs, the idea would be that this would be released at 250. At 500 subs, I'm debating maybe 1,000. It depends on a few things. Of doing a challenge coin. If you know what a challenge coin is, it's a military thing of basically it's just a rather large coin you hold. You can. It's like the size of a dollar coin, or more, or bigger, and then you can. It's just call them trash and trinkets. It's promotional things. So I'm working on design for that. But yeah, that's kind of where we are. So that's what's going to go on the stream. I got a few other ideas if I need to fill in time. I'm not going to resort to playing Football Manager because DP Debunks does better than that than I do. Although probably not too much better after watching his team, but I digress. The code coin outranks all. Yeah, that's true. Let's see. What else are we going to roll through here? Tell you what. So that's kind of where we stand. That's the announcement for the Stream-A-Thon, what I have kind of in place. There's a few other things I might be doing too, hopefully. I got a few things I want to share and kind of release to you guys real quick. Oh, let's see. There was a Witsit stream where he does something kind of really cringy that I was kind of laughing about. I'm going to start putting in all my streams. Oh, we'll figure out that. Anyway, I'm rambling. So let me release something. This is a video that was done by DVids. In DP Debunks' absence, he reached out to me, and I got to see this. So unless DP is holding this to show on his stream or for the Stream-A-Thon itself, there's only 11 people watching, so I don't think he'll mind if I give you guys a little sneak peek on it. DP Debunks, you have like 10, 15 seconds to say yay or nay. Witsit does something cringy? What a surprise. So Percy as a patch and as a coin. Joe. Percy's banned. It's Bodhi or nothing. All right, DP. You've had 15 seconds. All right, so I'm going to show it. He was too late. There we go. So yeah, I think DVids did an amazing work on that video. That was awesome. So there you go. You get a sneak peek of it. I'll be using that one often, but yeah, that's something else. Percy Foxworth, you're gonna get timed out too. All right, here, let me share something with you guys here.
If you want to sports stream?
Nope. Stop with the audio. Move this over here. Let's move this over here. All right, so this is what I'm going to be playing on all my streams going forward. You guys ready for this? Now, it's cringy. I'm warning you ahead of time, okay?
If you want to sports stream, links in the description.
You want to support the stream? Links in the description. Sorry, I found that just humorous when I was watching one of his streams, and I was like, wow, that's special. That is truly, truly special. As is that that he does to like break up the whatever. I don't know. Anyway, I want to, let's see. If you guys got ideas, as always, they're welcome. Let's see, I need to move you guys over here to this screen. The Coke job makes it, it does, doesn't it? Just, it's perfect. Let's see. I want to talk a little bit about paranoia. Now, for those who do know, you know, Mike has been dealing with somebody who's been all over the comment sections of his videos, saying some unhinged shit, for sake of another word. And so with that being said, you know, it's like one of those things. Like sometimes we need a reminder of the kind of people we're dealing with. Oh, Roger is live finally. Oh, Jesus. I'll have to come back to that in a little bit here. We'll come back to that in a minute. So let me introduce you to somebody real quick here. All right, here, let's transition this. All right. Now, the name itself is going to kind of tell you a little bit. But this is a woman who is a supposed network engineer. She talks a lot about IEEE standards, RFC standards, things like that. And she talks about this W-band as far as our medical or all of our devices around us are transmitting all of our vitals and stuff like that to the government so that way they can use it to track us. Now, that's delusional alone. But there comes also a part where you got to kind of wonder where mental health is involved. And I'm not going to get into this and show examples per se, but on her channel, she has absolute things where she used to live in New York City and she's parked. And she's noticing people in red and red cars and everything else. And this red is indicative to her that these are agents who are stalking her and monitoring her and keeping track of her and everything else. Now, I happen to find where she was parked. And one of the women that she identifies as an agent is carrying a red bag. And another person she identifies as an agent is wearing a red, like, fleece. And, you know, and then there's some red cars that went by. Now, New York City is not small. And there's anywhere up to 500,000 to 750,000 red cars in any given day in the greater New York area. So what are the chances that they're going by you? Well, I guess it depends on where you are. Remember when I said said somebody was carrying a red bag and was wearing a red fleece and these are all agents? She's parked right behind a fucking Target. A Target store whose thing is red. Welcome to delusions. Welcome to paranoia. Welcome to persecuted geniuses. She also has videos where she walks out and she's supposed to do alternate street parking where you're only supposed to park on one side of the street or the other because of wintertime and allow cars pass. And because she was late doing it, she was sitting in her car. All these people were walking by and looking at her. Now, if you see someone sitting in their car recording everything with their phone, wouldn't you look at them too? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? She even goes so far as to say a contractor van that goes by for water treatment is in on it. Her neighbors across the street who just happened to walk out and lit up a cigarette is in on it. And the FedEx guy who's double parked and ordering and delivering packages is also in on it. They're all monitoring her and they don't know what to do because she hasn't moved yet. These are the type of people we're dealing with. So for somebody who comes across as an expert, she talks about things like signals intelligence, electronic warfare, which she has no experience in, doesn't understand, doesn't have anything to do with any of that, but seems to think that because it has the word warfare and electronic, that means that it's warfare against people. Makes sense, right? Okay, so she also seems to be, you know, an expert about radio and things like that too. So she says, and she even posts up this right here. We see this It's an interview for Dr. Catherine Horton. Now, Dr. Catherine Horton was a particle physicist who worked at CERN. She even co-authored a paper about what they call hairy black holes. It talks about it's a theoretical idea about charges within black holes and things like that. And it's, look, I'm not an astrophysicist, a lot outside my realm. Otherwise, I'd be working at CERN. But from what I can gather, there was some really cutting edge theoretical physics that she was working on. She since left CERN and has created the 5G's population control kind of website and investigative reporter or something. So, sorry, just catching up here. And Dr. Horton's actually going to be one of the ones I'm talking about in my next video, which is going to be about the bastardization of Thomas Kuhn, who wrote a pretty well-known book in academia about scientific revolutions and how they happened and things like that. And the angle is how they bastardized this specific piece of work, regular conspiracy people, to basically make it so that they're persecuted geniuses that, their vibes, their made up stories are all things like paradigm shifts and therefore should not be subject to any sort of debunking, ridicule, or questioning. Some of the other characters, you might be familiar with some of these names, Wakefield, Mike Stone, Catherine Horton, Eric Dubay. So all these are individual examples and things like that, and kind of like why this is kind of turned into the norm and why it shouldn't be. And that's kind of what the video is going to be about. So, yeah. So here's what I want to do is I want to kind of explain a little bit about Sabrina Wallace and stuff like that, because, this is the pseudo expert of everything having to do this. And, she says she's read lots of papers and stuff like that. I have no doubt she's read a lot of papers. Whether she read them correctly, different story. But she pretends to be like this intelligence savant who understands what the intel world is, what electronic warfare is, what signals intelligence is, and all this other stuff. Versus someone like me, who was actually in it. So let me bring up her video here. Yes, you're right, Canadian Space Advocate. It's that hairy black holes are theories that black holes might have more characteristics than mass, spin, and volume. So funny thing is that she had this bio on ResearchGate, and I'm looking at it, and again, it's going to be in the video. I don't want to release too much stuff like that. And it said that she was a particle physicist. So I'm like, okay, well, where did she come from? So I saw that she went to she was based out of London. She went to, I think it was Oxford or something like that. But I happen to know a physicist at CERN. So I hit up Franco real quick, sent him a message, and was like, hey, Franco, do me a favor. Have you heard of this person? Can you tell me anything about her? He spends, a few minutes searching what he could find, sends me a list of documents that has her, annotated to it, and hairy black holes will be one of them. So he asked me, he goes, yeah, it looks like she was working on the Atlas project. And he goes, that's interesting. He said something like, please tell me she's not a flat earther. I'm like, no. She's 5G is a population control weapon, conspiratard. And he's like, oh, Jesus. So, yeah, that was his take. But let's kind of go into this real quick here. I want to... So what I want to do is I want to kind of explain a few things that she's going to come up here. Now, I don't like doing these reaction videos, stuff like that, but I want to kind of show you some of the delusions of the people we're dealing with. So when people like Copium Emporium gets doxxed, or people use the copyright thing to dox people, or people like Bendy Water, or whatever the fuck her name was, goes after Mike and tries to dox him and uses images of his family. These are the type of people we're dealing with. So it's always one of those things like we always try to be as genuine as the type of people we are. And we try to, we sit in front of a camera and everything else. I don't have 2,000 people like Mike does. But at the same time, these are people that are unhinged. So these are the kind of people that I always like to have a reminder. And I figured that, since there are some content creators here, maybe you guys should have a reminder too. So real quick, this is a, sorry, I meant to move this over here. This is a, I wasn't really up to speed on this, but I meant to have this up and I didn't, but whatever. I'm looking for this. Okay, here we go. So she's going to identify 2 specific flights that are flying over her house. And she says a few things, and I want you just to really listen to what she says. And then I'm going to pause it at a certain point, and I'm just going to kind of reel it back in. Does that make sense? So let me go ahead and hit play on this, and we'll stop it in a few seconds.
You can't hear her now, but you just could vibrate in the house a little bit. So we're going to talk about those lenses that Joe Dirt sent the links on. But first, we're going to end up revisiting one of the biggest truther community lies I've ever seen. I said, it's an airborne command and control center. They said, no, it's aliens. And for someone like me who has so many family members from these jobs, I was heartbroken. Like, why are you telling people that? You don't know about our doomsday plane? You don't know about planes like Anvil that just went over my house, make that weird noise that's radar related? Because planes go over the house all the time, like these. Southwest Airlines, FedEx, whatever. But Anvil here, she heavy, she different. And it's usually because of the radar. It makes a completely different type of vibration, okay? You got friends out today? Of course you do. And what are they doing? Who knows? This is what they do. And where I live, they run up and down. Here, or Raven Rock, and down here to Oak Ridge, and they're all over the place. And me, given I'm right here by continuity of government, we get a lot of this kind of stuff. And I literally just turned this on to show the Golden Dome data. So as I...
Okay, so she identifies this flight called Anvil 77. And she claims as part of Operation Looking Glass, which is part of continuity of government and things like that. Now, Operation Looking Glass is not secret. And the thing of it is it's kind of funny in a way, but at the same time, it's a little disturbing. So what I want to draw to your attention here is that if you look, the call sign's at the top, it says Anvil 77. It says it's part of the Air Force. It says that it is a C-130J Hercules. So she heavy, she different vibration. Okay. And it's because of radar. Now, first and foremost, radar is not something you hear. I don't care how in tune you are with the frequencies of the earth or whatnot, you don't hear it. Second thing is, It vibrates a little different, sounds a little different because it's a fucking turboprop. It's got 4 turboprops on it. It's not an exceptionally large plane. It's not an exceptionally loud plane. It's not heavy. And it doesn't have anything exceptional about its radar, except that it's a regular radar used for cargo planes. It's not even a fighter aircraft radar. But because it's Anvil 77, it's looking glass. Well, so here's 2 problems. Looking glass since 1998 to 2000, somewhere in there. They went from a EC-135, which is an E-link capable 135. It's like the same ones they use for the refueling, right? They changed it to an E6B. Now, an E6B, let me just show you, looks like this. This is Project Looking Glass. This is the plane for continuity of government. This is a plane that has radar and everything else. This is a cargo plane. And Anvil 77, okay, hold on a second, because I'm looking this up here. Hold on. So Anvil, and when it's a C-130J, is out of the 130th Air Squadron, okay, from the Air National Guard out of Charlton, West Virginia. Do you know what that track ends up going near? Do you know what this track looks like it's going to if you pull up her map right here and show where it's going to? I'll give you one guess where it's going. This is the delusion and the paranoia you're dealing with. But I want to take it one step further. I want to do one more example. Now remember, she just saw this. This wasn't part of her, was going to be part of her stream. She just happened to see this and felt compelled to show everybody this. Just like I feel compelled to show you, but for different reasons.
I started with, and I'm like, oh, there she is. So let's see if we can get through this in a way that is educational, shall we? Since so many of you are hanging out going, Sabrina, how does it work? Well, here we have an example.
Why does every conspiratard set up a camera to record the fucking screen? Like, seriously. Share your screen.
Of an indoor imagery 3D through the wall synthetic aperture radar. And you have a little piece of equipment, and there she is. Now, how do you use synthetic aperture radar to look through the wall? And there's a bunch more of equipment, and as you can see, it can be expensive. Okay, through the wall radar. Oh yeah. So synthetic aperture radar is a radar imaging technique that uses moving antenna to create high resolution images of the Earth's surface. A radar antenna moves in a straight line, either on an airplane or in space. The antenna transmits.
So she's basically saying that these planes have synthetic aperture radar, which she's talking about that it's expensive and almost sounds classified to look in through walls. That this plane is looking through her walls and watching her. Now we have synthetic aperture radar in satellites. Remember earlier this year, they're talking about the 2-kilometer deep spiral staircases that they saw underneath the pyramids, that if you looked at it, it looked nothing like it. Look, so She goes on like this before she goes in the Golden Dome and everything else for like another 10 minutes. I'm not going to subject you to that. So basically, one of the things that she talks about after this is about reach. So there's another military plane that's coming from Canada, New Brunswick, I think it was, and it has a call sign of reach and some numbers, RCH. Now, RCH is a standard military call sign for a cargo plane. Sometimes it carries people. Guess where it's going? Because it's also a Hercules C-130J, and it has almost the exact same track as the one that she just showed, and it's going to Charlottesville, West Virginia, where the 103rd Air Squadron is based out of. But it's all about her. This is the shit we're dealing with. No other way to put it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was from New Brunswick, Canadian Space Advocate. All right, so let me close this mess and get this out of here because I don't want to deal with this too much. But so when we talk about persecuted geniuses, you know, that they're the ones who are saying that, you know, Kent Hove is saying that evolution is being protected by the system. And they're trying to be silenced by all these shills. Or you hear Flat Earth say all these new debunk accounts popped up because we're over target. They wouldn't be popping up if we were nowhere near target, if we weren't telling the truth. Besides the fact that they don't have evidence or anything else like that. But I digress. But the funny part about it is, like, these are the people who have large platforms or larger platforms who reach out to thousands of people on YouTube, on Twitter, on Instagram Reels, on TikTok. I mean, take your pick. And every one of them is spouting off the same bullshit. Now, one of my favorite content creators is Milo Rossi or the Mini Minutemen. And he tackles things like pseudo-archaeology, or as he calls it, awful archaeology. And he goes after conspiracies on, you know, because his recent one was a guy named Shane Vibes Truth. And he posts like 20 times a day of, you know, reposts of conspiracy, videos that are a minute long on TikTok, and of which he talks about 15 seconds where he has a 1 or 2 sentence lead in and goes right into some supplement that he gets a cut of. You have to wonder if it's a grift. You only have to wait a few minutes and it becomes evident. Yeah, I did text you about him, Drunk Debunk Show. So if you like archaeology and history and stuff like that, I highly recommend subbing to Mini Minutemen as a channel name. Here, I'll pull it up real quick. He's one of my favorite content creators. And the reason why he's one of my favorite content creators is because he and I present very similar ways. Like, he calls bullshit for what it is. So, yeah, so this is his channel here. Let me just zoom in a little bit here. And he has a lot of really good stuff. He does collabs with a lot of different people. He was at the La Brea Tar Pits in California. He, in this 3-part series, he's talking about with Instagram Reels, worst conspiracy theorists. He actually has Dave Farina on, Professor Dave, and they talk about things that he gets wrong in his videos. And watching two people who habitually rip shit apart, take turns ripping shit apart, is actually pretty fucking funny. You like that, Mike? Hey, Mike, I got another one for you. Hold on. But yeah, so, oh, here's the other thing. You've heard me talk about Graham Hancock. Graham Hancock is not one of my favorite people. He's a complete shitbird. He has a Netflix contract. It's like basically ancient aliens, but complete conjecture, no evidence. It's like the world's worst archaeology. And if you didn't watch the Netflix series on it, do yourself a favor. Don't watch it. Watch Milo first, because Milo watched all 8 parts so you don't have to, and then he rips the shit out of it. Because he is an archaeologist. He's trained in archaeology. He took classes in archaeology. He has a degree in archaeology. He actually does archaeology. So, yeah. But he also does some stuff about the U.S. He does stuff about Turkey. He does stuff about Egypt. He did one on the Baghdad battery. If you're not familiar with that, that's a conspiracy in its own right. Ancients had power systems that we had no idea that they had. They had a way to make a battery out of a base. And here's the thing about Milo Rossi. Another archaeologist questioned some of his points. Took it on the chin. Said, yep, you know what? I was wrong. I looked into it. Should have done more research. It wasn't a glaring error. It's not like it changed the entire premise. It was literally a small minor point of which he actually said, whoops, and then proceeded to talk to the guy and go over it and get the right actual information from the guy who's actually there working on it. That's what people do when they don't have cognitive dissonance, narcissism, or anything else like that. They can actually admit that when they're wrong and stand to learn. Realize they don't know everything. Kind of like most people in the debunking community. So yeah. So Mike, are you watching? Here's the other transition I have. Ready? Although I think I like the CRTs waving first. The problem is that it's kind of long. So if I have anything that's due to come up, it kind of gets hidden. So I got to find a way to delay things. But so yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like the CRT coming through and it's like the logos on all the channels is on all the screens, or if I like the neon one that just blinks and then wipes out. I don't know. Look, I'm working on the stream. I'm getting new parts. I'm enjoying piecing it together and trying to do things. What can I say? Imagine that, admitting you're wrong and learning. If you're here, I assume you know kind of what my specialty is. And if you're here, I assume that, you know that I guess we'll call it big break, for saying another word, was being on Mike's channel, the Drunk Debunk Show, to go over Battle of the Beams. The globe killer, the absolute no refute, the undefeated flat earth proof. And then we spent 2 hours drinking, talking shit, talking about Boston, and basically spent 40 minutes completely trashing it. Well, Ruhif found somebody who's still talking about it. I think there's only one. And he's going to have a debate on Rig's Discord server. So I've been helping him in the background, going over some of the presentation and some of the things that he has questions on. So hopefully that'll come out soon. And they'll get it scheduled and I can watch it because I'll be laughing the entire time. Oh, FTFEs and Rogers debate. Joy. That's... If I have some time, I'll go over there. Yeah, I have, there's not a reason to kind of like share overly opinions today. Roger's kind of a waste of space regardless. So here's what I want to do. I want to do this test. I want to test out legit or bullshit. And I need you guys to help me out. So here's what we're going to do. I need to change out something here. I'm going to go to trivial. Trivial 1. Bear with me for 1 second. I have to fix something real quick because oh, what the fuck? Hold up. All right, you guys are going to see something really weird going on here in a second. Hold on a second. We're going to do this. Now we're going to transition over here. We're going to look at this. And we're going to hit start. Okay. Now, I need you guys to let me know if there's an echo. I need you to let me know if what's going on for audio and stuff like that. I need your input on all this shit. So this is just 5 questions. Basically, it's going to come up with a question or a statement. You need to tell me if it's legit or bullshit, and you need to put the number in chat. And as you put the number in chat, it's going to track it. Then once we track it, after we get through 5, we'll go ahead and see what the leaderboard looks like, and we'll see what happens to make sure it all adds up correctly. I've never done this. Mike did it once. I'm still trying to figure this shit out. And I'm realizing that I need to refresh this. Hold on a second. Why isn't it? All right, hold on a second. You guys aren't seeing this, right? No. So let's see this. Hold on a second. Properties. Let's see, control audio via OBS. Let's try that. Okay, it says it's connected. Click on the start button and live studio to start the plugin. I did that, unless I'm in the wrong one, because I made 2. That's quite possible. Oh, look, if you go to the right one, it works. Okay. Man. Now this one, I got to remember which one it is. Hold on a second. Let's see. We might do this. We might do this. We might do this. Oops. Good thing I have 25 seconds to figure this out, right? There we go. Let's try this. All right, let's see if I show up twice. Does it work? What do you mean it's not? Does it say my browser's not? Oh, fuck me. Okay, hold up. You know what? It still shows up. Hold on a second. All right, let's stop this. That's what I get for using Bing. See, this is why we do tests. All right. Sign in. So now you guys are gonna watch me struggle through this. Okay, now let's look at my projects. Test 1. Save. Okay, that's going to be annoying. Because now it's going to. Yep. Okay. Camera layer. Here, we'll do it this way. Can you guys still hear me then? Okay, still got ears. That's good. That's fine. All right, let's do this. There it goes. All right, bear with me for 1 second. Sorry about that. We had Olivia being a little loud. Okay, so for this, I have to. It's a plugin for OBS, but I have to mute my mic, so my mic goes into the screen or into their plugin for it to be used. It's weird. We're figuring it out. All right, so just put 1 or 2 in the chat to do an answer. And don't be looking this shit up on Google, you fucking cheaters. Oh, so I got to figure out the audio part. See, look, I'm picking stuff that's kind of goes all over the place. So all of you guys got that wrong. Rob is the only one who got it right. That's funny. That's actually a Navy tradition called crossing the line. You go become a polywog to the shellback. Well, I can't make it easy, Canadian Space Advocate. I got to make sure that, there's a couple of words in there that makes it a little bit different. You have to read it and not just answer it. Real Cygnus. 2AF. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do it to the window capture. But because it puts me behind it, even though I have it on Chrome right now. It's interesting. I'm gonna have to like play with this a little bit, but now that I can see it coming in here, I can see that the chat's working. That's the good news. And I can see that there's a leaderboard. No, I'd be playing music in the background, DP. Oh, fair, half and half. That is legit. Yeah, that's a really interesting story. DP, I don't know. It wants me to run audio through it, and I don't know why. I can't turn it off. Or I'm not smart enough to turn it off. Oh, Marcus, you suck. One of the first cavity magnetrons, dude. That is cool. I got that feeling. I need sexual healing. All right. So in this case, Joe would win. And if we're doing 3, then the Canadian Space Advocate and Rob Hoyle would all get bonuses. Or we would get merch to go around. So it works. I like this. Okay, so I see how this looks and it has that stupid ass thing in the back. All right, so let's try something else real quick. Let's stop this one. Let me go back to OBS. We're going to go to Trivia 2. See, now I'm talking and it's muted. So, okay, it's going to be tested without doing what it wants with audio. Yeah, I'm going to try to see. So it has a camera layer with a video input, but it does not have an audio input anywhere in here. Oh, wait, here we go. Hold up. Turn off that. There we go. I found it. Look out. All right. You guys ready for game 2? This is a little different format. I want to see how this looks. So let me put this one in here. Okay. Refresh. Now we're going to transition over here and try this one like this. The browser does not support web RTC. Now I'm using fucking Chrome. All right. So here's what we can do. We can actually there we go. We'll do this. And we'll do, whoops. Whoops. Fuck me. You guys just play along. How's that? There we go. I like that. Now, if you're in Discord, you would have heard about Woodpecker from... Shit, who told me about that one? Was that you, Cygnus, or was that Cope? It was one of you EM nerds like me who was telling me about that one. It was you, Sig. Okay. But I like how the Steam isn't interfering with the questions. I like how it's now cut off. Notice you can still see the donate me CR code. I'm a little small. I mean, I could probably move me. Wow, Sig pulled that one out. Yes, that's how sensitive that one was. That was in Puerto Rico, wasn't it, Sig? It could listen to a 20-watt cell phone from Jupiter. Marcus, there is some ambiguity there, but just think of it as I'm trying to make it layman without being too easy. So don't overthink it. Let's put it that way. With your background, you're going to be like me and overthink and be like, it depends. Are we facing it? Are we not? What's the atmospherics? What's the frequency? Blah, blah. You know, there's a lot of different things there, but just try to look at it from face value. That one was actually complete bullshit. But see, here's the thing. These are like the questions I wanted to come up with. I wanted questions that made you think, made you want to go look something up, weren't just easy to go by trivia questions. And I just threw these 10 questions together just to kind of figure out how I wanted to do this. I think this is the one I'm going to go with. I'm trying to lose, right? Yes, Tori, trying to lose. Loser gets a whoopee cushion with an Unfornicated logo on it. Yeah, I like this one better, and I found the audio. So it was... Look, there was a tutorial that I skipped. So I figured it was kind of like IKEA furniture. I can figure it out, and it just took a little while to figure out. So... No, I definitely like this one better. Which gray box when it's doing this part? DP, which one are you talking about? You talking about like right here, where it's like got the logo behind it, and it might need a box behind it? I could put a red gradient behind it. Okay, so hold on a second. We're gonna have to. All right, so the winners on that one was Sig, Joe Black, and the Canadian Space Advocate. I'm guessing you beat out Fox and Marcus because you answered quicker. Probably. Hold on, let me transition this because I had to move it down. So yeah, oh, that's why we test this stuff, right? So yeah, this is yeah, that's because I was cutting it upwards, so it wasn't covering the donate, but I could just as easily in this scene move the donate to above my head. I can put it like right here, which is fine because I can also change the background or put like a red gradient behind it, which isn't a big deal. Because if I know the size of it, like, hold on a second. If I do, let's see, let me see something here. While we have this up, okay, let's see something. Let's do, da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, now if I do a copy, we go to here, and I do paste. I do it behind this. Behind this. Let's move the chat away from it. Go to left screen. Go to browser. Huh. Now I got to find where I put the. I got to figure out where I put the browser. And I think I closed the browser. Huh. Okay. That's cool, I guess. Because that means I can just close the window. So we stop there. And then, like, let's start again. You guys are going to know all the answers now, but I just want to see something here. So if we do this. Oh, hello. All right, so I got to change the background. All right. So when I do this, I just got to make a background of the same size as the. Yeah, sorry, bouncing. I need to make a background the same size as the window, which I can do. That's not a problem. Yeah, it's that time of night. I think just having the Unfornicated logo in the background is going to be complicated, so I'll remove that and I'll either keep the brick. Actually, hold on. You guys are going to help me here. Hold on. Let's go to the trivia game. Game appearance. Hold up. Timer. Okay. Text color is gray. All right, so if we start this again. Hold on, let's see. Nope, stop. Question. All right, let me start this so I can see. Let's see, there's the questions. All right, let's see something real quick, shall we? Let's see if that works. All right, so that's a little better. Oh, God. Fuck me. Hold up. That is shit. Fuck me. All right. Game appearance. Secondary color is going to be white. Holy shit. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to. I'm just gonna have to. Oops. I'm just gonna have to just get a background for this, which is fine. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I think if I just do the brick background, it should be fine. Well, I click stop, you fuck. What are you doing? So, yeah, what do you guys think of this idea? You guys think of legit bullshit, and we think about, hold on, let me change the thing, and conspiracy Mad Libs. That's kind of like what I got going for right now. That's like my first and foremost idea. All right. That is our idea for the Stream-A-Thon. And like I said, when we do the, unfornicated patch submissions, we'll go over all the submissions and then I'll vote on the one. So that way they get something for the Unfornicated store. I got a few other ideas we can possibly do. We can also play AI image roulette, where we try to confuse the shit out of AI, give various prompts to kind of go through it. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm leaning towards right now. Like I said, I got a few other ideas, but those are the main ones. All right, tell you what, I'm gonna go ahead and put up I'm gonna put up the fallacy machine here real quick. I'm gonna go make another drink, and we'll be right back.
That's what I tell the flat earth youth. Talk so fast you can't keep track. If you fact check me, I just change the track. Ad hominem, you're dumb. Sit down, red herring, spin it all back round. Straw man, your claim, twisted for sport. Knock it down quick like it's my last resort. Equivocate my way to glory. Appeal to authority, same old story. Circular flare, not secular. Hey, look over there. I was divorced, wife took the kids, so I dress like I'm 21. Your generation will be dead, they said, but I'm not that old, you know. Grandma's blouse, oh wow, watch me now. Fallacy machine. Consequent, that's my style. Begging the question, man, that's my guile. False equivalence, I mix and match. Reification, giving idea latch. Begging the question, that's my main hook. Cherry pick the data till the whole thing's cooked. I'm not wrong, I'm just ahead. At least that's what the voices said. Equivocate my way to glory. Appeal to authority, that's my story. Round and round with circular flare, non sequitur. Hey, look over there. I was divorced, wife took the kids, so I dress like I'm 21. Your generation will be dead, they said, but I'm not that old, you know. Grandma's blouse, oh wow, watch me now. Fallacy machine, yeah, watch me now. That's an at-home straw man cherry picking. False equivalency, you're contradicting. Begging the question, appeal to my source, non sequitur, of course. And therefore the earth is flat. Checkmate! I was divorced, wife took the kids, so I dress like I'm 21. Your generation will be dead, they said, but I'm not that old, you know. Grandma's blouse, oh wow, watch me now. Fallacy machine, yeah, watch me now. Yeah, IQ
Figures. There you go, Joe Black. There's your audio issue. Yeah, no, it needs it absolutely needs a an intro with CC saying bullshit. Yeah, so those are my ideas. Like I said, well, I want to do something interactive. I'm also going to I might do some cuts of some critical thinks uh videos, might put together something like that. There's a few different ideas that I have to kind of do something, but yeah, those are the two big things that I got planned. And you know, there's always we can watch some derp shit and react to it. Ashton Forbes is, you know, back on his kick that he thinks he's an intelligence guy and his whistleblower, even though he's never had a clearance. And you know, we have your typical flat earth low hanging fruit. You can also go over Dr. Horton's presentation about 5G, where she says in 2017 that by 2025, this website that she promotes as In the Know, who knows about all these things, is called Deagle. And his website in 2017 said that there was going to be a reduction in the population by a sixth or a fifth within the US. Didn't see it happening. So didn't happen. So I guess her powers of persuasion of making things happen is null and void. Yeah. There you go, Joe. There's your little faith. So so the funny thing is that hold on, why is this? I feel like I'm small all of a sudden in my screen. Oh well. Joe knows I do it just to bust his chops. I love Joe. Joe actually, oh, actually, I don't know if you guys have all seen this. Let me show you something real quick. Joe made me something. And I actually, well, let me rephrase that. Joe made me a couple things. Joe made my intro with the glitches and the bullshit, misinformation, science and all. That's courtesy of Joe. So that's a plus. CK, thank you for the screenshots. I appreciate that. A little late, I know. But the other thing that he did was he also made an intro for me before I even wanted an intro, or what I wanted to think of an intro, if that makes sense. And he, if you don't know, he also made a video for Dingo Fence as well. He also did the animation for the ice wall for the carriers that zooms out to the ice wall and stuff like that. So Joe's been a lot of help with things that I've been going through. Censorship is stopping Joe from spreading the truth. Absolutely. He's a persecuted genius in his own mind. But no, Joe has been beyond helpful. He's been one of my MVPs and also one of the mods in Discord. So he helps me out and has definitely been behind the scenes helping out. And Joe, I cannot find for the life of me that original intro you made for me. I think I got it on my phone. Let me just check real quick here. I just saw it the other day. course, now I'm looking for it. I won't be able to find it. Is that it? Nope, that's not it. That was the entry to, what do you call it? Now I feel like DP where I can't find shit anymore. Thanks, DP. Yeah, I don't remember where it is now. It's probably on my phone. I'll have to send it to myself. But anyway, so there's been multiple people who have been helping out with this stuff, and I appreciate it. Still doing the so projects that are coming up. Like I said, we have the philosophical about the persecuted geniuses coming up. We have Harp coming up. Since my editing skills have gotten a little better, I want to make sure I do those right. So they're taking a little longer than I wanted to. Just that 2-minute video of they took me 4 hours to record and edit and get the finished product, which isn't bad, I guess, in the long run, but it was one of my favorite works so far. So I'm happy with that. I should have played that in the meantime. But yeah, it's been great. Conspiracy Music Studio is actually above 400 subs now. So thanks to FTFE and his membership drive. What we got going on over here? So we have Roger, Cubby, Truth Is Now, and Cookie Monster. Astro Kate was on Roger Ledwell's earlier. Looks like Drunk Debunk is in the chat over there. You guys want to see what kind of stupid derpitude that they're talking about today? All right, let's put it up.
Just do it real quick, see what happens. Talk.
You mean
real fast.
you want to put them in?
Yeah, just put them in, say something real quick. If they do anything crazy, see ya.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna pop you in and pop you out, dude. Hello, Astronomy Live.
That should be
He
enough.
came in to yell at me, probably.
You gonna say
Did he?
something?
Dude, you can
Otherwise,
talk.
forget about it.
Yeah, because I kicked.
Can you hear me?
You on? You
Hello.
say something. There you go.
We can hear you.
Well, I didn't kick him. I blocked his comments. Whatever you call it.
I got you.
Fuck my partner. All right, go. Turn your
Your
volume up a little bit.
Yeah, you're a little low.
Well, I'll get closer to my mic, but I
There
think
you
it's
go.
all the way up.
All right.
There you
Much
go.
better.
You're good.
There you
Much
go.
better. And he's on camera
Hey.
too. Look at there.
Hey,
I think
camera's
I've
started.
seen him before.
I didn't even click anything. It just turned itself on. I don't know what's
There you
going on
go.
there.
It's fine.
It's the AI.
Tell me when you're ready. I'll give you 10 minutes.
Yeah, go
Well,
ahead.
first of all, I'd like to know why my comments were getting blocked in the chat. In the live
We'll
stream.
have to ask whoever did that.
This
Why
little
did you
mod
do that,
decided
Cookie
to get it.
Monster?
Because you're harassing her. That's why.
How am I harassing?
Read your comments out loud and then tell me they're not harassing.
Okay. Let's see.
He's giving $25 per visit and only up to $200 to the charity. Plus, I'm a coward. Canadian Space Advocate. It's like I look at these and it's like I could jump on and talk about God knows how many different things, but I chose not to because it doesn't like most of the things are over their heads and everything else is just nah. So I could turn around and say, hey, let's talk about like why does a radio horizon or why radar, assuming a flat plane curves upwards, that if you invert that, it looks just like the curvature of the earth. It's above their head. It doesn't mean shit to them. And they can't even talk intelligently about it. All they get is nah. And even when you bring up basic stupid shit like star trails, they just spiral, start doing everything else. To me, it's just, it's I don't know.
Go on then. Read them.
Hold on, I'm pulling it back up. The prediction of total solar eclipse paths. Flat Earth is absolutely unable to predict where a total solar eclipse will be visible from. It can only, at best, estimate the approximate timing, but it cannot tell you the precise path you need to stand within in order to see the moon completely cover the sun during a total solar eclipse. In 2017 and 2024, I personally predicted the path of the eclipse, and I went out and stood in the paths of those two eclipses. I observed the 2017 eclipse from Casper, Wyoming,
And I observed it from.
and I observed
as
the
he's talking about his things real quick, let me just interject. I talked to Stream-A Live multiple times, and he actually challenged Shane to go past 2030 to go to 2031 and predict, because there's no almanac after 2031, or maybe it's 2301, to predict where the eclipse will land on a flat Earth. And he can't, because Stream-A Live can do all the calculations and do all the modeling to figure it out, because, you know, PhD in neuroscience. And not that I could do it, but Shane definitely couldn't do it. Neither can anyone in flat Earth.
Earth. And for my purposes, I did treat the Earth as a sphere for simplicity. More accurate methods may use the oblateness of the Earth, but it's relatively minor and can be disregarded for most purposes. And for able to get within
Marcus, you're trying to trigger
miles
me.
of the exact center of totality, and it was able to see totality from Lake Parlin in Maine, most recently in 2024.
According to Witsit,
Now, other
troposcatter
people
is a
like
myth,
Shane
and it's a
have claimed that flat
it's a
Earth
thing
can
they
predict
create
total solar
to
eclipses
hide
using
the fact that
Besselian
Earth is flat,
elements,
even
but
though
the
there's no line of
Besselian
sight over
method
the Alps with
uses a
ASI and
spherical
all these
Earth.
other things. So
Shane doesn't know how to use Besselian elements to predict
it's not that it's, you
total
know,
solar eclipse.
tested,
All he can
verified,
do is predict the X and Y coordinates on a
forecasted,
fundamental plane that bisects
used every
the
day.
sphere of the Earth. But he does not know how to actually tell you the latitude and longitude you need to stand on in order to see the total solar eclipse. And in fact, he's simply using a table of Besselian elements that has been previously published. When I challenged him to predict the eclipse of October 9th, 3001, which I personally knew about because I know how to predict total solar eclipses, he not only blocked me on Twitter, he actually removed my reply, censoring me much like I was censored in the chat here just a few minutes ago, because he knows he can't rise to that challenge. The October 9th, 3001 eclipse is one total solar eclipse past the end date of the canon of solar eclipses. He was plagiarizing to try to predict things using Besselian elements. But again, even with his plagiarism, he was unable to come up with actual maps showing the total solar eclipse, except when he took existing maps and simply reprojected them onto an AE map. Reprojecting the results of a globe prediction does not make it a flat Earth prediction. It's still a globe under the hood of the car driving it down the street. Just as in my spreadsheet, I'm using the globe and figuring out where the moon shadow is going to intersect the globe. The Besselian elements likewise require you to not only find the X and Y coordinates of where the shadow lands on the fundamental plane, bisecting the globe of the Earth in half, but then that is only the first half of the process. You then need to find where it intersects the curved surface of the sphere of the Earth facing the moon and the sun during that
They're down
time.
here.
And that is a step
Stream-A Live
that
is way
Shane
the fuck up
showed
here.
nor knows how to do, because he was trying to plagiarize a website that showed how to do it, but only the first half of the process had been documented so far on the website that he copied to his website. I actually have books on solar eclipse paths and how to calculate them, including how to calculate them with Besselian elements.
The echo should be better.
And so I showed this in a video that was on Red's Rhetoric's channel. But the methodology I used in 2017 and 2024 was not based on Besselian elements. It was based on simply knowing the orbital elements of the moon and the Earth around the sun, and doing my own math and figuring out for myself where the total solar eclipse should occur based on where the moon's shadow would land on Earth's surface. So that, I think, is some of the best evidence that Earth is a globe. Secondarily, and something that is personally favorite for myself simply because of my own ego, I guess, is the fact that I discovered a comet in 2016, P2016J3. And I discovered this comet using NASA's Stereo spacecraft on the opposite side of the sun before the comet could be seen from the Earth. So the very first observation made of that comet was made with NASA's Stereo-Head spacecraft in 2016, and then it was later seen from the Earth. And astronomers at that point gave it the permanent number designation 414P. So if NASA spacecraft are not really in space and not really going around the sun to the other side of the solar system, then how did I discover a comet in 2016 before it could be seen from Earth, only for it to later be seen from the Earth by
it was
both
my monitor
professionals
sick
and amateurs alike? In the images that I took, well, I didn't take NASA stereo spacecraft, took them. In the images I found the comet to be in the NASA stereo images that even NASA themselves didn't know about, the Earth can be seen in the background as well. So there we see the Earth, and let me pull that up. I can share my screen, right? So let me share my screen.
Sure.
So here
And just
are my
look at Cubby
discovery
just sitting
images
there.
of
I don't know.
P2016J3. It loops with a highlighting of the comet passing through the field of view of the stereo-head heliospheric imager 1. And then on the right side, you see
Joe,
a few bright objects,
just look
one
at
of
their
them barely
face.
moving.
Well, the one
That
guy
one
who's showing his
is
face.
actually
Just look at
Earth in the background. Mars is also there as well. So again,
compute.
these images
Just
from
doesn't
2016 were
understand
from
it.
before the comet was on the same side of the solar system as us. It was on the opposite side of the sun. It was not visible from Earth yet. And later, when it would have become visible from Earth, it was seen from Earth and now has been confirmed from the ground as well. So how did I discover this comet if that spacecraft is not really there on the opposite side of the solar system at that time?
That's a good question, man. And by the way, if you weren't here earlier in debate, I wasn't going to go to the stars. I don't have answers for these questions myself, and I can't verify any of this work for myself.
Because it's way above you, Roger, because you're an idiot.
And if you had been here earlier, you would have got that out of in the debate. So
Did he drop off, or is he still there?
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry, I was just waiting to see if there was anything else.
No. Let me take this off the screen.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, no, I mean, fair enough. I will say, like I said before, that amateurs and professionals did confirm this comet exists. I can link to the Minor Planet Center website that shows the observations of the comet. I'll just drop it in the private chat here.
Okay.
So you guys can see the link.
Space
So there's
isn't
the
real,
Minor
but yet
Planet
people
Center
are doing
website
it
link.
all the time.
The first list of observations are all from Stereo-Head, of course, in 2016 when I discovered it. But then later observations
I keep
come
telling
in,
Astronomy
and
Live,
those
like, he has to
observatories
talk to
you
them
see
like they're
listed there,
5.
some of them are amateurs, some of them are professional. Telescope, for
single
example,
syllable
these
words
are
whenever
amateur
possible.
telescopes that you can rent time on, so you don't even have to own the telescope. You can rent time on the telescope and go point the telescope wherever you want. And so some amateurs have done that, and they've actually observed my comet at various points since its discovery. So people are able to go out there and confirm these things for themselves. I'll give you guys
the volume real quick. I just like to point out,
taste
do you
of
see the
something I'm working
background on
right now.
Roger's
So I'm working on a
stream?
video right now.
Real quick, you got 2 minutes left, just to give you a heads up.
How it says, the more you notice, and has the
So
Star
I
of David
will-
on it.
I will shamelessly plug my channel for a moment and just say the next
Every
video I've got
conspiracy
coming,
ends up this way.
is
Every
about
one of them.
my observations, not only of parallax of a nearby star, but actually in those parallax images is evidence of Earth's orbital motion aside from the parallax
Tori's going to start
itself.
getting
You guys know about
turbulence-induced,
stellar
latency.
aberration, I'm sure, but do you know what happens when you look directly towards or directly away from Earth's direction of travel or in that vicinity? So stellar aberration, for those who don't know, involves shifting parent positions of the stars, predominantly directly opposite the sun. And that's where it's the magnitude of the effect tends to be the strongest. But if you look directly
Mikey
towards
Smith
Earth's
is in there.
direction of
Record for
travel,
more
or
than 3
directly away from
seconds.
Earth's direction of travel, at those two spots, and precisely at those two spots, there's actually 0 stellar aberration. But if you look at all the stars around those spots, do you know what you see?
Please tell us.
Okay, so if you look directly towards Earth's direction of travel, due to relativistic effects, because we're traveling about 30 kilometers per second, all the stars appear to constrict towards the center of the field of view. It makes it seem like your telescope is suddenly gaining a wider field of view, even with nothing mechanically altered on the telescope. And if you look directly away from Earth's direction of travel, the stars appear to expand outwards like this. So it appears that you're zooming in without altering anything on the telescope. So again, these are things that we predict based on the velocity of the Earth. And when I've observed this, I found out it's actually true. So I'll be documenting that in an upcoming video very shortly on my channel.
That's
All right.
good. And just I want
There's
to
so
point out,
many
you
different
did
things
say
going
there
on
is
in
a
the
point of
chat that's so
reference for all your
derpy. You have
observations. Am I not right?
Dr. Bass Ackwards talking about stupid shit.
there's
You
different
have
frames of
Mikey
reference
saying
depending
stupid
on how
shit.
you're doing the math. You're going to have a coordinate system. You're going to have an origin of that coordinate system somewhere. In the
And
case of
so here we
predicting
go.
total
So
solar eclipse, for example,
oh,
I
let me-
elected to use the selenium.
so what we have here is we have
reference frame at times.
Tarot 3006
and
says
that
level
was
ocean
to,
put everyone in this awkward
determine and
spot. There was
predict
no
where
need to do
moon
all
shadow
this.
would land
So in
on
other words, let's
specific
hand
area.
wave all
That's
this
where the
away
math
and
made
just
the
look
most
at the
sense
fact
to
that
me,
the
so
ocean's
that's how I
flat,
did it.
therefore flat.
But it's just
Okay,
a
fine.
mathematical convenience.
Let's do
not
that.
a strict requirement.
If there's a
You can do it from
horizon,
geocentric
that means
perspective, you could do it
curvature.
from a
If there wasn't a
heliocentric
horizon,
perspective.
there
It
would
depends
be,
on
or
how
if there
you want
was
to
no
do the math.
horizon, that would be indicative of flat. The
Okay.
only way you have a
I get
horizon
you.
is because of curvature. Explain
I
why there's a
don't have
horizon.
a
then.
real rebuttal for this.
But
matter of fact, I kind of made it clear that I wasn't.
we can
gonna
go through
to
simple,
astronomy when I did
simple
this debate
observations
at the beginning.
every
You
time,
would have been here,
and
but,
they don't have answers for
I
it.
would have looked into
What is
your,
the sun?
the stellar
I don't know.
aberrations
What
and
is the moon? I
effects
don't
that it
know.
would cause for my velocity
But is it
to the
self-illuminary? No, it's
opposite
not.
side of our motion. That's what you were talking about, basically.
You know, it's
Yeah, you'll see. So the
how
video's
does it
not
light
up yet,
itself
but
up?
I'm
Why are there
literally working- I've been
phases?
working on
Why
it
are there
today,
phases of
yesterday, over the
Venus?
weekend.
Why is
So once
there
it's completed, I'll have it up,
other things that
on
you
my
can
channel,
see
and there'll
in
be
the
a version
quote
of it on
unquote
Red's Reddit's
firmament
channel
that
as
are
well, so
spheres that
check
are
it out,
planets like
when it's
Jupiter, Saturn, and everything else?
I get
You
what
only
you're
have to go to
saying.
Astronomy
Yeah,
Live
thanks for your
or
input. It was,
Andrew
very
McCarthy,
well
and you can
constructed, put
see
together.
a
I don't
moon
have a problem with it
go
at all.
across
It's
Jupiter
just I would
or a
like to
moon
look
go
into it
across
myself.
Saturn.
All right.
I
Right,
guess
to
no,
give
I
you
guess
a
not Saturn. I guess
rebuttal,
Jupiter is the one that we see.
That's a lot to put in there.
So
And I know what Shane's doing.
these are
and,
things with no
do
explanations,
you
but
have
because they
anything
don't have
to
a high
say
enough
about
power
any
scope,
of
they
the
haven't
rest
seen
of
it
their
themselves.
observations that they're
As far as they're
pulling out?
concerned, it's
Well,
fake. It doesn't exist.
do want to
Hand
get
wave it away.
into
Nah.
it with them about the celestial theodolite stuff
You know,
we've been doing more
two
recently.
celestial
but
poles. Nah.
I've been, and I warned Shane
Let's
about
do
this. So I had a debate
superfluid,
with
a
Alan.
Tupperware
Well, I
bowl,
didn't warn
and
Shane. Shane's
something
got me
else.
blocked. He still has me
Because,
blocked. I
you
would
know,
love for
Occam's
him to
razor makes
unblock me
that
so we can
simply
actually have a
put.
discussion. That's my message
Let's
to Shane. To
talk about,
Alan,
you know,
I did
24-hour
have a
sun.
debate with him on Red's channel.
Oh, now it's a
couple months
two-pole map?
ago, just
Great.
before the summer
All
got
right, so let's
underway.
break out Pac-Man
And
then,
I
right?
did warn him, like, I was going to be starting up a contract, doing some launch filming for a company to test their sensors. And I have been doing that over the summer. So I've not had as much time to prep for debates and that kind of thing lately. I just did all this
Marcus.
tonight. But
Yeah.
in the future, I would like to.
Okay, so Marcus, I want to come back to your other comment, but I want to outline this first. Is there's still no filing at the federal court for Mikey's
but I haven't had as much
case.
time as I would like to get into it.
his
Namely,
lawsuit
I've
against the
been-
CSA
Hold on,
for
dude.
fraud.
That's me. No.
And
Huh?
Marcus
Can
has
you
said,
hear me?
I've measured
Hold
our
on.
orbital
Yeah, we got
velocity
speakers
using
down.
radio over the
They're
last
on.
6 months.
Strength.
There you go.
Now that's interesting.
Unless that's Discord again.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
Marcus,
probably
we might have to
why.
have a conversation about that
You there?
because I'm curious to see how you
Okay,
did that
I
and
should be able
I
to hear
showed
you
the
now. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah,
we
we
can
hear
hear
you.
you
I
know,
showed
like
echo,
the
also I
parameters
showed
of it and
echo.
stuff.
My mic has echo removal and everything. I don't know what's going on.
Okay. It's all right now.
You're good. All right. So yeah, I would love to see Alan and you your debate. You said you debated him on his channel or on Red Rhetorics? You're on
Red's came. Yeah, he came over to Red's channel, and we had Red's was the moderator. We had the debate. I thought it was well moderated. But yeah. So again, like eventually, I would like to get into it about celestial theodolite stuff. But I've been very busy with the contract and what time I've had for myself. I've been doing parallax observations of Barnard's star and doing some, like I said, some stellar aberration stuff, which I not to brag too much, but I don't think,
MC
I
Tunes up
honestly don't
next.
think any other amateur astronomer's ever shown what I'm about to show.
Mikey's
Professionally,
lawyer.
yes, like Hubble Space Telescope images very well documented, have very well documented this effect, but I don't think an amateur has ever shown this particular aspect
His
of
case is in the
aberration
bag,
so
according to
it'll be interesting to see.
Mikey's lawyer
I'm very
in
excited.
Rogers.
Okay. Well,
text.
more power to you, man. Thanks for coming on. I want to go to Max next, if I could.
Max,
And-
okay.
and
McToon
I'll-
says
I'll-
he's waiting too. So just
Yeah,
so
I
you
see him.
know.
Yeah, he's
All
down there. So
Gotcha.
I appreciate. I'll watch the Red Rhetorics debate between you and him. I'll go over to his channel. I want to see that. It'd be nice.
All right, have a good weekend. Thanks, guys.
Oh, you too.
Take
No
care.
problem.
So 10 minutes with nothing but
And here comes up Max. You ready? So how many people we got so far? How we
On
done?
so far, I think that was the fourth one, right?
So we had the one girl, the Astro Skate, and we had Craig,
Right.
and one before that one. Who was that?
Just for her or his sake, I'm not sure. It was Astro Kate.
Astrocade.
Astro,
Sorry.
yeah. Estro, yeah. Yeah, Estro, Kate, Brenda, McToon, or excuse me, Craig. And
Well,
then
Marcus, when you get done with that
Who was the
paper,
first
do
one
me
I
a
had?
favor.
Brenda
was the
Shoot me
first-
over a
Brenda,
copy
yeah.
because I'd love to
That's
read
right.
it.
So that's 4. So I'm going to do 4 more.
And maybe what we'll
altogether,
do
right?
is,
no, including him, there's 3 more. So
maybe we'll do a live stream on it, and you
that
can
4 altogether?
present it and
Yeah.
tell everybody about it
okay.
if you
All right.
feel like it.
Say
Or
hi, Max.
if you want,
Hi,
I'll do
Aaron.
a video and just go over with
Sorry,
it.
that's mod.
Over with you. We can collab on it, or we can,
Hey, Max. How's
or
it going?
I'll give you a format to put it out to the
You're a
200 people
little
that I
low,
have,
Max.
or
Super low.
whatnot.
Hello, can you hear me?
I want to read it for myself.
hear
That's
you
for
now.
sure, because that's
Okay.
obviously up my alley.
So can I present?
Oh, yeah,
Ready
you
to
got 10
go?
minutes.
So,
I'll put anything you put
Let me
in.
understand this
Go ahead.
format for Roger. It's
Sure,
you get 10 minutes to present
You
your
can give
evidence
it
for them to
max
say
out.
nah, or I'll look into it, and then that's it.
I'll start when you present.
Is anyone going to say
I never do
where's
anything less than 100%.
the flat Earth evidence?
All right. So
Where's any evidence?
we're going to talk a little bit about curved water in this place that actually exists in reality.
I've been
the
here.
David Taylor Ship Basin. They have
This
a
is
2,000
an engineering
feet
marvel.
pool.
It's actually really cool if you haven't seen about it.
You can see it here in the image in the background. It's so long that because they use this to
Yes, Marcus,
test
it was
the
Stormy Live was talking about
model
stellar
ships,
aberration
like when they're actually going to build
and
I don't know, an
parallax and
aircraft
stuff like that.
carrier for the Navy. They test it here first in a model. So the pool is so long that the water curves, and the railing on top, they had to build it matching the curve.
Rob, I'm right there with
the
you.
water
I start
in
drawing
those
it out like
2,000
if I have a concept or something like that. I start drawing it out in my head, or I start doing the math.
Here we have some quotes
In my head. I don't go to AI for math, that's for fucking sure. Because like Flurs, who rely on AI for everything, I rather learn the math. Now, while I am very weak on derivatives and stuff like that, my calculus has not been used in fucking 30 years. More.
Engineering document that
I need to really
gathered,
get back into that. But
and it has everything.
yeah, I do like my math all
And
day
it's
long on pad and
publicly
paper. I mean, I can show you my scribbles. It's fucking hilarious. It's
And
like
the other thing would be,
it,
I
the,
don't know,
I,
reciprocal
when I do the
seed
math,
angles.
it's
You
like
can
on
just
paper, and I'll look
measure
at
the
it later,
curvature
like
on the ground.
even 2 or 3 hours later, and be like, wait,
main
which
surveyor
equation was
has,
for what? I
on
forgot what I was
his,
working on.
YouTube
And
channel, a step-by-step
My day goes
process
sideways
of
from there.
measuring the reciprocal zenith angles. And the hypothesis would be if the Earth is flat, this angle plus this angle would be 180 degrees. If the Earth is not flat, those angles would always add up to more than
I actually
180
use
degrees.
AI for entertainment purposes, basically. Yeah.
And I'm well
So-
aware of these arguments. I've been to.
So some of my
both of them
scripts,
before.
what I'll
Go
do
ahead.
is I am
No, that's
notorious
it.
for
We can talk
That's
about
all you
it.
got. Okay.
switching tenses all the time.
Can you
in my
demonstrate your
scripts,
reciprocating
especially.
zenith angles in real time, real life?
I usually have to
Yeah.
reread it 3 or 4
Again?
times, but as
Do you have a demonstration
anyone
of
knows
it?
who does their own work,
Yeah.
that when you
Just
read
go
something
to
3 or
the-
4
go to
times,
the
you
dude's
just
video.
your
There's, like,
brain just
hundreds
fills
of
in
them.
the gaps, and
Okay.
you start missing
good.
obvious
There's
errors
I've never
and
seen
stuff
it
like that.
in real life.
And so
I
I've
mean,
used AI to look
get
at my
in touch
script to
with
be
them,
like, make sure the
buy them
tenses are all
lunch
the
and
same,
have
either
them
all
do it in
past
front
or
of
all
you.
present,
We're
but
gonna
not
I'll have to buy
certain
lunch to
things.
do it myself, dude. But
And I've
anyway,
also put
yeah.
a script in
So I mean,
saying,
it's not that like it's inaccessible.
look at this, and tell me,
You
you know,
can- you
and
know
like,
that
you know,
can
tell me how
rent
concise
the
it is.
device.
You know how,
Costs
you know, if there's any room
$35 per
for,
day in the US.
if I'm ambiguous
So
or
if
there's
I
any
go
room for improvement to
set
make it
two
more
plumb
concise,
bobs,
more accurate, or things like that.
and I put them across from each
And there's a
other.
few
the
times where it came
further
back and
they
said,
get
"Oh, you're wrong on this,"
across
and I'm
each
like,
other, the more they reciprocate.
I
Is that
don't
what you're
think
telling
so.
me?
They diverge, yeah.
I think it was the
And you can actually take a theodolite and measure this
it
across.
was
what you're talking
the
about?
patrolling the ice
Yeah.
wall. It said that I needed
Okay.
like I know what
How does
the
that prove the Earth curves again?
deployment schedule is. I know that we need 3 to 4
You know,
times.
how
Let's go to
does
3 as a
directly
minimum, 4 as a
measuring the curve of
maximum.
the ground prove
Times,
that
and
the
when
ground
they
is
multiplied it, they
curved?
came out with a
How
different
No,
number.
no,
and
no.
I'm
I'm
like,
not talking
wait,
about.
what?
I'm talking about the plumb bobs.
I just
themselves.
need
if you can
Yeah.
get a line of
44
sight of them,
times
how are they
4.
curved away from each other?
Why aren't you
You're
doing this?
measuring it.
So it'll want to be lower than the other one or be higher than the other one.
No, it's not about lower or higher. It's that they're diverging the camera and this shit. if
Marcus,
we
I
can-
found that
they're
Claude
divergent.
is a little better than ChatGPT.
And,
ChatGPT to
the
me is
tolerance
just shit.
level of concrete over that
Um,
distance wouldn't allow for any
Why
kind of
would-
bend.
why
I've
would
asked
concrete-
AI to
why would
find me
concrete-
We're talking
sources
about-
based
I'm
off
talking
a
about the
question. I
shipyard
I
right
need
now.
sources on
Oh.
this. And
Yeah.
Yeah,
like I
over
was
that
looking
distance, do
for
you
the
think there's a
Wakefield paper
tolerance level for concrete?
about
they would have to give it some
the
kind
small
of
sample size for vaccines
give
causing autism.
and
If you're all familiar with
engineered
that.
that way. Yeah.
Sure,
And
the
I wanted
concrete,
sources
yes, but
for
the important part is not
is
the
losing his
concrete,
medical
it's the
license and
water
everything else.
that is
And
curved.
and I went to
is the water
I started with
curving? Did you see-
ChatGPT.
Did you go
The
look for
sources they
curving
provided were
water?
all fucking like Reddit and shit. And I'm like,
But
oh my
the
god,
thing
can I
is,
get a
like,
quality
it has
source,
a
please?
carriage,
I went to Claude.
and
Claude
in
gave me
order
better
for them
sources,
to
and I was able to
accurately
actually go back and
model how
figure
the
out
ship
and stuff
would
like that. So to help with the search,
I've never seen
carriage
water
has-
do that.
it's helpful, but
I mean,
I
you can
find
go
that
to
just relying on
places in
AI is just
Bethesda,
such
Maryland,
stupid
you
shit.
can literally go there.
Yeah, I'm a Navy man myself. I come from a long Navy line.
Right, that would be
Yeah.
a field trip.
Oh yeah, would be. Yes, I would love to see this, but I'm pretty sure they
Roger
did
is
add
in
a
the Navy?
tolerance to that distance of concrete.
Comes from a long
it would
line of in
actually
the
give
Navy?
it an apparent like bow to it. But the
I
water
call
blowing, I've
bullshit.
never seen that personally, especially still water. I don't see an earth curve there, but I mean with the reciprocating angles, there's probably a number of reasons why it would appear that way. Probably the distance over where they are, but I mean that doesn't prove any earth curve.
It's directly measuring the curve.
How's
Yeah,
it
so,
measuring a curve?
so Marcus, it's called that AI, and
The
it's
plumb
actually,
bar is not
I
on
think it's
the Earth.
developed by MIT,
I
and that's
explained.
kind of like, well, hey,
So
that
what
source
are
is a
you
lot
hanging
better
it
than,
off of? Your pump
I don't even know where
Are
OpenAI is
you
getting their
leveling
shit
it off?
from.
Like,
So I
it's a-
tend
it's
to
a- you
direct towards
the
that. But the
device,
good thing about Claude
theodolite
is that when
doesn't-
you're doing
you don't have to hang a
scripting
plumb
for
board.
like for my shit,
No,
like
but
I'm doing
you need
automation
that
in
device.
Python,
There's other factors.
I
with
find
the
that I can
theodolite,
do
too,
it
than
faster through
just
Claude than if I try to
curve.
thumb my way through with my
They're
poor
not
typing
fully
skills.
how far are you getting these angles at? Are they like right next to each other?
No.
Or no, they're over distance, right?
Yeah.
I've had this argument with the.
Nah,
what was that guy's name?
I do the
Jesse
same thing.
Patholite,
I don't really
and
use
we got
AI for
into
much
a
anything.
lot
The only thing I
more
really use it
depth in
for
what
is
would
for
cause the angle to bend.
Claude helped
somewhat,
with
may
the
appear to.
with some Python that I was
You-
working on. 'Cause I
even
couldn't
in
figure
the
out what I was
measurement,
missing,
I
and it
mean,
gave me the
if you
answer
measure
like right
directly
away,
from the
which was
horizontal
nice.
up, is it going to be the
But,
same exact height across?
I
Would there not be a
haven't.
level there?
I don't use it for anything on my channel. The only thing I use it on my channel for is actually to help with thumbnails because it's so much easier. But I've also found that there's times where it takes me 20 prompts to get
and
the one I
there's
want.
there's a horizontal
versus I could have
reference
gone
you
on the
have
GIMP
to
and done
have
it
too,
myself.
right? Very beginning.
So
No, you don't have to have a horizontal. Okay.
you know,
So
sometimes
you're working on
there's a
the
best interest. If I can't get it in 3 prompts on a thumbnail, then I just sit there and say fuck it and move on and try to build it myself. Sometimes it gives me right off the get-go. Perfect.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But, like,
All right. I got where you're going with it. Excuse me for a second.
The
I'll be
two
right back.
parody commercials, I've used just stock video footages. I haven't used any AI generated
All
one.
right. I guess I'll
For
be
the
back in a
Occam's
second.
Razor
I'll have
fragrance,
Roger go
on the other
over-
hand,
go
I
over
have
the
used some AI
examinations
generated
here
ones
as soon as
because
this
I was
is
looking
over.
for something
But,
very specific.
For the time being,
If you look
just
for a
everybody
Black Panther
in
or a
chat,
Black
I know that
leopard
the real debate seems
walking
like it's
towards a
going on over
camera
there,
with
but
dramatic lighting and a
don't,
black background,
try
it
not
just,
to,
I mean,
destroy each
you
other
can't
over
find
there.
it. So I did the AI and it gave it to me
All
right away. And I'm like, well, fuck.
do you have any physical demonstrations of this actually happening in real time?
This is a
And
lot
can you
easier than the
what's
hour
a
I
graph-
spent combing through
like, you-
YouTube and stock,
do you
you know,
count
Adobe and
Okay.
iStock
Then
videos trying to
pull one
find
up.
it.
Pull up a demonstration for me.
There's like hundreds of.
Yeah, Marcus, that's the way I look at it. As like Claude to me is like my one-stop shopping. That's it. I mean, I haven't used it for anything on physics yet or anything else like that. Like, you know, all my calculations for the Catharsis 2 video was all about like done by hand.
Bonneville salt flat in Utah. And,
And
in
I
one of
could
the
have probably put it through there and got it done
flattest,
faster, but
places in the
I
world,
just don't trust
you
it.
do
I
this
mean,
type of measurement.
when you
and
go
you
to it and
realize
there's a
that it's
disclaimer at
not
the bottom that
flat.
says, hey, check your shit because we could be wrong. I lean towards the fact that you'll probably be wrong.
So the horizontal baseline you're measuring from is not flat neither, right?
The horizontal is the line of sight between the two locations.
I realize Max is
Okay.
really quiet.
So I mean the horizontal
Bump
that's
up the
below it. That's what I'm
volume
asking.
for you guys.
You have a datum you work with, right? You don't work with the datum.
No, you don't.
Okay, that's what I was
This
trying
is a
to get
direct,
to.
like you put the theodolite plums. That gives you the horizontal at that point in the surface of the sphere. You have line of sight to another thing, to the objective. So that gives you the horizontal between. And now what you're doing is you're measuring the deviation.
Jay, I mean, look, at least that's a donation of something. I'll give it that. But like
and the
8 debaters, and that's all he's going to give, then it's like, all right, then that's over with.
And it always adds up to more than 180 degrees.
I'm glad that he's doing something. I'm sure he's.
You don't
I
add
think
any
it's
radius
the
value
hurricane
into
victim
this
relief and stuff like that.
equation at all, right?
Which is
None?
great.
No,
I appreciate that.
You
You
can
know,
see the
he's
pages
doing
step
something
by step of the math.
more than
He
just a
shows you the
fucking.
copybook, and then the results. He takes
So you
sets
don't-
of
What is it?
measurements.
Send an email to get
the other thing I'm going to
Joe
go to is,
Gilberti out
there
of
any
jail.
terrestrial
even though
refraction that
you
you
know,
add to your
He was
equation at
convicted
all?
by a peer, by a jury of his
You
peers, and
need
he
to be
deserves to be
aware.
there.
You need to choose when there's the least refraction and take a note of the humidity and the temperature, and then you can calculate how much refraction there was.
The optical won't be accounted for there with terrestrial refraction at all?
I already said that you take the humidity, the temperature, and you
SIGEX,
choose your
no.
when you do the observation.
If you
so
look
that
at
there is
him,
the least
Just,
amount of
I mean, the only one who's
refraction,
on camera is Cubby.
and then you
can see
calculate.
he's got that eyes glazed over.
But
like,
I mean, if you
these
go
are too many
do a straight
words.
line measurement between
I
there
can't
and
imagine
there,
these
and
words.
take a
It's
level
like
with
that,
you, would
it's
you
that
find
meme
any
of the math
deviation?
going around, Julia
Yes.
Roberts' face. If Julia
Would?
Roberts had
So
Exactly
if
what the
I do
measurement
this
shows.
experiment, and I take the level here and take the level down here, there would be a difference. I would
You're
actually
not on camera.
change.
I don't know where here and here.
Wrong
is.
side.
Well, from your observation point to the actual theodolite, if I actually
Yeah, if you
walk
guys are
the
in here in your
line
SOG
down
accounts,
with
you
the
gotta tell me
level,
what
I
the
would actually
who
see a
you are,
deviation in
because
that level.
I can barely keep track of who's in here now. I
Yes.
can't keep track of everybody
I would?
else.
Okay. So I'll have to do this experiment myself then.
Yeah, it costs $35 to rent one of these things.
I'll have to rent one to actually walk a line and see if it's level from
That
one point
AI
to
on
the other.
Facebook comes across as the electronic master of the
It's not that hard to
So
do.
Bleeding
rather
obvious. Yeah,
than
that's-
spend
Grok is
$35
the
to
same way,
actually
except
do
for the one day it
measurement
went
that shows
completely
curvature,
like anti-Semitic,
your
which was
response to
pretty
that is
humorous.
that
I
you
found.
walk
I mean, it was
from point
sickening,
A
but the
to
fact that
point
AI
B
went that
with a
way was
level
just
in your
like,
hand.
wow.
No, I'd actually use a
Is
water
that
Someone took it
level.
off the
correct?
guardrails.
No, I'd take a water level and I would run it from one end to the other. Water levels can go for 200 yards at least and still be accurate.
So I've heard this before, this water
And
level
what
shit.
would
It's like,
that
how
tell
accurate is a
you?
water level?
That would
Seriously.
tell me that those levels are horizontal from each other.
You're not
They
talking
don't
about like
diverge.
arc seconds.
And how are you going
There
to
are other
line
cause
them?
and effects.
How are you going to line them up? To
Well, somebody's already done this
I
before,
laugh
dude.
because
Way
I'm
before
on
you got
Twitter
here.
quite a bit, and Twitter,
This is the
every
first time I've
fluff
heard
uses
this argument.
Grok, and it's like, okay, ask it what the shape of the Earth is.
Somebody's already done it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Somebody took a 200-foot
it's-
water
it's
level
like,
and ran it across, and
don't-
it was even.
Don't
level.
tell it
There
to
was
role
no
play. Like I
access
forgot who it was. There was
much.
somebody who was on X who basically found
Theodolites aren't that
changing
accurate.
plagiarism
200 yards is
prompts
200 meters. Sorry.
for what he was calling flat
How
GPT,
did
which
they
I think
measure it?
was
Well, they measured the distance with their tube, and they ran it
I
one
forgot
into
what the
the
AI
other.
model
Build
was.
the water level up.
I think it started with a P.
You understand
But
what
it was
water
like,
level
you know,
is?
he
Yeah.
prefaced it with
And
like
then-
you're
Well,
ardent
then
skeptic of the
just
globe model
line
and
of sight it right there.
heliocentrism.
It's the same level across each
You know,
one.
you
They
don't
didn't use a
accept
plumb bob
any.
at all.
You
And I was wondering where the
you,
water was bending.
dismiss
but
any and all
I still don't
evidence.
see it.
Like it was
If
just
you
like
think
completely
that
insane.
a tube with water is better than specialized equipment, okay.
Berkey, what's up,
Okay,
buddy?
I'll let
Well,
you
it's
have
what they've
this
been using
turn.
for centuries.
seconds are
And
for
I think
chumps.
that the
Absolutely right.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, plus one,
Yeah.
plus
And
plus or
the
minus
Adelites aren't
1 millimeter,
exactly
right? It's
made
like,
for that
okay,
long distance, are they? Think about it. I think it's like 250
It's like, come on.
is their max. You know, how do you get the
No,
curvature of
that
the Earth
is-
out of that? You
I
know?
would pretty much appreciate that.
Flirts don't believe in
citation of
arc seconds. Yeah, no shit.
Because a very simple search.
Let's see.
The max range.
I wanted to look at
tells
something here.
us up to 600 meters, but then traditional geodetic instruments can detect targets at distances of 2 kilometers, which is 1.2 miles. So
there's
you
no,
know,
there's no
it depends on
deviation
how much.
in it at all.
It depends on how much money you want to spend.
So it's all about. So I don't have anything against you, Max, but you know, I don't see the DV. I don't see a difference between a water level.
It's funny, I
and a
use
Seattle
Notepad
light.
for
No,
almost all my
no,
ideas
there's nothing,
and all
there's no
my
problem.
replies
they are
for
in equal
Twitter, because this way I can,
technological steps
cut,
in the
paste, move
ladder.
things
No,
around
I
and
get
stuff like
that.
that. A lot easier than
No,
trying
I mean
to do it on
that's an actual
100%
physical.
block that
It's
I
a
have to
physical
scroll
thing
or God
with
knows
the
what
water
else.
level, right? If
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
you're
yeah,
at-
yeah. Of course, if you were to have someone build your house,
Micro
and
arc
comes a
seconds,
dude
Jesus
with
Christ.
basically a garden hose and says,
Um,
"Yeah, I'll build it, boss," and then comes an architect with a suit and a
Well,
theology.
if you want to trim it up, you could use a spirit
I
level.
know
to finish
who
it.
I'm going to let build my house.
All right,
okay.
But
real
it's
quick,
okay.
real quick. Let's do about 5 more minutes of this because I think we got other people. But go ahead.
I am
finish up.
about ready to go. If
All right.
that is his best
That's fine.
argument, that he'd rather have a garden hose than a theodolite, then I think we're good. Mission accomplished.
I mean, there's lasers that work just as well too.
So what I'll do is I'm gonna put
But there's nothing that impedes a laser, makes it move any direction.
guys
or
wanted to kinda
take an
see-
account for it. But
there's a list of things that I'm
They're
currently
pretty straight.
working on.
Man, that was
They have a
lovely.
distance on them
This
too.
is like my list of
They're powerful enough lasers to do it.
shit I want to talk
Yeah,
about.
well, I'm just saying if you want to get an accurate
And the funny
reading,
thing is
you can
that
actually get a
these,
laser that can shoot as far.
These obviously
So what does
always
this got to do with
change
the Earth curve?
because
That
something
is
also
it,
come up.
because that is
Like I
literally
was
measuring the Earth curves. But if you don't
the
understand how,
the
Oh, I understand what you're
persecuted
saying,
geniuses and
but I
paradigm
mean,
shifts
I don't.
came up
I
because I was
think
reading
you're
an
kind of
article
biased towards something.
about
Just a little bit. Just my
yeah,
personal
the
opinion.
Vincent
truth,
Morley
the people that build,
and
because the
and
thing is that this actually gets
Einstein's
implemented when
relativity
they're building a
and
road. The dude goes
how that paradigm shift
and
kind of came
grabs
around
the theodolite and
because
measures,
everyone says
and
that
then they build
Einstein
they
was
build the
laughed
road.
out and no one wanted to believe
Right,
it and
so
stuff
these
like
people
that
do
and
stuff
I was like, well, yeah,
in
there's some
everyday
sense of
life.
truth to
But,
that.
there's
Maybe not
more,
laughed
there's
at,
more.
but there is
So,
some
there's more
resistance
people
because
here,
it has
so
to be
I'll-
tested. It has to
I'll
be
just
verified
go. Thank
Oh,
you.
thanks,
Bye.
Max.
before it's accepted.
I appreciate
Something
it.
has to be repeatable. And on top of that,
Now see who's next.
there's
I'm
also
sure
this thing
McToon's
where
still
there's
waiting
a
down
new
here.
paradigm uses
yeah,
different
he's up,
languages.
apparently.
All right.
And an old
he's
paradigm
gonna come
may
in
be
and,
the same thing, but uses
say
a
some
different
nice
sort
things, I
of
hope.
language to
agree?
describe things.
I agree.
And eventually
Find
the
out.
new paradigm gets
Hey,
accepted
Michael, how you
and
doing?
the new language gets
Hey there.
accepted because
Can you hear me fine?
this happens
Oh,
to
yeah.
be
We
one
sure
of the-
can.
Good. There's an echo from someone.
It's Discord.
I gotta turn
Sorry.
down make two.
All right. Yeah, I hope you get to go to Antarctica.
Me too.
Roger's not going to Antarctica. He's going to pocket it.
You should be getting your $5,000 deposit into them pretty soon. And
Well, I don't think I'm going to make it this year, from what I can tell after talking to ALE and a couple other people. They haven't really answered. They haven't called me back. I left them messages and stuff.
See,
Talked to
you're
the
right,
owner,
yeah.
but
I
they
mean,
haven't gotten
lasers
back to me
have
on
beam
it.
divergence
What
and
do you
everything else,
need?
but they think
What
it's
questions
like
do you have for them?
a piece of string.
What questions did I have for them? I need to know where I'm going and the schedule. And
Can't wait
stuff.
for the DIA
Yes,
stuff.
so they have on their website the different things that you can choose from. And they
like
have the same
DNS,
trip that I went
TCP,
on as one of the options, which is the same dates this year, December 14th.
how the internet
to
actually
18th.
works.
And it's to Union Glacier, the same place I went. What else? What other questions do you have?
Oh, I want to actually.
I
take
wanna
a
do the
trip
one about
probably a
compression,
little
too,
further
because,
down than just Union Glacier.
Like
I
when
wanna
you're
go
looking
to
at
Motor
ISS,
Inn.
You wanna-
and dealing
you
with
wanna go all the way
compression and
to
stuff like
to
that, you
the
see
South
artifacts,
Pole?
you're like,
Yeah,
there's
that's what
proof
I
of
was aiming
something.
for.
Oh, so they have that as well on their website.
Yeah, I'm well aware of it. Yeah,
Oh, hold on.
their prices are a little higher, dude.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, of course it is. That flight is a different flight. It's on one of their Twin Otters, and there's less people that can be on that particular plane, and they need to fly it,
right,
down to the
guys,
pole
I'll be right back
and then
here. Hold
back, and so the fuel has to be covered. Plus, then you have to you're lodging at the South Pole station there. So yeah, there it is. So they have December 30, if you want to go all the way to the pole, is one of them. They have their South Pole flight. It is $64,000. You can go 7 days overnight starting January 10th. That's $73,000. They have another one, South Pole overnight at Three Glaciers Retreat for $85,000. So what questions do you have for them then that they don't already list on their website? I'll pop that in the
It's
chat
not just
for
questions
everybody.
for them. They actually put a lot of things to me about not wanting me to go anywhere in particular except where they wanted me to go. This is what Peter told me. when I
Like
talked
what?
to him.
Like what?
Like I'm going to be restricted to what they can do.
Oh, Denver
They
International
didn't really
Airport,
want to
yeah.
take me because I was Flat Earth Society.
Caller, I got to
They-
write a parody
They
commercial
were real
for that
iffy.
one.
They don't really wanted to get back in touch with me on my trip. I wanted to do a 24-hour, live stream. They
Yeah.
were really iffy about that. He didn't want to have anything to do with me to start with. They kind of brushed me off like that, just that easy, dude. So I went to another organization.
Roger, it sounds to me like since you don't have any money, they're not very interested in it.
No, I didn't. They don't know how
They
much money
have-
I have.
Oh,
It had nothing to do with that. No.
Sure. Yeah, they don't. None of that is what is reality.
So, real quick, is this just a normal discourse, no debate here? Or-
Yeah, I'm questioning just a couple things about the trip. I'm hoping he gets to go.
All right.
And like Craig said, if you do get to go, I hope that you put a little bit of thought into what kinds of tests you might want to do, because when Austin went, Austin who was the darling flat earther before he went, all the flatties thought he was super smart, and his what he was going to do was bring a gyro compass in his backpack. That was his experiment. A gyro compass in his backpack. So obviously he put zero thought into what he might do when he was there. So what might you do, Roger? What are you thinking of to do when you're there?
I have an observations or two that I want to make, actually. Yeah. And I want to do a live stream for 24 hours.
What observations would you like to do?
Well, I'm going to view the sun with a filter for one. I guess polarization.
I guess the
filters
question is,
actually
when Roger sees what
rule
we're all
out
expecting to see,
reflections off
will he
the
accept
dome,
it?
For that matter.
Yep. The polarization filter will. Yeah. So you get you can typically rotate them on the lens. So you put it on and then you rotate it around and you see if it changes.
Berkey, you're absolutely right.
The intensity. And if it does change the
What if I get
intensity,
lost in a
then you know that
crevasse
the
near
light's
the,
coming in
you know,
polarized,
halfway between
like
Union
it's
Glacier,
reflected.
Glacier
And if it
and
doesn't
the
change
South
it, then
Pole,
you
will you
know
guys
that it's
come
not
rescue me?
polarized.
So do you have
I
any
get what you're saying.
connections for Roger to ALE there, McToon? Like anything that could help him out as far as getting him down there? Or,
Well,
you seem to have the
Everyone's
the
saying
in.
Tune's
Sure.
angry.
If you want to go to the South Pole, the link that I put in the chat there is that's their options. That's what they have for.
I mean, do you
for
know
things.
anybody that like at ALE? Do you have any
Yeah,
sources?
I can give you the email address of the lady that I emailed all of my stuff to and from. But it started with, "Hey, I'm going," and she's like, "Okay, here's the forms to fill out. Here's the place to send your deposit to. Here's
I was
more
talking about
forms.
that
Send
real
us
quick.
a picture of your passport and all of these different things." So it's just business.
Holler, I might
That's
need
what it
your
was.
help.
So when it's time for business, then it's time for business. That's what you do. You pony up the money and you start sending the documents and filling them out.
What are all the conspiracies? Like, I was able to find an article about the 5 wildest conspiracies.
I never called him once. I just emailed.
It was built
So
by the
if
New
you wanna-
World
if you-
Order.
You email and I
The
can get
giant
I can
blue
get her
horse
name.
sculpture
What
is
you
a
do is
nod
you
to
email,
the
you
4
say,
horsemen of the
"I'd like to sign up
apocalypse."
for this trip."
It
And then she'll
contains the
come back and
Illuminati
say,
headquarters.
"Here's what you need to do."
Its underground tunnels have
Wasn't
secret
hard.
bunkers, and the artwork provides clues about the end of the
Well,
world.
the thing is, I
And
called him
there's a
the
flat
first
Earth
time,
map,
and
so I guess I can
did
count
get an
6.
answer from one of the owners. There were 3 owners, he said, and he was one of them. His name was Peter. We had a nice conversation, and we went through all the rigmarole of what happened on the trip and why he doesn't want to take anybody dealing with flat Earth at all. So I actually got pushback like that originally.
All right. Well, money talks, Roger. You say, "Well, I don't care. I'm going to pay you money." He'll say, "All right, let's go." So
he told me straight up that he was going to charge me 3 times the amount almost because of who I am and what I wanted to do.
Yeah, you have a recording of this?
No, I didn't record it, and I didn't need
awesome.
to.
Okay,
I'm not going to
All
lie
right,
to you about it.
So the email address is stephanie.taylor@antarctic-logistics.com. You just shoot her an email and say, "Hey, I would like to go on the 6-day South Pole flight from December 30, or the whatever you want to do of the different options there." So,
Well, I went to Swoop because I got nothing coming out of them, and they gave me their email address and all the prices and stuff too already. I already have this already. That's
okay,
good.
so
I'm glad you did.
yeah,
And-
so you don't really have any questions then that are
Not for
unanswered.
them, but I got pushback from them. That's basically what
Okay,
it is.
but this started with
Oh,
you saying
Jesus
that you had
Christ.
questions and you were waiting for answers from them to those questions.
Yeah,
and I don't know what,
yeah,
and it's unclear what questions you have.
Well, I want to make sure that I can get what I want to
Yeah,
do
Berkey,
while I'm down
I'm not
there.
gonna lie to
like
you.
do
Why
a
would-
live
what do I
stream,
have to lie?
Et cetera, et cetera. And he didn't want to actually go through any details
Well,
with me.
you,
on what I
you
talked
can
about.
you can do a live stream. Bring your own Starlink.
Yeah, I got that from the other swoop company too. There's nobody else that does this. They have a marina-based system they use.
Marine.
but,
there's no.
yeah,
there's
sorry.
not. It's not marina.
Marina. Yeah, no, I got you. It's fine. All right. Anything else you want to talk about?
All right. Well, yeah. I hope you go. I'd love to see you go. All right. So, what does Isaiah 40:22 say?
Oh, I know what it says. I have it on one of my shirts, actually. So, yeah. He sits on the circle of the earth. You're going to go there?
Okay.
Really?
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. So you agree with that?
No, I believe there's a circuit to the sun and the stars and the moon. Yeah, they take a circuit. Yeah, that has
Okay.
nothing to do with sphericity of the earth. So
I didn't say say you didn't say circuit when you quoted the verse.
Circle, circuit. Yeah. What's the difference, dude?
Well, there's a difference. There, a circle is a shape. A circuit, a circle's not a shape.
No, a circle it can make a shape, yes, but it's not a 3D shape.
I didn't say that. Is a circle a shape, Roger?
Yes, it's a shape.
Good. Okay. So do you think that Isaiah 40:22 is literal and that the earth is a circular shape?
It has a circular shape to it. Yes, just
Okay,
from the sky.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's four
I'm
corners.
not talking about the sky at all. I'm talking about the surface. Yeah. Do you think that the surface of the earth is a circle?
Is this
according to
rhetorical?
Isaiah?
Is there a point to what you're trying to say? Here?
Yeah.
I want to get clarification so I know his position before I move forward. It's not rhetorical.
It's not rhetorical.
Do you take Isaiah 40:22 literally to say that the surface of the earth is a circle?
Well, he says he sits on the circle of the earth. Yes.
You didn't give me a yes, no. You said some other words and then a yes after that. So could you, without saying those other words, could you give me a yes or no?
You're looking for a clip, dude. You're in the wrong spot.
I'm not. I'm looking for you to stand up and have the balls to say what shape you think the earth is.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Maybe he doesn't have the balls to say that he thinks the earth is a circle.
You're not going to go.
Maybe he can't do that, and I get that he's scared because he's going to then have some consequences to that.
This is childish.
Are you going to be scared?
You're just childish. Oh, dude. Okay.
Dude, Nick, he's being pedantic.
Yep.
Dude, you're being
That
very
was
pedantic.
basically.
He's acting like a little kid, you know. This is how little children fight.
That was basically
As a grown up, you know, it's ridiculous.
Roger doing the Daffy Duck,
The only person, everybody else that's came up here has been fine.
dodge, dip,
Tilt, tilt.
duck,
Yeah, of
spin.
It figures.
Oh,
He
the
wants to
Baron,
get
how
into
you doing, bud?
scripture, and I don't think he's a Christian personally. That's just my opinion. After all their actions now,
Well, don't you, we're between screens here. Don't act tough, dude, and say, "Oh, you don't have the balls." It's like, okay, buddy.
Jesus.
Yeah, right. You don't talk this way when you're not on screen to people in person, so don't try doing it here.
Yeah, they make no claims. They hide
You
behind
don't
the I
meet
make
people in
no
public.
claims
Hey, you get the
bullshit.
balls.
They always do.
Yeah, you don't do that. You're not that tough, buddy.
And why would they?
So how many have we had
You
so
can
far?
check out now.
Why would they make a claim?
And
Because
tune
then
in.
they
There's
know
a
it'll be
link
tested
in
and it'll be
private
proven
chat for the
false. That's why.
GoFundMe. If you want to donate to the
I'd love
flood
the one that
victims, hurricane
says,
victims,
I don't
you're
know
more
what
than
shape it
welcome
is,
to
but I know it's
hop
not a
right on.
globe.
Yeah, we get it, McTen. We get it.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anybody else
So you
coming
falsified what? The radius of the Earth? How'd you do that?
Shields here still. You know.
Let me guess. Wait.
Can we pick anybody else?
Let me guess.
Somebody else come in.
Some variation of
that
we
would
see
be
too
what?
far.
5 now? 6. 6. That's 6 grand total. Need 2 more people. I guess he gets special privileges. I don't know because
Who's
he's
that?
named McToon.
Yeah, whatever.
Power on.
He was fine up until then. It was just then.
We did give him his clip. He
Yeah.
got kicked off the show for just asking
he's
a
tough
question.
guy. He's a fake tough guy over the screen.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Cygnus. You know,
We all
Anybody
felt
else
the
want to come
we
in?
all
Or
felt
I'll
the
stop it
macho
here.
energy.
We'll-
We all felt the macho energy.
It's
I'll stop
used
it
around
here.
different
We
things.
can call it a night, guys. We've been on a long time.
Yeah,
That's
it's
6
up to you.
people. So how much am I donating? Let's see. 6 times 25.
So 2 hours is a long time. He's going to get out of. He's only going to donate 150 now,
That's
not
150,
200. He's not
right?
going to up it because no 2 other people are going to
Anybody
pop
hear
up.
me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just doing the math in my head. That's what I'll donate to the.
Make it 200, Roger.
So somebody was asking about how the charity donations was working. Is it just you're just donating per person that came out?
Yeah, 25
Okay.
per head that comes in.
Okay.
The stream's still out there, guys. You're welcome to come up.
I guess Matthew wants to come up. I'm pretty sure he's not a Glover. I could be
No,
wrong.
Matthew's not going to come in here and debate. I'll
Yeah, he did.
entertain Matthew for a minute. I want to. Hey, Mr. Eastman, how are you doing? Let's get him a link in the chat.
So should I click? 'Cause I really don't want to talk to a bunch of morons
There
who
you
aren't
go.
going to understand what exactly I'm saying.
So, Cubby, what you have for dinner?
What I had El Pastor tacos left over, and I stuck them on some chips, so nachos, basically.
What the heck? That sounds good, dude.
I know. Now I'm even chubbier. Look at me, living up to the Glover's names that they give me.
You dare me.
Call you
Fat
chubby.
chubby bear.
No, you're a bear, dude. I'm telling you.
Huh?
You're quite a bear.
When they
Yeah,
can
that's what
adequately
they're doing.
describe what they're actually saying when they say the battle of the
Oh,
beams and stuff
Come on,
like
guys.
that, and actually
Anybody
tell
else?
me
No?
I thought
the
Matthew
variables that
did you
goes
put the
into
link
what,
in?
deciding
put a
how
link
it
in
works,
chat.
it doesn't
Put the link
work,
in.
or whether it's
So,
just personal
there it
incredulity.
is.
There he is.
Then I will. Otherwise, there's
Matthew.
no reason to actually jump in these things
How we
and
doing,
talk
sir?
to these idiots because, again, it's going to be like Astronomy Live where they just sit there
You
glazed
look, he just
over,
woke up.
completely tuned out,
You're on mute, I
and be
think,
like,
bud.
that's interesting.
Yeah, Matthew,
Okay,
you're
yeah.
muted, I
All
think.
right. Your 10 minutes is up. Next.
Mute.
All it's going to prove
Muted,
is that
dude.
they can't understand anything about things
should
like
be a
radio,
button.
satellites, stuff
He's
like
getting
that.
there. He's trying to.
Not working.
Okay. He's gonna drop in, drop back
Yeah,
out.
drop it.
Yeah. You got to enable when you come in. It asks you that question, doesn't it? Like,
Yeah, they're
enable
pretty
your
good, Kerry.
microphone, camera. Yeah.
What-
This has been fun so far.
So far,
I've not
yeah.
got any new questions at all out of these guys.
New questions. You
Tell
can't
Mick
answer
Spoon came
everybody.
on and tried to be a tough guy.
You can't even answer
Outside
simple
of that,
questions.
Everybody else is cool. I didn't have a
Yeah.
problem
Tori,
with
good
any
night.
of them.
Have a safe flight. We'll see you when you get home.
Oh
So
boy,
if I-
Nick's typing. You're gonna keep chicken. Oh no. You
Yeah,
gonna call
or
me a
optics,
chicken?
or thermodynamics,
Okay,
or
buddy.
tying their fucking shoes.
Nice.
You're
He's
absolutely
gonna
right,
act like the
Marcus.
rest of the
I'll save
trolls
that
that
for
come in
because
everybody
you know,
else's chat,
whatever,
sitting in
dude.
private
That's the
rooms.
channel that you're
Fucking
on.
cowards. Why do you say the same thing and it's always cowards, chicken, no balls? Okay. Whatever. I ain't addressing them anymore. It's pointless.
There it is. Just ignore it, dude. The other point that I want to make about circles of the earth, does it give a radius with that circle of the earth in the Bible somewhere? I don't think it does.
It's funny that somebody that doesn't believe in religion would even be speaking about the Bible, but maybe that's me.
Dude, I have a flat earth shirt I got from Flats. It has Isaiah 40:22 on the front of it.
Did you see Carrie's comment there, Roger?
Big
No, I
Fish,
didn't. Let's
they
see.
declined to say what shape it is, but they do admit that there might be a circle. Might.
Take out the trash, Eddie. Chicago.
Absolutely, Canadian.
Okay.
Canadian
Yeah,
Space
Matthew's
Heavy.
right.
That's exactly why I'm
There you go.
hesitant not to go up. Just
Hey,
because,
Matthew.
again,
Not working.
10 minutes of me
Nope.
Yeah, it's
talking about
working,
shit
isn't
for
it?
what?
Nope.
No,
Clown
no,
them?
it wasn't. I
No,
just
no,
spoke
no.
at the same
Not
time.
worth my
Hold on,
time.
let's
Weird.
see. Matthew, we
got-
can't hear
you got
you.
something turned down?
It might be.
Nothing,
I
no.
mean, would it
Use
be
your
worth to
words.
show them
Use
that
your
they're, that
words.
they're
Use
stupid?
sign
Yeah,
language.
maybe. Is it worth my time to do it? Not really. Because they don't understand just the
Uh-oh.
basics. They can't even. They don't have
I don't know
answers for
what that was
basics.
about.
Roger's complaining that no one's given
This
them
is
any
this is
sort
one of those
of
scenes out of
new
a movie. I'm
questions.
telling
Well,
you.
that's because Roger, of all people, can't even provide questions of what is the
Nothing.
sun, what is the moon,
Nothing. No.
everything else.
Sorry.
Like, how can you?
Check the next
You know,
stream,
is the
man.
firmament a physical object?
Actually,
Is it
one of
not?
the most pleasant people out of the bunch so far was Craig, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Wasn't he?
Greg wasn't bad
Max,
at
how you
all.
doing, bud?
I'll give him his flowers.
Flowers. Yeah, I think he actually donated too.
There you go.
I know. Damn it, Matthew. It's not my fault.
Yeah, quite the showing anyway. I mean, you're up to, I don't know, 100 and something at one point, I noticed.
I'll check
Ain't
his
you
game.
able to? Ain't you able to unmute him, Roger? Somehow.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at it and see if there's anything wrong on this side. Hold on.
You want to bring Brenda up?
Let's see.
That's fitting.
No, I can try. There's an audio button. We'll see.
They can't have Brenda
I'm gonna
up
try to put 'em
because
back
that
in
goes
again.
against everything that they stand for.
Yes, you were fine, Brenda.
Okay, that didn't do anything. Yeah, Brenda was good. And McToon's still sitting back there. Don't ask me why.
Cares.
I just removed him. Yeah.
Sit back and
A lot of Foundry
sup up.
folks up in here.
Watch.
Say something.
Plug a headset in or something. Check out all opportunities.
What is it with
Can
flat
you-
earthers
can you
not
hear
wearing
us?
shirts on stream? I mean, like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I think
You hear
he's
us.
fine with us. It just can't do anything on his end.
Well, Rhonda's back
He
home and
can't
she
find
brought dinner.
Chicago on a map.
So, all right.
And how long have we been going now? 2 hours?
Max, so here's the funny
That's
thing.
not
And
bad.
then,
2 hours,
like, I
12
was just
minutes.
asking everybody if I should click, and everyone was kind of like,
Do I
you
have
know,
balls?
indecisive about it.
Oh, Luke is
Oh,
coming
they
in.
did bring Brenda up.
Oh,
Good.
boy. The
Max,
last
you did a
one.
great job on it, and you
I know,
bring
right?
up
When I'm
things that they
getting
can't
ready to get
answer,
off,
and
let's see-
it's
let's
like,
see
you
what
know,
Luke wants to say.
as I was saying, it's like you talk about like they're down
Hey,
here,
Luca.
Hello,
and then
Roger.
people
How's it
like
going?
Astronomy Live
Oh, it's been fun so
and
far.
stuff like that are like way the fuck
Yeah?
up here.
Have
Yeah.
you?
So if they're up
what have
here
you
talking and they
talked
can't even
about
answer
so
down
far?
here,
Oh,
I just
God,
got
everything.
they're not going to bridge
Nothing
that.
new, really, to tell you the
Nothing.
truth. Except the only thing I didn't have anything to look
Oh,
into. I
shit,
had
it's
two
Luca.
things. Like Craig had a point with radar I want to look into, and what was the other guy? Astronomy Live.
Oh,
wants
radar he wants to look
present,
into?
like,
Hold
the
up.
cosmic side of it, and I want to see what his
Who
take
brought
is
up
on it
radar?
and
Do
why.
you,
Oh.
you guys know
What do you
who
think?
was
But
watching
other
this
than
earlier?
that,
Who
no,
brought up
it's-
radar?
That's about it.
So
I'm still sticking
radar.
with Frankie's
What's
observation. Well, radar has a limit to it, and he claims it's due to the curvature of the Earth.
Charles,
is what he
that's funny.
says, so.
He's in Iowa and has never been to
I
Chicago,
don't
so
know.
he follows the Chicago
guess that
teams.
would be
Oh,
correct.
FTFE? Okay, hold up.
Have you been
I don't
watching
know.
the whole time, Luca?
No, I just got here.
All right, I found
So
FTFE. Hold up.
you're about to go off, you said, right?
I don't think it did. Let's try that again.
Next up.
You know what? Cygnus, you're right. On my stream,
No,
I can't go back.
no, wait
I
a
wonder if
minute.
that's
got
because of
clicked
the
on
low
another link. I got to
latency.
get a new one.
I thought Craig was waiting or something like that.
He was. He was.
Yeah, I think it has something because I said the low latency. I think that's probably what did it. Let's see what Craig has to say. Like flying, like the idiom of flying under the radar is something I've used multiple times because why does a radar have a slope when you assume a flat plane? Because when you invert it, it's the curvature of the Earth. It's simple. Quee, how's it going, bud? All right.
Hey, Craig, how's it going? Can't hear
You're
you, Craig.
muted, Craig.
Yeah, you're muted.
Oh, Alibran, you're absolutely right. They are so uncomfortable with
Hello,
Brenda
can you hear me?
and
Yep.
what
Yeah, we
she
can hear you now.
provides. Like just
There we
her
go.
being
Sorry,
there
hey,
sets them off
got a
kilter,
bunch
and
of
then
my
the fact that
friends, so I
she's
need
so
to
much
select.
smarter than them
How you doing?
just kills them.
Oh, I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Yeah, a little bit annoyed that you lied about me just now, to be honest. But you
What did I
know,
lie about?
well,
Please
you
tell me.
said I've been screaming compression for years, and that's not something I've ever done. And I wasn't sure why you would lie like that about me.
I'm not lying about that, about you, but I mean, I've heard you say compression in several photographs, like your east to west compression, where you had the bendy lines from east to west in a photograph. You know which one I'm talking
No, I've
about.
never said
Yeah,
compression.
Charles,
in
I
regards
rewound to go
east
to the
west.
radar thing because he was just talking
certainly
stupid
not in
shit.
regards
No one
to
else was
anything
coming up,
like
so
the picture you just brought up.
I
Roger.
want to
And
see
just
what
want to say, I would
FTFE brought up
appreciate
about
it
radar.
if you didn't lie about me. That's all. I don't mind.
Okay, I'm not lying about you. I've heard you say compression.
So, you know, I was a little bit upset at the horrible, dreadful language in your intro. That's terrible.
damn,
to have
man.
swearing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Anyway, I've been streaming for about 53 hours, so I'm sure that
that's nice.
you someone that's as tired as I am. Have you heard, Roger, of Radar Horizons?
Yeah, I know what you're going to now.
You've heard of Radar Horizons, have you?
Yeah, I know they actually make the equipment. They actually supposedly account for
Yeah.
it, and that's where you get your shadowing on radars.
That's
What about it?
Okay, right. So flat earthers say radar can see forever. No. Ask anyone in the Navy. Hi, me. Radar stops at a hard distance that matches the Earth's curve. Radar beams go straight. If Earth were flat, you'd just keep picking stuff up until the signal got too weak. But we do not see that. Instead, small ships or low aircraft vanish behind the curve and only show up when they're tall enough to poke back over it. Put a radar on a ship about 20 meters above the water, and it can only see another ship's mast, also about 30 meters tall, out to about 40 kilometers. Any lower, it's gone. Any taller, shows up further. And yes, that's exactly what radar operators see every day. On a flat Earth, the radar range would just depend on how strong the radar is. But in real life, power does not matter. A small fishing boat right in the front of you disappears over the horizon, while a big tanker further away is still visible. That only makes sense if the surface is curving away. So radar has a horizon that moves with height. That's literally the Earth's curve showing up in technology that's used every single day. Flat Earth would simply mean an infinite radar. We don't get that. We get a radar horizon. Game over, Roger. Earth's not flat.
Okay,
I've got documents I can present for you if you would like to see, you know.
I'm well aware of what you're talking about. That's not a big deal.
Absolutely.
You
You
should
be able to see all the way across. So here's the funny thing:
if you want to go into more details, you can. You got 10 minutes.
He's got 9 minutes left.
I'll come back to this. So I don't want to pause it. It's like I can shoot. Let's say my radar has a 300-mile range. Let's say it's the Aegis Spy 1 radar, right? So that's the first version of it. It comes, I think they're up to Spy 6 now, but let's just say Spy 1. 300 nautical miles, piece of cake, right? A ship, you know, based off the height of the radar, let's say it's 50 feet above the water. Let's say the ship goes over the horizon at 25 miles. Falls off the radar. But a helicopter taking off from that boat, let's say it's a destroyer, okay? And a helicopter taking off that boat, right above it, as soon as it gets 100 feet in the air, all of a sudden it shows up on radar. Why is that? Curvature. Now, I had some flurf tell me, you're going to love this, that is because of the angular resolution of the boat is so small, it doesn't show up on radar. Not understanding that radar does not have an angular resolution because the waves kind of go there and come back. It's like your eyes are jumping all the way across. It's like using a telescope. But like, let me hear what FTFE says real quick, and then and we'll come back and I'll show you guys something real quick.
I gave all the details that I needed there. I explained exactly what a radar horizon was and why it shows that the Earth is
absolutely.
curved.
Rob, you're absolutely right. The exosets were absolutely deadly because they are skimmers. They sit real low. They get even when you can see them, you only have seconds to react. And that's why, you know, the a Navy battleship has rings of protection where, you know, you have not only an aerial protection, but you also have the other boats who are outside, you know, further out, offering protection rings and everything else to be able to see those coming faster. I mean, exosets are a big danger in the Gulf. It's one of the things we worried about. There's an Iranian version, I think it's called the Sardine. That's very similar. And the other thing about exosets too that is absolutely deadly is it's a delay fuse. It doesn't just explode on contact, it explodes from the inside out. So the fuse is a delay. So once it penetrates the hull of the ship, it explodes from the inside out, causing more damage. He's fully aware of what Craig's talking about now, but at the end, he's got to look into it. Pick a lane, Roger. Yeah, absolutely. Fighters in Ukraine use that curve to stay off the Russian radar as long as possible. Absolutely. I'll show you guys what it is. Do a video about what, Calder? About radar? Yeah, big fish. Yeah, the Falkland Wars. The problem is the exosets, I believe, are French, and the French don't care who they sell to. Not that I'm just, you know, not that I'm trying to like put them out there and put them on blast, but they'll sell a Mirage to anybody and everybody, and they'll sell an Exo to anybody and everybody. Yeah, I can do something on them because we had a profile on them specifically, and I worked with. At the time, they were called EWs or electronic warfare specialists. So I'm still in contact with a couple of them. I can put something together on them as far as like what their guidance is and stuff like that. But let's hear what FTFE has to say. I know you guys already heard this. This is like new to me because I was doing other things, but let's hear what he has to say.
As someone that was in the Navy for many years and worked with radar, I can confirm to you that the radar horizon matches the predictions of a globe of the purported sizes that we live on. If the Earth is flat, there would not
We actually use 4/3 the radius of Earth to account for refraction, which actually happens.
be a radar horizon. So, Roger, the question to you is, why is there a radar horizon if the Earth is flat?
Now, can you demonstrate it? Can you show us right quick? My dad was a radar man.
Can I show you a radar horizon? I can't show you a radar horizon because I don't.
Hold on. Roger just said his dad was a radar man. Oh, God. Then why is Roger a flat earther? Make this fucking make sense. We have flat earthers saying my grandfather was a gunnery mate in the Navy, and I know he doesn't account for Coriolis. It's all spindrift, except it's not, but whatever. And then we have Roger, who has a dad who's a radar man, who knows it's a flat earth. Like, there's some degrees of separation here, right? My grandfather was a tank driveman. Doesn't mean I know how to fucking drive a tank. He's explained it many times. Doesn't mean I know what the fuck I'm doing when I jump in the damn thing. I come from a long line of military people. That's what servicemen and women. That's what my family has always done. Yes, Marcus, he actually just said, can you demonstrate targeting radar to him in real time with actual equipment? I shit you not, that's exactly what he said. In fact, just to make it a point, let's go back 5 seconds and let's hear it. Let me make sure I turned it up.
If the Earth is flat.
Now, can you demonstrate it? Can you show us right quick? My dad was a radar man.
Can I show you a radar horizon? I can't show you a radar horizon because I don't have a radar with me, but I can present to you some papers about electronic warfare and the radar if you would like. I've got screen sharing options. That's this one here. That's what I want.
Can you show us a demonstration of targeting, please?
So there are limits to the reach of radar signals at the frequencies normally used for radar. Radar waves travel in a straight line. The waves are obstructed by weather or shadowing. Interference may come from other aircraft from reflections.
Look.
Figure 1 shows what a radar.
I'm going to nitpick shit here. They don't travel in a straight line. They travel in a straight-ish line because they are subject to refraction. This is where we get, we use 4/3 times the radius of the Earth to find out where the radar horizon is different than the optical horizon. I mean, I'm nitpicking shit here, but these details matter when you deal with fucking morons.
Horizon is and how it would apply to aircraft. So if there's aircraft close to the ground, they can literally go underneath the radar, which is a tactic that is used in warfare. They get stealth planes to fly really low so that they stay below that radar horizon.
Not just stealth planes, any plane.
If the Earth was flat, you would not be able to stay below a radar that is in a straight line. There simply would not be that hard cutoff. There's talks about all the specifics of the equations taken into account, and the get stealth planes to fly really low so that they would not be able to stay below a radar that is in a straight line. There simply would not be that hard cutoff.
So, in obtaining the radar equations, it is common practice to assume a value of Earth's radius that is 4/3 times the actual radius. This is done to account for an effect of atmospheric or on radar, on the atmosphere on radar propagation or refraction. We talk about this all the time. I mean, here, look, I mean, I'm not going to wait. I'll just show you guys now. This is the Navy Electricity and Electronics Training Series. This copy is from 1998. This is the unclassified series that you can do while in the Navy. It basically has 24 different modules, and it basically teaches you everything about electricity and electronics as it pertains to the Navy. Module 18 is about radar principles. Module 10 is about radio wave propagation. We also go into antennas. We also go into transmitters. We go into circuits. We go into all sorts of different things that everything you can think about is covered in these series. We even go into fiber optics. So here's the thing, like, hold on, let me scroll down here. Let me blah, 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 Sailor's Creed. That's in everyone. So here's the individual modules that we have, right? So we have module 1, Introduction to Matter, Energy, and Direct Current. 2 is AC and Transformers. 3 is Circuit Protection, Control, and Measurement. 4 is Conductors, Wiring Techniques, Generators, Motors, Emission Tubes, Power Supplies, Solid-State Devices, Power Supplies, Amplifiers. Introduction to Wave Generation and Wave Shaping Circuits. Introduction to wave propagation, transmission lines, and antennas. Microwave, meaning communications. Modulation principles. This is literally the introduction to a ham radio, like lowest level of license. Number systems and logics, microelectronics, synchros, servos, gyros, test equipment, RF communication principles, radar principles, Technician's Handbook, magnetic recording, fiber optics, 24 modules in all. So here's the thing. We're going to scroll through the typical bullshit that goes into like Navy things. Like we're already on page, what is this? Like we're on page 20 and it's already just getting started. How a radar works, echoes, things like that. Bearing, line of sight, all this other stuff, right? Time for energy to travel. We also know we actually know, because it's a range finding device, how fast the speed of light is on Earth, so we know what the range is to the target. So when people like DMOC says we don't know the speed of light, we just made it up, it's bullshit, because we have to know it to know what the range is to target. We don't just sit there and say, oh, we can see it. That's not the case. But here's the part I want to show you, because, I mean, it goes into pulse width. It goes into all sorts of math and everything else. Copium probably knows this frontwards and backwards. The Copium probably knows this more often than I do. I was not a radar person, but I took this module, and I also sat with the radar guys to understand it. I sat in an Aegis terminal and stood a watch as part of my surface warfare that I was working on that I didn't get a chance to finish. Okay, so here's what happens. 1, antenna height and feet. Why does an antenna height matter? First question. Second question. What is this 1.5 variable? Well, that's based off of the 4/3 of the radius of the Earth. Why is there a radar horizon? And why can this plane be seen and the ship can't be seen? Why do we account for this? Why do we account for figuring out what the radar horizon is? I mean, it goes into lobes, it goes into altitudes, it goes into dispersion, it goes into target resolution, it goes into bearing, it goes into all this other stuff. Like, it breaks down radar in the very simplest terms. In fact, a flurf should read this before they start saying anything. Marcus, you're absolutely right. The first few chapters of the ARRL handbook, for those who don't know, ARRL is the organization that does amateur radio. The first few chapters, I think what it is, 4 or 5 chapters goes into radio horizon, goes into skyway propagation. It goes into various propagation modes between line of sight and non-line of sight. It's fucking immense. I mean, it's in my cart. I probably just have to click buy now for the collection of the ARRL handbooks to put on my bookshelf. Yes, I assume they can read. Mike, you can impose. I don't care. What are you going to impose on? Like, this is like, here we go. Here's refraction right here. We're in section We're in the first chapter on page 14. Okay, we're on page 16, and we're talking about how the wavefront is curved. We're talking about how here's the optical range, here's the radar range. Why is the radar further than the optical range? Because of refraction. Because the frequency of the radar refracts more than the frequency or the wavelength of visual sight. And then it goes into things like ducting and about how like a duct forms when there's a temperature inversion, why it forms, what you can account for, what you can't account for. Can you plan on always having that? No. Can you forecast it? Yes. Can you forecast it down to a decimal place of how it's going to affect the radar? No, because it's constantly changing. There's so many variables that goes into it. You cannot account for everything. It's almost trial and error. But what we can account for and what we use is the 4/3 R. 4/3 R when we're trying to figure out the radar horizon, which is past the optical horizon. There should not be a horizon for radar because of, hold on a second. There shouldn't be a horizon, an optical horizon. There shouldn't be a horizon for, where did they go? Where's this? All right, hold on a second. Let me see something here. Nope, 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 nope. This is what I want. This is what I want. You guys probably remember this, right? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. This right here. Here's the question. If the Earth is flat, why aren't you seeing it down here? Why are you seeing it at ground level? Why do you see it? Why do you see this, which is a part of the curve of the Earth, and then it continues going straight? Why do you not see that? Why is it not at ground level all the way across if it's flat? It's not. Pure and simple. But these idiots don't understand that. These idiots can't even comprehend that. They just like, oh, I'll have to look into it. In other words, yeah, I got to read. So no, thanks. Appreciate it. Oh, and they always bring that up. What about power and attenuation? What if, you know, what if it's attenuated at it's less attenuated at higher altitudes than lower altitudes? Great. A helicopter is 100 feet at 40 miles. I can see the ship at 39 miles. The ship is gone at 40 miles. But I can see a helicopter that comes up and is 50 feet above the ship. Is that attenuation? 50 feet, that big of a difference? No.
Talks about all the specifics of the equations taken into account and the target altitude that you would expect the distance to be able to see based on how high something is. There's a lot of papers here that are linked, all the citations and everything here. You could peruse at your own leisure. But yes, using? Radar horizons are a thing that exist and are used every single day and would not show what they show if the Earth is flat.
So how far can you fly under this radar, Greg?
Well, it depends on how high the radar is.
Yeah, and wouldn't that affect how far the radar would actually be broadcast, how high it is?
Yeah, it would change how far away the radar horizon is. So it's the same as, the distance to the horizon. It's, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height of eye. It's the same for a radar. That is the distance to the horizon. So after that distance, if you stay low enough, you go below the radar, even though the radar would be firing out in a straight line. There is a hard equidistant circle around the radar, which if you go low enough, you go below it. Does not make sense if the Earth is flat.
Well, you put your paper in private chat for me. I'll look over it. I'm not just going to take you give me this and I'm going to accept everything in it. So
I'm not asking you to.
Kui, the funny thing about that is that they here's the funny thing about that is you're right. It says do not take aboard aircraft, and they didn't. But what every fucking operator does, because we can't keep things straight in our heads, is we absolutely take shit into aircraft that we're not supposed to, or we make diagrams of it that, like, notations or something like that says, we would figure out what the math, what the equation is to figure out whether or not we're high enough or not and stuff like that. So there's various ways that we use that. And that's how the British found some information, is by their notebooks that they tried to rip up and bury and stuff like that. They went up, dug them up, and pieced them together. Charles, I'm not going to make it a 9-hour stream again. I have to get up in the morning.
Accept it at face value. Obviously, that's not the point of debate.
I'm going to dig through it. Yeah, I'm going to dig through your.
But the point is for you to now try and refute.
I'm not going to refute it, not without any preparation at all. So,
well, isn't that the point of this debate, Roger? That we come here with some evidence to present, and you attempt to refute
You're
it.
giving me evidence, and I can give you evidence that the horizon is well beyond that point.
So your evidence would disagree with radars.
You'll tell me it's refraction. Yeah. And that's what you'll
so
do.
I haven't yet mentioned refraction. Refraction does come into account because obviously radar is an electromagnetic wave which is affected by refraction. Of course, refraction is highly quantified, Roger. We understand every single thing about refraction, and we can calculate what refraction will do if we know the the conditions that the light is traveling through. We know refraction so well that I'm wearing glasses that were designed because of our knowledge of refraction. So refraction every single time matches what we say, but I haven't brought up refraction. I'm simply talking about the radar horizon, and you can speak to anyone.
I'm well aware what you're talking about.
Radar, there is a hard
so I
what
can
would be your explanation for it.
I tell you what, me and you, we should have this talk after I look into the radar stuff. See, this is not just straight up evidence. This is just a paper. So I need to look into why.
What do you mean it's not straight up evidence? The existence of radars and the horizon that they give is evidence, Roger. This is just a factual thing. Every single person in the world uses. Hold on, sorry, I do apologize in the middle of my sentence interrupted at the beginning of yours. That's entirely rude of me. But the fact is, Roger, every single person in the world that uses radar knows that there's a radar horizon that matches the predictions of the curve of the Earth. Anybody in the world ever that has used radar, and I can personally attest to this because I've done it. So rather than just running away from the question, just try and attempt to answer as to why there is a radar horizon that is expected on the globe if the Earth is flat. What would be your explanation?
No, I don't have an explanation for you right now. I have to look into the topic more.
Okay, I'll take
that way. Yeah. So, I mean, yes, and I've seen beyond it, and there may be other factors like refraction that would actually cause your radar to stop going after a certain distance.
Yeah, but we've quantified refraction, and that's taken into account when we understand.
That's not about quantifying it. It might be the actual reason of the cause and effect relationship that we have here.
But yeah, but that's taken into account when you're using a radar. You will be aware of the conditions that you are in, and the refractive conditions will be taken into account with the radar signal being put out so that it's done correctly. This is actually very important that the refractive condition is done correctly. Otherwise, the radar can be off as much as 3 or 4 degrees. So,
but would it not limit the radar itself?
Well, stronger refraction will actually allow the radar to see further over the horizon. Okay, but because it is such a powerful beam, such a frequency, refraction is minimal. Very much like infrared light doesn't refract as much as, say, the other visible spectrum. Okay, radar is very much like that. It does refract, but it's such minimal refraction that over the distances that we talk about with radar, it's really not something that you have to take into account. And unless you're looking at things that are extreme distances with really, really high radars that would be near the horizon. In general, radars aren't that high, and their beam is powerful enough over the distances to the horizon that refraction is not actually a variable that needs to be taken into account.
Okay, it's a good explanation, but I still need to look into the actual paperwork and how it works and see.
Oh, cool. Happy with that.
Yeah. If you want to come back another time, we can have a nice conversation about radar. My dad was a radar man in the Navy.
I'd happily do that. So far, this seems like an amicable conversation. Do you mind if I just ask you a quick question while I'm here? A serious question. Do you really think that $8,000 is enough to get you to Antarctica?
No, I don't. I'm well aware of what the price is, man. Still raising money, dude.
GoFundMe only $8,000? Why would it not be for 50 grand?
There's quadrants, dude. I did it in 4 sections. 4 sections times 8. Think about it.
And
there's
so
4 different. It's going to stop there.
First one. This is still the same first one, right?
No, I'm in the second one now, so I'm going to the second climb. It's
So you
$5,000.
Sorry, guys, I'm just looking up something real quick here.
Yeah.
I was just clarifying.
All right.
Hold on a second, guys. I got to turn my speakers back on. Give me a second.
What's that?
All right.
Power on. Bluetooth pairing.
Give me just 1 second. Okay.
Yeah,
Can you, I can hear you now. So let me finish. Yeah. So I'm doing a section. It's $5,000 each one. There's 4 of them. It's going to go to $40,000.
How much have you raised so far? Just out of interest.
Well, it's a little over 5.
Right. Do you think that you're going to meet the amount needed?
No, me and PJ actually set this. If I didn't make it this year, it's going to be the next. So I should be able to get the money to do it. It's not going to. The years don't change the observation.
Right. Yeah. No. Obviously. Right. Now, here's the thing, Roger. Right. I'm all up for you going. You know, if you're able to get those funds and do it properly, I'm 100% behind you going. But I'm concerned that your organization so far has been subpar, right? And I don't. If you're going to actually spend all this money, I don't want it to fail. You know, already you should be contacting ALE, letting them know of your intentions.
I was wondering the same thing. I heard that. I was like, what?
What I've seen, I'm just worried that the organization you've done so far wouldn't be sufficient, especially as we're coming up to the the Antarctic summer already. You know, if you were, I know you've said that you probably won't make the money this year, but you were intending to go this year, and it seems like things have been left very late. And I would like to honestly offer you my help with organization in any way that you feel that you would need, because if you're willing to go and do an experiment, I am always 100% behind that. I'll also be willing to help you with, setting up the observations that you want to do, making sure that if you go there and do it, what you do, the Globers will be happy with, right? Do you know what I mean? Because if you go there and just do what you plan, our side might go, well, that's not good enough. So maybe you and I could have a chat sometime about what you plan to do and how maybe to modify it to please both sides.
I got you. Well, I've actually talked to the one of the owners at ALE personally, and for some reason, Duffy's crew left a bad taste in his mouth. He doesn't want anybody in there.
I mean, there's plans about this already, and when I spoke to the ALE, they were like, "Totally, this is one of the best things that ever happened." So I don't know why you would say that.
Well, Peter actually told me, this is what he said. He said that one of the members, the Flat Earth members of the crew, did some things that were unsavory on the trip. So.
Oh, yeah, no, that would be Whitsett, yeah.
Okay, nice. Well, he doesn't want, he thought I was Flat Earth Society to begin with. And he accused me of all kinds of things before he even talked to me. He knew who Saab is. And Saab recorded his secretary on a live stream, I think. And he didn't do it maliciously. He just made a point that they weren't like, oh, yeah, Midnight Sun, come on down. That's all he was.
Yeah, but I mean, Sov should have been a bit more honest and been like, just so you know, I'm recording you. That's just a nice thing to do, especially if you're then going to post it online. And I can understand why the receptionists and that were like, you know what?
So here's a quick thing. I was trying to find the actual paper, and I have it. It's on my phone, which is in the other room. I don't feel like getting up to go get it. Accurately started figuring out about refraction. Well, refraction in radio waves started being identified much earlier, but it was actually fine-tuned by T.L. Eckersley in 1932, and it was continued on until 1936. So he did experiments off the Empire State Building and a few other places to kind of show that the radio horizon extends past the optical horizon. This is not like a hand wave of like, oh, it's magical, it's refraction. Like, no, it's something that we measure, it's something that we can plan for, it's something that we actually take into account because it's part of the EM field. So because it's a wavelength, it's going to be subject to refraction. Higher wavelength, more refraction. Pure and simple. What's it annoy somebody? No.
It's a dick move because it's not like it's illegal or anything, but it's just kind of the decent thing to do, to be like, just so you know, this is being recorded and I'm intending to post it for the world to see,
Gotcha. But
Anyway, that was my evidence. The radar horizon is the evidence that I have that the Earth is curved at the amount that we predict it is, and it's using something that is done in industry every day. It allows people to fly safely across the world, and the calculation.
Marcus, yeah, photons aren't real, bro. Because reasons, bro. It's the etherically displaced magnetic toroidal hyperbolic planar scatologue.
Chat so I can grab it.
Yeah, this is just like the basic kind of media explanations, but I've got papers that go a lot deeper as well. But I will give you this one for now. How do I get the approach chat down there? What is it?
I can't remember.
I've used this before.
If it was you or McToon that promised me a Foucault's pendulum demonstration on one of your streams. If you can think back far enough when I came on your show.
To do a demonstration, I am planning to do a Foucault's pendulum demonstration. I'd love to go to Antarctica and go to the South Pole Station and do it there, because that would be the ultimate Foucault's pendulum. But unfortunately,
I've heard it has problems with those when they go down. It's hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, like any experiment, you have to set it up properly, because any measuring device has to be, set up to measure whatever force you're looking at correctly. And they had issues setting it up properly because they didn't really plan it in advance. It was just a kind of get there and wing it situation. But I've done the Foucault's pendulum myself when I was at university, and it did what we expected it to do. And I've been looking into buildings around where I live now in Kirkcaldy and places that I could possibly do a demonstration around here and then maybe invite people over. So, hey.
Well, you've been very kind today, Craig. Thank you. For,
well, that's probably because I've been streaming for 54 hours and I don't have the energy.
I hear you. And Ryan says you've lost weight, man. Have you lost a few?
You guys may not realize, but I've not only lost weight, I've lost about half of my body weight.
Whoa. Are you on
I've gone from close to 22 stone.
All right, so he's off of that. Not that I'm dismissing what the accomplishment that FTFE went through, and as far as losing weight goes and stuff like that, but that's not really pertinent for right this second. But yeah, cordial conversation. Is Roger going to look into it? No, because Roger doesn't understand it. That's why. Pure and simple. That's just going to be that's the end all be all of the whole thing. Roger would be a hero if he phoned his dad right now and asked if the earth was flat. Yeah, radar, call dad. Ask him, as a radarman, if the earth is flat. Maybe his dad was in MASH and played radar. Yeah, that's true. No, I mean that's a valid point. That's a great thing that FTFE brought up. It's one I've brought up multiple times that I said is, if I was to sit in front of one of these idiots and be like, yeah, let's talk about this. Explain why there's a horizon. Explain why there's a horizon at all. Explain why it does not detect it at ground level all the way across the board. Because these are angled at the horizon at 0 or up to negative a half of a degree to make sure they have the most coverage. Oh, wow. Yeah, Marcus. So my shop, so to speak, on the ship was called CES, Ship Signal Exploitation Space. So we did not have HFDF or HF, high frequency direction finding capabilities, but the other boats did. So they would put out their tracks, get other direction finding from other ships or other shore stations. They would consolidate all back into our ship, being the flagship as an aircraft carrier, and we would find bearings to not only ships and submarines, but also shore stations and stuff like that. So when you knew, if someone was transmitting and it was encrypted and stuff like that, you'd be like, okay, hey, we need to find out what this is. Let's find the bearing to it. And then, now you just order reconnaissance from satellites, planes, either which way to kind of find pictures of the site, find out what it is. No, Roger doesn't want to understand. And and not only does he not want to understand, he's incapable of understanding, because if he was, I don't necessarily like to attack the individual. I want to attack their ideas. The problem is that every one of Roger's ideas is like Vlad's ideas. They're very, very simple. They're like Flat Earth 101. It's not like you're dealing with the Ether cosplayers or Dr. Bennett or Dr. Heffron or anything else like that, where they're coming up with these wild ideas to explain that it's flat. Their arguments are either A, I don't make a claim, which is the biggest fucking cop-out you could possibly make, or B, something simple like, oh, okay, I don't know about radar, so I have to look into it. Great. Are you going to look into it? That's like Brenda calling out Vlad, saying that gunner's mates absolutely, in World War II, accounted for Coriolis effect. There's actually documentation that says that it did, and provided it to Vlad. Did Vlad read it? Absolutely not. When Brenda questioned him, and she asked about whether or not he read it, he said, no, why would I? There's your answer right there. That's your answer. They need it to be flat. Not want it to be flat. They need it to be flat. So they feel special. So they feel, safe. All right. So, Charles, in light of that, I'll take that step back. As a special ed teacher, you're obviously speaking from a lot of experience, and you say that he is capable. Yeah, I guess he could be capable. I mean, anyone's capable, really. I mean, radar is not that difficult. The document I showed you is an unclassified document. It's called NEETS Module 18. It goes into simple math. I think the highest thing that you have to go into is either square root or a log. That's it. Everything else is multiplication, division. I mean, stuff a second grader, third grader can do. And the thing that they don't understand either is that when it comes to radar, it's like, if a ship's over the horizon, you don't necessarily need to see them on radar, but you can see their radar. So by knowing where their radar is coming from, and it's showing up as either an interference pattern or you're in electronic warfare and you're able to identify it through passive systems, you know where they are. Sig, you're right. Charles Arnold takes it one step further and says, Cummy Bear, on the other hand, would never get it. And Sig, you're absolutely right. Why a confined snow globe is more comforting than an unfathomably vast 3D universe. I agree. It's beyond me. I mean, the idea that there's all this beauty that's out there, all these things that we need to still learn, no matter how much we know, we still need to learn more. Whether it's, like there's still radio emissions that we don't know where they're coming from yet. I saw an article in the last day or two that says we finally identified where one was coming from. There's all these different things that we're not able to touch. We can only look at. So we can hypothesize and come to an agreement or a consensus of what we're pretty sure what would happen. But until we go to a black hole, do we know that Hawking radiation is there? Well, we pretty sure it's going to be there. Is Einstein going to hold up? We're pretty sure it holds up. Are we definite? Not until we get there. But we can't get there because it's too far away. But the fact it's too far away is one of the coolest things that there is. Yeah, FRBs, that's what I was thinking. Thank you, Marcus. FRBs are still a mystery. FRBs are fast radio bursts. We get those from throughout the universe that bombard us, that we listen to, and we're trying to figure out where they're from, where they're quasars, black holes, supernovas, pulsars, take your pick. Yeah, see, the firmament dome to me is just is the most, it's the most insane thing there is, because it's like, okay, fine. Let me grant you that there's a firmament. Is it a physical object? Because as of right now, based on tests that I've done, our firmament would have to be 250,000 miles away, at least 300. So if it's a solid object, if it's an absolute object, we're talking about, it's got to be 250,000 miles away at least to count for the moon. So we can bounce lasers and radios off the moon. So the firmament, it has to be past that. And I'll grant them that it could be past that, because we know we've bounced off the moon, because you can move it off the moon and not receive your signal back. You can point it at the moon and get your signal back. Great. Could we say if we point it away from the moon, the firmament should still bounce back? Yes, absolutely. We've also bounced radar off the corona of the sun. That was back in 1967. I think. 66, 67, somewhere around there. Not too long ago, a Danish university did it off of Venus or something. There's so many different things that are out there that are being done that they just think that science ended 1880 something, and we've made everything up since. And I don't get that. Yeah, the wow signal. That was the SETI signal. And that's an important distinction too, Big Fish. Is a dome part of the flat Earth? If yes, then Earth isn't flat by definition. If no, then the firmament isn't part of the flat Earth discussion. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Marcus. EME, but to Venus was done. I think it was a Dutch university. They're using the radio telescope there, but it was amateurs who did it. I think it was Dutch, wasn't it? Now you're gonna make me fucking look. I'm trying to remember the article I read. It was in March in the Netherlands. It was the 25th of March in the Netherlands. They're using the Dwingeloo. Fuck, I don't speak Dutch. Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico was bounced off of Venus as well. And it was picked up in Green Bank Telescope in West Virginia. The radar trace was used to create imagery of the planet's surface. And it was a German observatory that first achieved what is considered a first for Europe using amateur radio waves. Yeah, this was this year, March of this year. Yeah, I knew Arecibo did something with it, but it was like one of those things of like, trying to remember all these different times that it was. It's just, it's not, I don't spend a lot of time in that realm very often because it's so many other things that I'm doing at the same time. I wish I spent more time with that. But I mean, if you think about it, the distance between Earth to Venus is what, 100 times more than the moon? Roughly, give or take. We can do that. We did free space optical lasers communications to Mars and measured the delay and was able to send it out. And as the distance got greater, the bandwidth got smaller because of distance. How do you fake that? It wasn't NASA that did it. Well, actually, that one was probably NASA, but amateurs in Netherlands, how do you fake that? They weren't NASA shills. They aren't ESA shills. Marcus, that would have been cool to do. That was close. Thanks, Quee. It's a short O. Okay. I took 4 years of German, but I've never used it since high school. And that was shit. 32 years ago now. I've used it once, and that was when I was in Italy, because I come to find out that the Amalfi Coast is visited a lot by Germans. So the Italians speak German. I don't speak Italian. I can kind of speak German, and I can speak Spanish. So somewhere along the line, we're able to communicate. So I can find my way around, find out what bus I need to take. I talk like a 5-year-old with my language skills in German, but at least I can get my point across. But yeah, so that's kind of where we are. I guess we can pack up the stream. It's been 3 hours now, 3.5 hours. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to test what was going on with the legit and bullshit. That's going to be coming out as part of the Stream-A-Thon. I'll do a video, but for those who are watching, design a patch for Unfornicated, military style patch. Take what you think to be is quintessential Unfornicated based off of live streams, videos, interactions with me, and come up with a design. And we'll look at them on the Stream-A-Thon, and we'll do some things like that. We'll also Conspiracy Mad Libs. I'm looking forward to that. That sounds like fun. Yeah, Rob, might be a little rusty. You and me both. Talk like a 5-year-old. So that's the one I want to keep. I need to size that. So I need to work on the trivia thing to get the background behind it, or at least just make it brick behind and lose the Unfornicated logo because it gets busy. Yeah, we'll do a patch contest. I'll do a quick video short to put that out to say that's the announcement, and I'll put it on the Discord. And yeah, Conspiracy Mad Libs. Also probably do some things about I want to run through a resume of sorts of what CT has done, looking at, cataloging his videos, some of the things that he's actually done, where his background is and stuff like that. I believe he's been an engineer for, was it like 30, 35 years before he retired? Wow, Quee, you're like right in the middle of everything, aren't you? 60 years. Oh shit. Okay. I mean, look, once an engineer, always an engineer, right? I mean, that's just the way that's the way it goes. But I know Copium, you had a long conversation with CT. So I know you're going to put that on your stream. But yeah, I'd like to get some highlights that I can put together. Marcus, the only words I learned from languages, the first words I always end up learning are the swear words. 30-ish minutes. Yeah, I mean, that'll fill your time quickly. I don't know if CT is going to be bouncing in and out of the Stream-A-Thon. I would assume that he will if he has time. I don't know what he's up to. I accidentally went to Belgium once. Long story. I accidentally went to Mississippi once. Also a long story. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to be going to bed here soon anyway. So just drop me a line on Discord, Cope, and I'll catch up with it later on, and I'll touch base with you. These time zones are a bitch when you guys are in Australia. Although I forgot to tell DP, I haven't received an email asking if I'm still keen to do the Stream-A-Thon. Maybe I don't get the luxury of bowing out. Because I did tell him that I would rescue him if he was going to sleep. So, so the good news is that the website I use for the deck for the legit or bullshit is, and it was only $20, which is not a big deal. And it's only for 1 month, thank God. But we might incorporate it more. I don't know. We'll see. It goes for an hour, so I'm gonna have to like fine tune the questions a little bit and cut them out because I originally had like 50 questions. I might have to cut it down to like 35. But we'll see. Yeah, Copium will be able to tell you what that is. I mean, Copium is my go-to for wait. Marcus, is that Crime and Punishment? And the only reason why I would know that is because that's the only words that I learned also, and because of the backwards N in the middle. Okay. All right. Because I'm sitting there looking, I'm like, God, that looks vaguely familiar. It's been a long time since I've seen the cover of that book. In Cyrillic, anyway. Oh, so yes. Yeah, you know what? I saw that the first and the second, there was going to be some a possibility of Northern Lights to New York, but it looked like it was going to be a little more north than me at the very, very outskirts. So I didn't really stick my head out. Plus, in the last couple of times that they said it was going to be in New York, I had to usually use my phone to see it. I couldn't see it myself. Granted, I'm colorblind, so I can't even see nuances in the night sky. Yeah, like the purples and stuff are kind of lost on me. Rob, I'm with you. The only ones I know is like the words I learned in Persian, Arabic, Mandarin, and who was the linguist we had on board? And Korean were all swear words. That was it. Because even being in carrier, we still had linguists on board. So because we flew the ES3. So the ES3 Viking, ES2, what the fuck was it? It's the S3 Viking, right? Or the ES2. I forget which one it is. My brain's already fried. The S3. Okay, it was the S3. All right, cool. It's the big ones with the huge wings that fold over like this. We call them hoovers because they sound like vacuum engines when they start up. Yes, living there for 5 years helps. Marcus, between you and CSA, I consider you guys French too, because like, you know, when Canadian Space Advocate shows the maps on a streams, half it's in French. I'm like, oh Jesus. Oh, what was that? Hold on. There's actually a comment I wanted to make, but I forgot. what was the Canadian like comedy series? I think it started with a K. Shit, I can't think. They also had a hockey spin-off, Jonesy. Fuck, I can't even remember it. But they were making fun of the Maritimes and how people from the Maritimes don't speak English or French. God, I can't remember. I don't remember all the Baron. I was watching like the first 3 seasons. It was like Canadian rednecks, you know, and you know, they do the To Be Fair and they all sing it. Yes, the S3 Viking. Yes, that yeah, that was Iqui. Letterkenny. Yes, that's it, Letterkenny. So yeah, so they had the spin-off for the hockey team that had 1 season. They're making fun of bringing in a player from the Maritimes that he didn't speak English, even though it was sort of English, but no one understood anything he said. I guess it's like someone from the Mississippi showing up here in the Northeast. Letterkenny, that's it. Thank you. I was thinking like letters from Kittery. I'm like, no, that's not it. Kittery's in Maine. Scots and Irish. Yeah, that's probably where, you know, it gets melded in. Yeah, it always like I've always been partial to languages and learning about languages and stuff like that. And it always amazed me how languages and different dialects kind of morphed depending on how isolated they were from other dialects or other things. Like you can literally watch or listen, I guess the same thing, a language evolve based on how isolated it is and stuff like that. It's to me, it's even if you're just talking about just the slang words, like a slang word from in the US from Mississippi and Alabama is kind of lost on anybody who's in California or New York. Like everyone's speaking English, but there's like it ends up being its own dialect somewhere along the way to where it's like, what the hell am I listening to? It sounds like English, but I do not understand the words coming out of your mouth. Yeah, that's what I mean. Isolated fishing villages. Yeah, they end up. It's. I mean, as a twin, we my twin and I ended up having kind of our own language of sorts too, and not that we were isolated, but you know, it was like our way to talk about different things, and you know that no one else can understand. Yeah, Rob. I mean, I had to deal a lot with British Telecom when I was working in the NOC here, and I'd be talking to the people there, and it's like, you know, I got somebody like just they all worked in the same office. So they're all within a commuting distance away, and I'd get 12 different dialects. I'd be like, I don't fucking understand a word this guy's saying. I always got the guy with the Cockney accent. I'm like, dude, just, I'm going to hang up. I'll call back. Don't answer. Oh, did I miss Big Fish leaving? Right. It's Calais in France, right? And it's Calais in Maine or something like that. Big Fish, if you're leaving, good night. It was nice having you here. If I missed you, my apologies. You Getting late early here. Catch y'all later. Okay, yeah, I missed that a long time ago. My apologies, big fish. If you hear this, know I was with you in spirit. I got sidetracked. All right. So I guess, we'll wrap this up in a minute. I got a couple quick questions though. And that is, what is your guys' opinion on legit and bullshit and doing conspiracy Mad Libs and doing the patch contest and doing giveaways and stuff like that? Can you think of anything else you would like to see on stream for me to go sideways on? I do have some backup things if I have to fill more than one window. I'm waiting on DP to give us a schedule. I might go into some 5G stupid stuff or some Bluetooth transmitters that are supposedly in vaccines and how that doesn't work. Alabama, I used to actually speak Pidgin too for a little while. It's all right, Mike. It was just testing out today. That's all it was. So what I'm actually going to do, because I don't want to know the stories ahead of time, I'm going to abuse AIs to write me a conspiracy Mad Lib. And I'm going to have 10 of them. And then I'm going to read through them with the blanks and everything else, right? And then I'm going to make sure that they sound okay, like, kind of what we're going for, because I want them to be either a brand new conspiracy, which I think would be fun, or B, a new debunk angle, so to speak. So call it a description of a debunked video based off of words you guys give me. Exactly, Elibert. And I'll have 10 of them. And what I'll do is I'll actually hand them to Liv and have her give me 3 of them. And, we can kill a half hour, 40 minutes with that, because I'm sure we'll be laughing. Maybe what we should do is, depending on when my window is and when Mike's window is, we should have a guest read it. Like maybe see if we can get Andy or see if we can get Mike or somebody else who's a little more animated than myself to read it. Maybe even DP debunks. Someone who's more animated than me. So to read the Mad Libs so we can all laugh along. Don't have it yet, CK. DP is supposed to be working on it. That's the last I heard. Yeah, Mike, like you're a lot more animated than I am. I mean, I can get animated, but like your laughter is just infectious. So I'd rather have you read them. I think it would be hilarious. Just, like we'll do a Discord real quick, bring you up. We'll have all 3 of them already done, and we'll just have you read them. But go out and get some Depends, because knowing the Zoo crew, you're going to be laughing your ass off. Actually, you know what? That reminds me of something. Oh, wow. Critical Think did a debate against Ratsoid 6 months ago. I didn't know that. Sorry, I'm just going through the post of Critical Think real quick to see if there's anything pertinent. I mean, he did do a shout out to DP Debunks for helping out for everybody, and he also gave an update 2 weeks ago about he hasn't fallen off the edge of the earth. He was just he had some challenging times personally over a few months, and he's coming out the other side, which is great to hear. I know that he had some stacked up things going against him. Copium, cheers. Appreciate it. Have a good one, mate. You know, but here's the thing, and like, and I said this earlier, and like DP said this in his stream. Like DP had a lot of shit going on over the last couple, well, let's say month, and it's very easy to kind of get stuck in this despair of like, I got to go create content. I got to, like in DP's case, I got to move, or like, you know, I have work and I have, you know, dad, and trying to juggle between everything and trying to get everything kind of sorted out. It can be like, you can feel like you're drowning very easily, and you can get stuck in that pit of despair and stuff like that. But the one thing about this community that I truly appreciate and truly love about it is that everyone supports each other, whether it's just showing up to a live stream of a smaller channel like mine, or going to a larger channel like Mike's when he's doing the global evangelism, or supporting Critical Think, or supporting DP and just dropping them a line to say, you know, hey, you still alive? Hope everything's well. Thinking about you kind of mentality. Everybody in this community is, you know, to kind of take away something from the flat earth community, because it's not what it stands for, is that we're here to spread truth. We're here to debunk these conspiracies, and, you know, kind of get rid of this misinformation at the same time. And it doesn't matter if we're if we're in front of the camera like I am, or if it's someone like Joe in the back, or someone who's giving me some ideas for me to work on, like Emma's giving me the ideas for Code Talkers, and or Michaela's like my you know, as my go-to for when I have a kind of a finished product to see, like, hey, how does this hit? Do I need to change anything? Because I know I laugh at my own jokes, but I would prefer if somebody else finds it funny too, because that's the point of it. But it's one thing I love about this community is that everyone's right there supporting each other, helping each other, giving ideas. If someone's, you know, having a debate and it's not their expertise, that person with that expertise jumps right up and says, here, let me help. And you know, it's a good thing. It's something that I always appreciate being part of it, and it makes me proud to say I'm part of this community. You know, it's if you don't know him, I was talking to Tiny Captain today in his Discord, and we were talking about how the communications have changed in the last just 5 years for him as a captain of a ship, to be able to send text messages home to his wife, as opposed to get an Iridium phone and talk, or send emails through a SAT-C account or something like that. He, you know, we were just talking about that, and he had no idea I had a channel. And Conspiracy Music Studio said something about a channel about, you know, I said something, he said something, because of FTFE, he got over he's up to 400 subscribers. So I'm like, yeah, I picked up 3 subscribers from my day video, and I was pretty proud of that. And we were kind of laughing about that. And Tiny Captain comes like, goes, well, you got another subscriber. He goes, I didn't really realize you had a channel. I mean, it's like that. It's like the little things like that is just, it's just kind of cool, because come to find out that besides being in the Merchant Navy, Tiny Captain's dad was also like involved with like the first Tor router and in telecom, and you know, and part of the Dutch telecom community, and an inventor and stuff like that. So it's like, you know, these circles all sort of intermix and they intertangle and stuff like that. And it's so cool to learn about all these different people and what their different relations are, and you know, to learn about like, you know, talking to Marcus and about some of the stuff that he's done. You know, we end up talking to Rob and some of the stuff he's done. Like, you know, there's a lot of like telecom people that are in this realm that I can shoot the shit with, and and talk with people like Cope and radar people like Alan Evans on Discord. And, you know, it's great to have like this just whole synergy of information just ready there to pick from. Yes, we're also very humble AF. Absolutely. Oh, Flatsoid tried to critical think on how to run an experiment. Oh, that's fucking wonderful. Yeah, that and CSA, you're absolutely right. It's like it's you know, it's like I know my lane. I don't get out. I'm not going to be you're not going to see a video from me on general relativity or special relativity. You're not going to see me about orbital mechanics or anything else like that. That's not my lane. You're going to get things like radio, radar, telecom, military logistics, 4-letter words, you know, stuff I know. You know, that's and that's where I stay. I mean, again, I don't know everything about those subjects. I am always learning. But the great thing about it is that, you know, it's when you're in that valley of despair of learning, you realize how much you don't know, you can start slowly climbing your way out of it. And it's something I always enjoy. Steel City coming in. Yes, porn is a 4-letter word. That's something we enjoy, and regardless of the language. But yeah, I mean, I'm very, you know, I'm very happy to be part of this Stream-A-Thon. I'm glad DP is putting it together. I'm glad he asked me to be part of it. I'm glad he accepted me to be part of it, considering all the other names he had to choose from. So that's kind of like why I've been kind of stressing about this is I want to make this interactive. I want to make it not just me doing a video about Ashton Forbes or Asshat Foreskin or, you know, or another Witsit video or something like, I mean, that's not who I am. That's not, I mean, I know that's what some people want to watch, but spending 2 hours to get 30 minutes into a video because you're debunking all the shit that goes on in that video. It's like Brandolini's Law, like in person. And, you know, to me, it's like, I almost prefer someone like Roger to come out and say, well, radar proves a flat earth. Great. Tell me how it reports flat earth so I can totally destroy that idea. And try not to call you an idiot, but I probably will end up doing that anyway. But especially if your dad was one. Make that fucking make sense. No, Steel City, it's the 6th through the 8th, depending on what time zone you're in. So you're in my time zone, so I think it's our Friday. If I had a schedule, I'd tell you. DP. Hint. Marcus, I love that quote. I had not heard that quote. Marcus, I'm the same way. I lost my shit on Democ the one day because one, I was in there trying to explain battle beams to somebody's server and they're all being nice to me like on voice and I was on my phone. I was not near my computer. I had no access to any of my materials from Battle of the Beams and everything else, but they wanted to hear my supposed debunk of Battle of the Beams. But I had no visuals to show them, and I know that they're very visually based people. But they're very polite in the voice chat and everything else. But then I go look at the other chat, and they're like just ripping me to shreds. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that infrared is refractive more than regular vision because I wasn't paying attention. I never looked into it because I'm not an optics guy. Big fucking deal. I can tell you that UHF refracts more than HF does. But I'm the same way. I'd lose my shit because Dimek was telling me, like, we don't know the speed of light. I'm like, we've known the speed of light for centuries. Like, I actually have a script I'm working on to find out, to identify when we started realizing what the speed of light was and how it's been fine-tuned since. Well, that's the thing, Rob. They tell me the rules and I just don't follow them. I mean, you guys have been on the stream more than enough times to where you realize that I don't really follow rules. I just kind of do shit my way. There's a reason why all my stuff's marked not for kids. I know that I'm going to drop an F-bomb somewhere along the line. I know I'm going to insult someone's mother. It's just the way it is. And I won't insult someone's mother. I'll just insult the fact that you are what came from that episode of bliss. Not you personally, but I meant some conspiratard. Yeah, you're right. And here's the thing, Marcus, when it comes to like formal rhetoric and everything else, is like, I don't do formal rhetoric. I could care less if you think I'm poisoning the well. Because guess what? It doesn't change the fact you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And that's why I'm calling it out and saying you don't know what you're talking about. Like, I purposely said in the Battle of the Beams, yes, I'm poisoning the well, because these guys are calling it radar when it's not. So that should give you everything you need to know about their understanding of the topic. So because they misunderstood how it's used and they're using the wrong term, they think that that's poison the well. Absolutely, I'm poisoning the well. Doesn't change the fact you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. So I don't do formal rhetoric. You know what? You're right. Accuse me of every fallacy in the book. Doesn't change the fact that the science is right. Just how I present it in a formal debate is wrong. Fuck it. I don't care. I'm not a formal debater. Oh, the Baron sounds like a Howley. An educated, non-bigoted, foul-mouthed Howley, though. That's me. Charles, that's funny. Yeah. Hey, 7-Eleven's hiring. You might want to try there. Charles, as an electrician, let me tell you a quick story. You'll love this. We were working on a DC plant. Nothing big. It was like, I think it was 50 amps total. And I was hooking everything up, and there was 2 of us working at one time. And one guy was doing the fuse panel at the top. I was doing the connections to the equipment on the bottom. And it was just quickly going to power it, turn up services, test it. We were testing like 100 gig or something like that. It was nothing. It was significant bandwidth, but it required specific equipment. But we needed, we didn't have a generator at the spot, so we needed to have batteries in there. So we had a rectifier, and then we had a fuse panel, and then the fuse panel went to the equipment, and then we had the battery hookup. So I assumed that when he tested the power, he turned it off because he was still working on it. So I hooked up the batteries, sent sparks flying every fucking where, and almost welded a lug nut to the frame. So that was fun. Yeah, so debating versus, I mean, look, as I say, it's like, until you can explain 2 celestial poles and you can explain sunsets that make sense, not that it moves away and that the angular size will get small, because we don't see that, make it make sense. If you can answer those, which I know you can't, and explain a working knowledge of what I would bring, then we can have a conversation. But like, I'm not going to be like Astronomy Live, I understood what he does, and he's one of my favorite people. I love him to death. We talk often on X and stuff like that. And on personal level, not just about conspiracies and flat earth stuff like that, but just on some personal level, we're talking about some stuff. And he, one of my favorite people to talk to, just because he's so fucking smart. And he talked so far over my head even that like I understood what he was talking about in Roger's space because I've heard him say it before and I've asked him about it in different questions, stuff like that. But and not that anything he was saying was really too high level. When he starts getting into the math and the coordinate system he uses for eclipses, stuff like that, like my eyes glaze over, like, yeah, no, I'm checked out, dude. But I know he's done the work, and I know that it's right because I can check whatever I have access to verify it's right. But I trust him that he knows what he's talking about because he's proven that he's known he's talking about on specific subjects left and right. So I don't need to go check it. I can on some things I'm not able to. I don't have the skill set. But like for him to go into Roger's space and start talking to them, it's like, you need to talk to them like they're 5. They're not going to understand it. So you watched Cubby. Cubby sat there just bored as fuck, staring at the camera, or staring off the camera, eyes glazed over like, what's for dessert? It's lost. It doesn't do him any good. And anyone in that space is not there to listen or learn or anything else like that. I am willing to bet Glober's learned more from listening to him talk than anybody else. Yeah. That's the way we have lockout, tag out, and try out. Yeah. Well, that's the funny thing is it was the end of the day. We were hauling ass. We were trying to get done. We were already a capped our overtime. So we're trying to like just get it over with and move on, try to get ahead of traffic. So it doesn't take us 3 hours to get home. It only takes us an hour to get home. We're all the way down in Jersey. So, we were moving too fast, and I just assumed that he tested it and turned off because he was still working in the panel, not realizing that he said, fuck it, I'll just leave it hot. Didn't mention it. I didn't ask. Sparks flew. Made everybody jump. Didn't cause any damage, but it made everybody jump, which is pretty fucking funny. And I could have also connected the batteries in a different order, and it wouldn't have caused a problem, but I didn't. So therefore, whoops. Charles, I did see something about Dick asking a Flurf if the sun went beneath the plane. I don't know if he was asking a Flurf or whatnot. I was only partially following because Dick Wayne is just, I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard him say anything that actually made me think. Anything besides, what the fuck are you saying? See, Marcus, I won't work on something like that unless I'm the only one doing the work. Because again, lock out, tag out, then go do work. That's like when you replace, like one of those exposure monitors when you're working on radar, when you're working on radio stuff to see, well, all of it's non-ionizing, right? But you still want to, when you call it working aloft because the radars are up. When we're working aloft, we're supposed to lock out everything and stuff like that. And you have these exposures. Well, you replace it with a pager when someone's not paying attention, and you page the pager where it's set to vibrate, and you watch them jump out of their skin. It's pretty fucking funny. Cygnus, you're right. He started daydreaming about blocking Globers because he's like, yeah, let's let them up and then we'll just kick them out. It's like, really? That's what you're going to do? So as long as they come up, you'll donate. And here's the thing. Like, Roger did what he was going to say, or he says he's going to do what he's going to say. He's going to donate $150 to that charity. And, he'll say it could have been more if more Globers came up or whatever. Okay. Yeah, I probably could have clicked the link. But, was $25 extra going to be that much? I mean, I could have done it to force, Roger to do it. But I can't even say that I trust Roger to actually say he's going to do it. Next question normally is the sun always above the earth? He thinks it's a smart question. Yeah, okay, well, that makes sense. Tori, yeah, you're right. So we were just in a regular telecom room. So it wasn't a battery room. It was just batteries in the bottom of a relay rack. So just 4 12-volt batteries hooked up as serial for neg 48 volts. And yeah. It's funny when you make it positive 48 volts and you put it in, you wonder why it doesn't work. Rob, the funny thing about German is that you can say I love you in German and it sounds harsh. So in German to say I love you is ich liebe dich. And it's like, that just sounds like you're having a coughing fit. It doesn't sound very romantic at all. So actually, Marcus, while I have you in here, something I was thinking about doing with some of these 5G morons and these conspiracies was 2 things. To get the what the fuck? What is it that it's almost midnight, so I'm trying to figure out what these words are. There's a radiological technicians, X-ray technicians, they wear a badge that shows exposure to ionizing radiation. It starts with a D. I forget what it is. I was going to buy one of those, and I was going to buy an RF meter. And what I was going to do is there's actually a small cell not far from me, and there's a large tower not far from me. And I was going to sit off of one of those. Dosimeter, thank you, dosimeter. Thank you, Marcus. And I was going to sit there with it and measure the radio frequency off the large tower. And I believe that there is some 4G in the area and stuff like that. I'll have to figure out which ones they are. I know I can tune it to frequencies and stuff like that, but I want to get a power reading from the 4G if I can isolate it. Get a power meter from the 5G from the larger antenna, then drive down the road to the small cell and get a power reading off the small cell. Then show the dosimeter or dosimeter, whatever it is, afterwards to show that it has 0 exposure to it. And at the same time, take a reading within my house to explain it. Now, some of these people like the Flurf who did level series, level with me, level whatever. It starts with an H, Hildebred or Hildebird or whatever the hell his name is. Anyway, he did one on 5G, and he's showing these out of date congressional hearings where they're saying that, we know it's not even a debate of of a biological change by these frequencies and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, well, if I put a cell phone up to my head, my cheek gets warm. That's because of the, from the battery, but it's also because of the RF, stuff like that. That's a biological change. Is that harmful? No. Large doses, it would be harmful. But just to measure what the dosage is off my cell phone, what it is off my Wi-Fi router, what it is just sitting in my house, and then go to a large antenna, go to a small cell antenna, and show that no ionizing radiation anywhere. Obviously, keep it out of the sun. But take the readings and show how much lower a small cell power level is than, say, a large antenna where it's 4G or 5G. Dosimeter, okay. Dosimeter. Krankenwagen. That's something they could do and debunk their claims. Yeah, they won't, but they'll do it. I mean, but I can go do it and I'll debunk it then. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of Marcus, and I was looking online for some of them. They have some ones that are like they have like an antenna off the front of it, and they're some of them are tunable, some of them are not. Some of them are just tunable based off of bands. So I could just have to look more into it. But it's something I was actually considering doing and just being like, like a demonstration video of sorts, almost like I want to do with my dry suit, where I fill it up to 4 psi gauge, which means the 4 psi difference inside my dry suit versus outside my dry suit, and show that a zipper, specially designed, can maintain that pressure differential. Because my dry suit has Velcro and has watertight, airtight zippers. I don't look like a balloon. I can still walk around and I can still do manual dexterity things. Still keep an eye on the gauge and the one, the one wrist cuff that I'll just have a PVC pipe with a gauge plugged, screwed in. Show 4 psi and then show C, no difference. Those are that's like the moon landing shit where they're like, oh, look, it's got Velcro. How'd that hold water, air in? It's like, because that's not the layer that matters, dumbass. I mean, I want to do it as part of a video, but I don't want to have to invest so much into it. But yeah, that's what I was actually thinking about, was that one, Kui, was something like that. I mean, that's still $300. And I'm not above doing that, if the views are there and stuff like that. But I'm just going to show what everybody else shows, which is crazy. I know I can put it on eBay afterwards and sell it. I mean, as long as it remains in calibration, it shouldn't be, too difficult. Sorry, Rob. Marcus, that's the part that like amazes me. Like, either you're in the conspiracy or you're not. And if you're not, then that means that, you're the idiot who designed this and they can design it better. It's like, what? Then design it better. Show us. Show us your work. Show us you doing anything. Oh, quick update. You guys will love this. You remember that I was telling you about the weather balloon that was going to go up by the flat earthers from X? They're going to release it in North Carolina. It was one of my favorite flirts. Marjorie Bishop was going to fly out to North Carolina and help them. She was luggage. She was panting and breathing heavily, walking up she called it a mountain. By all definitions, it was a hill, and it was a couple hundred yards. But they set it up, and supposedly they did not get footage. Footage ended after like 18 minutes or something like that. So now the conspiracy theorist in me would say, where's the footage? I want to see the 18 minutes of footage. And I also want to, I want to know why you don't have more footage. And no matter what answer you say, I'm going to say, nah. But supposedly they're going to do it again. We'll see. I think it was something having to do with the camera and that it's mounting inside, or the battery or something like that. I don't recall. I didn't really follow it. But again, they're doing something. That's a plus. I guess live and learn, trial and error. But, we, meaning the Globers on Twitter, could be asking them the same questions. Where's the footage? Show us the footage. Show us the raw footage. Show us the tickets. Where were you on the 13th? Like fucking whatever. Marcus, that I don't know. I'd be curious, but I don't know. I had too many windows open. But I mean, it's along the same lines, right? It's like, all right, so I mean, we could treat them just the same way they treat Jerry, or the same way they treat any evidence we provide, right? Would that be such a bad thing? Probably not. What color underwear they're wearing, because it matters. Yeah, I'd like to know. I'd like to see the spec sheet of their lens and their camera. Yeah, it's unreal, some of the things that that goes through, and it's confusing. There's days where I look at like flat Earth and the debate and the information, and I shake my head like it's not worth this much fucking effort because it's Brandolini's law. You know, it's like they can put out a 30-second video questioning everything, and I have to spend 3 hours minimum of doing that. It's like, is it worth my time? And there's sometimes where it is, sometimes where it's not. So, I mean, I guess it depends on my mood of the day of whether or not I want to do it. But like today with Roger's stream, definitely was not worth 10 minutes of my time for him to donate $25 to somebody else. I mean, if I'll call him out and what it is, if I was doing something where I had a cap of 8 people and I was planning on donating 200, only 6 showed up, I'd still bump it up to 200 and donate it because it's for a good cause. But that's me. Well, Creed has the funding. They can't actually agree on anything. That's every branch of flat Earth has its own. It has its own language, model, evidence, proofs. I mean, it still comes down to Robotham in the sense of some variation of we see too far. That's all they got. You know, what do you do with that? Except, no, here's why. All right, I'll tell you what, we're going to do a quick nature break. I'm going to go get a refill. And see if there's anything else you guys want to talk about real quick. But in the meantime, I'm going to go to conspiracy music videos, and we'll do the other song I had a hand in for Conspiracy Music Studios that I collabed with, so to speak. Oh, fuck. What the hell? Hold on. What? Everything on my computer is now locked up. All right, bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to see what's taking up all my memory. Okay, there it goes. All right, cool. That was fun. Everything started blinking and like not moving. I'm like, great. If I have to restart my computer, we're fucked. End of stream. It's been fun. So, all right, let me flip this over to you guys. I'm going to go do a quick nature break, get some drink, and I'll be right back.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Rumble fam, what's good, what's more? Always a pleasure, good to see you, bro. Welcome to the Foundry. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. There is no debate. There is no debate. Flat, non-rotating. That's the strain. Show me the tickets. Show me the proof. Fan in the foundry, iron in the mouth. He said, show me the tickets. Antarctica's missing. He can't prove that. Rocking a stash like a disco throwback. Moon see-through. Stars shining inside. Them in the foundry. Just to look for the ride. Planes would crash if the world had a curve. NASA lies daily, that's what I heard. Napkins white like the earth is flat. Them in the foundry double down on that. Always a pleasure, always a pleasure. Show me the tickets, slow can measure. Go outside, no curve, no speed. He said there is no debate, no debate. Screaming tickets to Antarctica, mate. Moon see-through, stars shining inside. Them in the foundry, just to look for the ride. With that 70s touch, he's trying to hide. Stars through the moon, hologram sky. Google won't show it, government lie. I'm not calling you stupid, but I would. Them in the foundry saying iron, it's all good. He said, show me the ticket. Where's they at? Antarctica's missing. Can't prove that. Handlebar stash looking straight out of shaft. Moon see-through. Stars shining inside. Them in the foundry. Just along for the ride. Always a pleasure. Them forever. Heat, background noise together. I work stuck, sitting all day. Foundry on loop, nonsense on replay. Foundry away.
I know what I wanted to do. One more thing I wanted to do before the night was over. Oh, wrong window. Let's try this again. It's that time again. The hair tells you what time it is. So our buddy, our friend, Cece from Westchester County, New York. He came out with a video a day ago for, well, it wasn't Think About It Friday, but Think About It Sunday, I guess. So, yeah. To describe this video in one word is bullshit. No, literally, when I watched this, my first thought, like as soon as I clicked play, was, what the actual fuck? Let me explain. It's about framing. How you frame yourself within the video, how you look at yourself within the video. If you have to look through a tree trunk to see the camera, you probably shouldn't stand there. I know, Steel City. It was so bad. I mean, my whole weekend was ruined because I had no CC Think About It Friday videos. But let's pull up his video, shall we? Let's take a quick look here.
All right, let me.
Wow, hold on. My internet's a little lagging. Let me. This is what happens when you share an internet connection with a teenager who's playing Roblox. Yeah, Aldebaran, that's fucking perfect, actually. Yeah, CC in his natural habitat. Not quite. It needs to be padded walls. Yeah, and here's the thing. It's not like the tree stump is in the center. Like, it's offset, right? But yet he stands behind it and he looks at the camera. If you have to see, like, my brain cannot figure out why he thought that as he started talking, he's like, oh, I have to look at one side or the other to see my camera lens. Like, did he even notice that? Obviously not. But if he thought that, it'd be like, maybe I should stand over here or over here or somewhere else besides right the fuck there. Like, it was so distracting I had to watch it twice because the first time I'm just staring at him wandering around the leaves and playing hide and seek behind a trunk.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County. It's 8:30, 25. Remember when you were a kid, you wanted to go camping?
And if it's quiet, I apologize. But his video is quiet, so I can't do anything about it. I have it boosted all the way up. I don't know what else to do.
I wanted to find the most remote place that you could possibly go. And, well, this was mine, here in the woods, in the middle of the Catskill region.
Now, funny thing, he's up by me. So he says he's in the Catskill region, which is that way. Like, I'm at the very tail end of it. Oh, God. And he used to come up here when he was a kid, and he found the exact spot where he was camping when he was 15. Ah, the nostalgia of when you thought the earth was a ball and you hadn't woken up yet. Yeah, facepalm protection if you have it.
It's a nice place.
You can mute it.
Of course, there are houses all around now. So I could be possibly on somebody's property, but fuck it. I hear trikes in the background. So if one comes ripping by here, I guess I'll have to end the video.
So if a three-wheeler comes ripping by there, he's going to have to end the video because his train of thought just went with the bike, I guess. I don't fucking know. But, God, this wig makes my head itch. I wonder if his hair itches as much as my wig does.
My point is, well, I have many points.
You always do.
One of them.
The camera zoom, by the way, was so distracting to me. That's why I had to watch it a second time because I'm like, what the fuck are we, like, why are you blurred and why is the stick in there? And why is the stick in there to begin with? Like, I understand framing. You want to have like leading lines or something like that, but A, that's not a leading line. And B, you're standing behind it. Like, oh my God. Like, dude, you've been doing this 10 years. Go back to doing it in your car. Quit doing it in nature.
Is when you're a child.
The ocean waves are worse.
Sure
You're right. You couldn't hear shit.
Actually happens. It's different for every child. Could be in 3rd grade, 4th grade, but I mean they're so happy. You know, they're giggling at everything. You know, they're giggling at you breaking a branch on a tree. You know, or doing something really stupid, an everyday thing, but they're
Why don't you break this branch?
laughing about it. You know, which makes me think when we are introduced into this world, in the digital world, you know, we're laughing about everything because everything is a joke to us. And when I look at children, I look at infants and just laughing at everything, I think about that, you know, in a digital world sense, the plausible possibility of beyond flat Earth.
Oh, God. It's a misleading line. Yeah, no shit. CC on a stick and the channel mascot. Bigfoot is always blurry. Now, look, if Bigfoot had hair like that, we'd have more pictures of him. There's lots of buttons on the back. Focus lock would be nice. Yeah, definitely. Trees are fake, he says. Yeah. I mean, like, the fact that he stands behind it and you can see him looking at it and be like, oh, hold on, let me look a little bit this way so I can look at my camera. It's like, why are you standing behind the tree? Like,
Because it's there, and it definitely screams all over the place. This is digital. Things are too perfect here. Let's take a look at what everybody believes in, this perfect circle in the sky. Well, okay, no. This perfect ball. Although it really should be pear-shaped, but that's a different story. Or
I have never wanted to punch Neil deGrasse Tyson until he said it was pear-shaped, when he was trying to be very, very specific. Like, he should have followed up with, like, when I say it's pear-shaped, the difference between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere is 0.1 degrees, 0.1%. And the difference at the bulge, we're talking about the bulge at the equator, is 1% difference versus at the poles. I mean, like, he should have followed up with, like, actual context. But these fucking idiots will just sit there and take a pear, wrap a globe around and say, look, it's a pear.
Blake on the outside, but yet NASA produces pictures of a perfect ball. That doesn't make any sense at all, does it? In an atmosphere, with the atmosphere, and with space, which is crushing down on this ball that you think you live on, and this thin layer of atmosphere that's not blown off on this rocky ball that we live on.
Is there anybody who says that space in the void is crushing down on our atmosphere and that it's a miracle we're still alive? Like, did I miss the memo? Does it come with your Navy shield, or the Navy, your NASA shield check or something like that? Maybe I could ask DP. I didn't get that memo. Oh, Quee, he does do it in a whole clip. Yeah, I admit I haven't seen the whole clip, but I know that, cherry picking is a thing, and these people are going to cherry pick their fucking stupidity. But like, there's a time to be ultra precise, and then there's a time where it's just like unnecessary. It's almost like showing off. It's like, what's the point of saying that, really? That's what I was getting at, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it too. I mean, it's been 3.5 hours.
It's just ridiculous. It really is. Complete fucking nonsense. Parallax. You know what that is? You know when you're driving on a highway, you see a building in front of you and a building a few miles away from you. The building in front of you, well, not in front of you, but, a couple of blocks away, is moving faster when you're driving on the highway. Then the
Does CC
building
know what
a few
parallax is?
blocks
No,
away.
I don't think so.
Okay, it's called parallax.
I'm skipping ahead.
For thousands of years.
Oh, here we go.
Moves for thousands of miles. And not only that, why are we not getting that with stars? And we are supposedly traveling and
I'm getting parallax around that fucking tree stump, Chris.
millions of miles per hour in space, and we have no parallax, and nothing else moves for thousands of years. Thousands of years. There's no recorded history of any star. And they're not stars up there, but...
What are they?
Let's just pretend like they are.
No, what are they?
Ever moving. Betelgeuse.
I'm sorry the supernova is not on your fucking time schedule.
Sounds like
CC.
somebody's playing golf back here. But whatever happened to Betelgeuse? Is that going to explode? Whatever happened to Betelgeuse? Is it going to supernova yet? You know, scientists told us it's actually getting dimmer. Doesn't make any sense. It's a star, right? They just keep kicking this fucking can down the road.
The only thing he gets right in this entire fucking video is his name. I don't even know if he's in the Catskills. Like, you could be wrong there, too. Yeah, Marcus, I mean, pick up a... look, CC doesn't do anything. He has feelings, he has thoughts. God, does he have thoughts? And he has, his finely tuned scientific instruments called his eyeballs. He cannot be bothered to pick up a nautical almanac and find out that Polaris has moved over a single year, much less over 200 years or 150 years. I forgot what the oldest one we have from Tune's website is, like 18 something. It's just like the only thing he gets right in this entire fucking video is his name. Because I don't even think he knows where he's at. Because that means he'd have to use GPS, which means he has to use a satellite, which means space has to be real. I digress.
Where's the moon landing? When do we get...
Chris, you don't even believe in the first moon landing. What makes you think you're going to believe in the second one?
Gonna land on Mars?
That's a little harder.
Nothing but bullshit.
Well, we landed a rover.
Bullshit for people, the trained people, to sit back and enjoy their popcorn and think about things that don't exist when they're indoctrinated up the yin-yang. And I'm standing here at the campsite that I camped at when I was 15 years old, talking about this. I never, ever thought I would ever become somebody who would ever think that we live on a flat, level ground covered with a dome and understand exactly why the sky is blue.
CC doesn't even understand why it rains. He doesn't understand anything. So the fact that he thinks he understands how everything works is fucking baffling. God, I'm glad I didn't turn this into a drinking game. I think I'd be fucking passed out on the floor by now.
And understand everything.
If he hugs the tree, I'm gonna quit my channel.
Now, flat earthers, you know, we just become, for as many years as we've been doing this now, at this point, I'm disgusted. You know, I just can't.
You're disgusted.
I don't know.
We're disgusted.
I don't want to say I'm smarter than everybody. I'm not. But I just can't get into conversations with people anymore because they're just so I don't know, confrontational with everything. I mean, they just want to believe this nonsense of this fucking bullshit. So, am I upside down, or are you right side up? Who knows?
That's a great philosophical question.
Okay. How does gravity exist?
We don't know.
How can somebody in a spacesuit actually live? Not live, but go out in space in this spacesuit with some sort of.
God, I get a headache. How does somebody actually in a spacesuit go out into space? It's like, it doesn't suck. The only thing that sucks here is you, Cece. Marcus, I guarantee you they do have mental health, but Charles, you're right. That dead tree just has to stand there and listen to this shit, as in, like, I'm your only friend. Yeah, he walks all the way back to center frame and then decides to come back to talk to the stick again. Again.
Magical container behind him that we have no idea what it's all about. But they'll tell you what it's all about, of course. Just like they told you about a certain something that goes in your arm that's good for you. But you believe that.
Shit, I keep forgetting I gotta make bingo cards. God damn it. I really need to get together and make bingo cards. Because now you have firmament, space denial, moon landing, and now Vax. I mean, there's 4. We're not even halfway yet. He hasn't even wound up yet. He's like just warming up the engine. He isn't even like shifting gears yet on his rant.
Some people had no choice. But you do. You have a choice. You've got a choice of bullshit or reality. The reality is that you live on a flat, level plane. Okay? That's what you live on. There's a dome up there. The sun, the moon, doesn't exist the way you think it exists. The moon is not 268,000 miles away, and the sun is not 93 million.
It's 238,000. Fuck you very much.
The shadows would be completely different if it was a star. What you're seeing behind me is a projection.
It's a green screen.
But I can't prove it. And you can't, and nobody can prove to me that you live on a spinning wet ball. So once again, here we are.
The fuck? I cannot take... Okay, look, I can't take CC seriously to begin with, but the fact he's standing behind a fucking tree looking at his camera and can see, like, he sees, like, one lens and he thinks, oh, that's good enough. I was like, God damn. Look, you guys have permission. If I ever do stupid shit like this, A, call me out. B, take away my channel, please. Like, I offset shit just to be different. This way I don't have to, like, change where everything is. I can just, you know, quickly shrink myself and I can have my screen up here to share and I go over and then there's the logo and so, you know, it's marketing for sake of the word. It's to be a little different. I don't have a background. I have a wall behind me. And I have stuff to put up on my wall, but I haven't got around to doing it yet. But if I do shit like this, please take away my password to my channel. Please.
Us with perspective, that we live on a flat level.
You know what I love about our perspective, CC? Our perspective is that you're cut in half by a fucking tree.
Stationary ground. And people who believe in NASA,
doing parallax,
in bullshit, in CGI fucking pictures, okay, that listen to fucking news stations that are complete bullshit, taking one side and just running with it. And they've been doing it ever since the beginning. That's why most of them are going out of business, but that's a whole different story. Ah, damn it.
Walk back to the tree, Chris.
I can't talk to these people down at the club anymore. I just can't. I'm not a fake person, so my personality is. I can't fake talking to somebody and being happy about, when they're talking about complete fucking nonsense. That I have up-to-date news and other bullshit. I can't deal with it. I just can't deal with it anymore. And it's just. It's a lot of fun. I mean, they're funny people, but they're not true people. Because you can see the fakeness, in them. You get this certain vibe the minute you meet somebody. I mean, maybe I've always had that.
Coming to you soon, a bit where I stand behind a tree and talk to a camera. The club that they made that stick out of, that's the club he's talking about.
Somebody. It's like, no, I don't want to talk to you. And they start blabbering on about, climate change and fires that are going on in California, and that us flat earthers can explain and just crush them, and we can't come out and actually say it to them, because if we do, they might fucking wake up.
You can't explain fucking
and that
fires.
Might be too much for them. They don't really understand that yet. I don't know. I'm just glad to be here at my old campsite. I come up here once in a while to walk around. I don't know if it's ticks now or anything. It might be a problem.
Wait, are ticks a conspiracy now?
I don't see any private property signs around. I think it's still free ground. I hope you're enjoying a Labor Day weekend. I'm trying to.
Oh wait, I had to go the other way. CC Inception. Hold on.
I just can't wake any. I hope you're enjoying.
There we go. We're gonna do a little CC Inception again. Ready?
I think it's still free ground. I hope you're enjoying a Labor Day weekend. I'm trying to. I just can't wake anybody up anymore. It's just at this point, I don't know, maybe it's just as many years of all of us have done this. It's just second nature for us. I mean, we just, blow it off. We know what the hell's going on. Shootings, crap, bullshit. Oh, fuck. And the last one that just happened. Okay, all right, let's get into that. Okay, all right, real quick. All right, every school in Westchester County has a cop in front of it. Every single one. All the way from Westchester to Dutchess to fucking Sullivan County. All of them have a police officer in front of the school. And here's one school in, Minnesota, that just doesn't happen to have a...
All right. As a parent and as someone who lives not far from Sandy Hook, this fucking disgusts me. But here's the thing I want to, I have a problem with CC on, and maybe he can figure this out. He lists Westchester, Dutchess, Sullivan County. They all have police officers from the school. Now, First question is, why do they have police officers in school? That's another topic. Let's just skip over that and everything else. So New York, in the counties he talks about, has police officers in the school, but yet they found the one school in a different state 1,000 fucking miles away, and he seems to correlate that with New York. Make that make sense? I don't get it.
Police officer.
Hey, look. Okay, just to make it funny again. Look. CC's got morning wood. Exactly. He didn't even go into the school. He shot through the windows.
Police vehicle in front of it. And what happens? That's what's reported on the news. Supposedly 2 more sacrifices, and we'll never know about that. Crisis actors. You know what they are? Yeah, they get paid. Let's get people triggered. Sandy Hook. 9/11.
He lives in New York. Of course, 9/11 is a conspiracy to him, but he lives in New York. I'd love to hear what he thinks happened. I mean, I can only guess because there's only 20 fucking conspiracies to choose from, and it's probably the most fucking insane one, but he lives not far from the city. He goes to the city. Those buildings aren't there anymore. It's fucking common sense. You could see the smoke for miles. You could see the smoke on satellites. So we're up to 7 now because we just did 9/11.
I don't know, I could have sworn I heard somebody playing, like, shooting golf balls over there, and I'm just waiting for one to come down here because it's got to be somebody. Excuse me, there's got to be somebody who owns this property by now. I mean, it's been 40 years since I was here.
So CC is 55. He's 5 years older than I am. Yeah, you're probably right, Still
Plane
City.
crashes, all the nonsense, all the bullshit.
How many of these dramatic pauses we have to stick
All
through?
the news, all the politicians, everything, all the sports. Oh, it's football season. That's right. Guys, there you go. Get your Subway sandwich going. Football's on the way. Fake ball. Bullshit.
Football's a distraction. It's scripted.
Everybody's
It's to
talking about nonsense.
distract us from the real truth.
Politics. More nonsense.
I agree.
More bullshit. Keep everybody divided.
No.
Color. Keep everybody racist. Bullshit. It's nonsense. Everybody's the same person. Doesn't matter the color of you. Doesn't matter anything. That's how us flat earthers look at it. But the people who are not flat earthers look at life as I don't know. I mean, oh God, what I'm seeing on the fucking news.
Come on, 2 more.
It's just unbelievable. 30 minutes. So put a flat earther in front of one of these freaking news stations. Put a flat earther in there for 30 minutes, and he's going to go off, and that's what I did. Fuck. It's not my fault. Okay? I know too much.
Wait. Did he just say he spent 30 minutes in front of a camera at a news station or something like that? That's what he did, and fucking walked off, and it's not my fault. I just know too much. I mean, am I hearing that right or what? I don't get it.
Fucking history has been we've been all lied to. Everything that we've learned is bullshit.
Wait, we're up to 9 because entertainment is a distraction. That's a conspiracy. And then race baiting is another conspiracy. So that's 9. 9 conspiracies. We're almost up to a full 10. If I have to count to 11, I'm going to get banned on YouTube.
And we have to start all over again. And we've had to do that for the last, since whenever you woke up. All of us had to have done this. We all had to wake up. We all went through, this is like a second child. You know, they say the second childhood is when you're, you know, sitting in a nursing home with your thumb in your mouth and hugging a stuffed animal. No. Your second childhood is getting yourself out of this indoctrination that you've been in and understanding all of the shit that you've ever learned and studied and paid for in college is bullshit. So, thank you. That $100,000 or $150,000, how much is it for a college degree now? It's got to be at least $200,000 at any.
It's at least $200,000 for a college degree now. So, is college indoctrination? Do we count that as a conspiracy? Does that make it 10, or are we still at 9? I need some chat advice here. Are we at 9 or 10?
All of it's bullshit. It's just indoctrination. That's all it is. It's nonsense. You know what I tell people now is get a fucking trade. Find something that you want to do. Something you're good at. You know, we always used to look at plumbers and electricians and contractors, you know, as blue collar workers. I got news for you. Those blue collar workers are making more money than these freaking 25-year-old kids that are getting out of these Ivy League colleges that have nowhere to go. Except, what are you going to do? You work for Google? You work for Twitter? Facebook?
Yeah, you could work there and you could get a trade. And you're right. Master electricians make more than 25-year-old kids coming out of college. I'm sure Charles Arnold can, attest to that. How much does an apprentice make, though, Chris? You know those numbers? Because I'm not decrying trades. I'm basically a trade, telecom. So that's not a problem. Mechanics, plumbers, electricians, by all means, these are jobs everyone needs. There's trades that need to be done. For my own daughter, she has 3 choices when she gets done with high school. That is college, military, or trades. She gets to choose. And my own stepdaughter, for sake of another word, is a mechanic. And I talk to her daily or not daily, but we talk to her weekly where we, trade back and forth stories about work and what she's dealing with there, being the only woman mechanic in an all-men garage. Imagine how that is. Oh, and by the way, she's 21. She's been there almost a year. Imagine how that's going for her. But like CC here is like living in the 50s where like college is out of everyone's reach. It's $200,000 for a degree now. It's like you can go to community college for like in New York, you can go to 4-year SUNY college and it costs you about 60 grand to get a bachelor's, maybe 70. Depending on which one you go to. And depending if you need room and board, add variables, right? But if you go to the local, you go to 4-year school, and it's a SUNY school or State University of New York, it's $65 or 65 grand for 4 years. Not 200 grand, 65. And if you go to community college for 2 years, you cut that down even in half. It's like everything he says in this video is just wrong. And not just like wrong, like, it's a rounding error. No, he's like fucking wrong. Wait, way more than a school teacher, especially in Oklahoma. Absolutely. You weren't doing that as an intern or as an apprentice, though, were you? Were you, Charles? You had to like earn up to journeyman, master electrician, or whatever you had to get to. When you start out earning your chops, you have to go to classes at the union hall. You have to work your jobs. You have to show that you're demonstrating, advancing. Yeah, you know what? But even then, what are the chances? Maybe in rural areas a little different, but like in my area here, it's like you can't just go to the IBEW and say, I want to be an electrician and become an apprentice. It doesn't work that way. You have to have some kind of a background. You have to have some kind of a certification or training saying that you know what the fuck electricity is before they'll give you any tools or put you on a job. So who pays for the trade school? You do. Trade schools cost money, right? Yeah. And then you learn on the job through the union hall and everything else. We absolutely need the trades, no question. Absolutely, Marcus. But we also need others: doctors, civil engineers, scientists, poets, dancers, actors, painters, writers, managers, administrators. Yeah. Here's the thing. Chris was told he can be anything he wanted to be when he was a kid. Then he realized his his options dwindled quickly because obviously he hasn't passed many classes. He's never looked at what college was. He's just making shit up as he goes. Because why not? Oh, you skipped the trade school and you went. So you worked right for an electrician then, Charles? Aldebaran, you're absolutely right. He's talking about Ivy League schools. Like, that's your only choice. And Marcus, you're absolutely right. Teachers should be paid more. That you will hear me say that till the cows come home. Teachers should, in my opinion, if they're good teachers, should be paid the same as doctors, engineers, lawyers. Well, maybe not lawyers. Lawyers, I mean, that's a different topic entirely. Which is funny because Olivia wants to be a lawyer and I have my own opinion about lawyers as a whole, but whatever. We'll skip that over. But you know, it's Jesus Christ, Charles, that's obscene. Wow, you make $60K in Oklahoma where teachers make 35. That is fucking insane. How does a teacher live in Oklahoma with a single income? Well, Charles, we're a full union state, so that's my experience with it. So I'm glad you're able to correct me. Thank you. I mean, I just know what goes on here because I deal with electricians all the time with our stuff, and I know they have to be union, and if I use non-union ones, I have to have union ones on top of that to supervise. It's a weird thing, but yeah, New York is a union state, so. But like, seriously, how does a teacher who makes $35K a year in Oklahoma live on a single income? 2 jobs or be married? Yep, exactly. Thank you, Charles. That's the answer. Now, how is that fair? And here's the funny thing. Someone like CC be like, well, teachers shouldn't get that much because all they are is indoctrinating our kids. As opposed to, no. I mean, God damn. I have to laugh. Like, half my brain wants to just fucking roll on the floor, dying, laughing, pissing myself. And the other half of me wants to go punch a wall and throw something. It's really a shitty thing going on in my head today. I have 2 cousins, one a plumber, the other a microbiologist. The biologist is making fun of the plumber. The plumber replied, say what you like. No one has ever said, quick, fetch me a microbiologist. Fucking true. That's true. Oh, God, that's hilarious.
Find a trade. Find something you're good at.
Quick question. What exactly is the trade that CC has and what is he good at? Because apparently it's driving. Is driving a trade?
I don't know. Look. It's not much of a rant, but, you know, it's just something I had to fucking... yes, fuck.
Back to the tree.
Fuck. All right. I thank you for subbing. I thank you for viewing my videos, and let me be a part of your life.
CC, thank you for being part of our lives and providing us with endless entertainment. Do you like that costume change while the TV screen slipped through? You didn't even catch it, did you? Marcus, that's a funny thing too. Like, I know some people who have like science degrees who are like, a chemist is working for a grower, and like a marijuana grower. I know somebody else who's you know, who studied biotech. I don't know the exact field or whatever, and they're working in a brewery. They're applying what they learned, but it's like, you know, what's the other choice? Go in the research and hope you get a grant and everything else. That to me is like this, but it also speaks to the level of what we're taking. Saying, you know, we're not doing bathtub gin anymore. We're not doing home brewery anymore. You know, we're talking about large brewing things that need those kind of people in there to help them maximize their output, maximize their efficiency, get better products out. Steel City, I agree. I mean, if he's talking about a trade, then yes, I consider driving a trade, but does he consider driving a trade because he's a driver? He drives an ambulance. Now, you have to be a safe driver, I assume. So I assume he's a safe driver. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that job. So driving is his talent. That's what he's good at. Great. But you're going to go ahead and decry a doctor, a microbiologist, a physicist, people who are helping us understand, well, you don't believe in vaccines, so I guess it doesn't really matter then, does it? Yeah, when a 20,000 liter batch starts to go funny, you absolutely call the microbiologist. Damn right, that's expensive shit. Biologists that genetically modified corn for a living. Yeah, genetically modified to grow better, to grow in more robust conditions, to be drought resistant. You know, Still City, I think it's actually an amulet, because he talks about going to Westchester Medical a lot. So, I mean, it might be handicapped. I don't know. I've never really looked into it that much, nor do I really care to, I guess you could say. I can make fun of him just without making fun of what he does for a living, because he's just fucking insane and delusional. He is a funny guy. Globe proof over Discord. Okay, hold up. Let's take a look at Tori's globe proof. Let's take this over here. Let's do I do love that transition, by the way. Oh, hey, look. Where's the sun? Where is the sun is right. Where'd it go? Is it over here? Is it over here? Is it just too far away? Is it under the clouds? There's a hot spot. Fucking, these people. Oh, Cope gave me some quick insight. So CT was an electrical engineer, and his mass change experiment was one of his passions in showing a globe. No, I could see that. I could definitely see that because there's no other explanation for it but centripetal, centrifugal. I always get them confused. Force. No, Charles, we're not going to do 9 hours. We're going to get ready to cut off soon, like in 12 minutes at the most, because I do have to get up in 7.5 hours to be in a meeting, and I have to be conscious for it, which means I got to get up at 7 hours to make coffee and take a shower to, like, I find out, even though I work from home, rolling out of bed and going right to a meeting never ends well. Never ends well. I refuse to put myself in that situation again where I'm like, what the fuck did I just say? Well, I tell you what, I do appreciate you guys all being here and stuff like that. There's 24 of you guys watching. I know that FTFE is doing his membership drive, and he's been streaming for days now. So the fact you guys are here is, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, look, by the way, so I have my Critical Think koozie, or Critical Stream-A-Thon koozie. Did not get a hoodie. And it didn't have an Aloha shirt, so I guess we're just going to have to roll with an Aloha shirt and drink from the mug, drink from the koozie, fill the time. Oh, he's asleep? Okay. So he's playing a replay of one of his multiple hours things so he can catch a nap. That's good. Centrifugal. Okay, cool. Thank you, Copium. After 3 or 4 hours, my brain just fries. So don't ask me to do math. Don't ask me to do anything complex. Any of the motor skills at this point is probably a bad idea. Yeah. So we got legit and bullshit. We covered that. We covered the fucking persecuted geniuses and the paranoia. We covered Stream-A-Thon. We all got to see the video from D-Vids, which was fucking awesome. I think he needs to start doing my hype videos. I might have to put him on retainer. I'm only here because I lost the bet. Thanks, Steel City. I'm glad you could wager that. He cuts people off too much, and my ad blocker doesn't work on his ads. Yeah. You know, I don't presume to tell content creators how they should do their things. I do things my way. I wouldn't expect anyone to try to tell me how to do my things. I mean, Tori tells me how to do my things when I fuck up, but that's about it. And I appreciate that. But the, it just, seems like timing is a little weird today. But I digress. And that's the beauty about not being monetized. I don't have any ads. You're just stuck with me and my fucking rants and foul language and drinking and jokes. Like CC's Morning Wood. Let's see. Let me see if I'm missing anything else going on today. Let's see. You bastards are all. I misspelled Navy with an M, so some people in Tiny Captain's Discord are giving me a ribbing. It happens. What can I say? Yeah, I mean, I've never, I'm not monetized. I don't know what I'm going to do if I ever get to that point. I don't know if I ever monetize this channel. I don't know if I just do super chats and that's it. Or maybe I do memberships. Maybe I go full monetization and play ads in my videos. Maybe I take sponsorships. I have no fucking idea what I'm going to do. But I do know I hate ads. I hate watching ads. I don't want anyone to feel like they have to skip ads and subject themselves to this without having some kind of a channel marker that allows them to skip. That's just my personal opinion. We pay enough for streaming services. Why should you pay $20 for premium YouTube to get baddie ads? It's like, you know, I'm hardly entertaining as a streaming service, so the way I look at it is it's a moot point. I have a full, but again, for Craig, this is his job. This is his income. I work during the day, which is why I don't get shit out on time. That's why it takes me forever to take out a video. It takes me forever to edit a video. It takes me forever to record a video because sometimes after work, it's like, I got to record. And sometimes I'm just like, no, fuck it. I'm not doing it. And then I hate myself in the morning because I'm like, I shouldn't have done it. Okay, I'm going to do it today at lunch. And something else happens at lunch. I get a phone call. I got to take care of something. I got to walk the dog or whatever. And next thing you know, it's like next meeting comes up. Like, oh, so much for recording. Yeah, Charles, I actually need to look into that because I just upped my Verizon plan to where I get YouTube Premium. So the good news is I can take advantage of that now. I just don't know what's playing. To be honest, I haven't had time to look. I have so I mean I took advantage of my plan to where I got the YouTube Premium. I got Hulu, Disney, and ESPN for $10 a month, and I got HBO and Max for something else a month. I'll know my first. I'll know when I get my first bill. But yeah, I've cut back on some of the streaming. Yeah, I had Paramount Plus for a while, and then I stopped Walmart Plus because it just wasn't working for me. I have Amazon Prime, so I mean, if it's on Amazon, I'll watch it. That's generally it. But I usually shuffle through my providers. Like I'll keep 2 or 3, and then I'll Amazon's like year round, but I'll take 2 or 3, and then I'll shuffle. After a month, I'll rotate them out, go to 2 other ones, rotate 2 new ones in, get caught up, rotate those out to something else. My shorts are bunched up. Excuse me while I do some weird things out of frame. All right. I don't have much else going on tonight, whatever. Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah. I'd like to not drive, but I have to go pick up my kiddo every day and I have to go right by a grocery store. So usually I just stop in there. But Marcus, good night. Don't worry, I'm like 3 minutes behind you. So have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the input. And yeah, I look forward to your paper when you're done with it. Have a good one, bud. Yeah, Aldebaran, I do the same thing usually. Sometimes I'll when we're playing games, I'll like on Mike's channel or something like that, I would have Mike on the TV and I would have the stream on my phone muted, and I could chat on my phone, or I could do my laptop or whatever, or play the games. I'm not leaving yet, Calder. I'm gonna say goodbye to everybody first, but just kind of going through my notes here, see if there's anything else I wanted to touch on. Yeah, the lunatic lady was funny. She's definitely delusional beyond belief. Tell you what, if you so just to cover over some other people who are going to be on Stream-A-Thon that you may or may not have heard of, Curious UK Debunks is going to be on there as well. Steve's Creepy Van is going to be on there as well. Please sub to those if you haven't already. I'm guessing you probably already are, unless, you know, if you're here. It's kind of like one community splintered off for the greater ones. Active community, I guess is a better way of saying that. Canadian Space Advocates, Copium Emporium, they're back to streaming now and putting stuff up. I'm waiting for Cope's live stream for when he gets all the Zoo Crew stuff, so we can start releasing it to everybody. We want to do an unboxing, if you will, which I look forward to. I really hope that what they sent you did not look like the koozie that DP got, or was it a shirt or something? DP got a hoodie or something like that with the Critical Stream-A-Thon, and it was like Inception. It was like staggered 3 or 4 ways over. Maybe it was the koozie. It was terrible. But hopefully that didn't show up and we find out in the unboxing, because that would be terrible. Especially if it's mine. If it's DP's, I don't care. But if it's mine, I care. Oh, Jesus Christ, Aldebaran, it's a Dell. Yeah, Dells are bulletproof. The problem is you want to put a bullet in them. So still, see, I thought about putting a TV as a monitor, like behind my monitors, so I can kind of see what you guys see on the stream. But oh, I haven't got that far yet. I actually built my desktop. Bought my laptop. So my laptop is an ARM processor because I wanted to be able to use an Intel processor and ARM processor for some of the stuff I'm working on. Although the kiddo grabs it more times than not. Go figure. And then I have my phone and I have my work laptop, which is locked from like everything and anything because reasons. So when I built my original desktop 4 years ago, I had an AMD. And when I went to rebuild it, because I bricked it, lesson learned, do not brick your motherboard by failing to update the, well, for not installing updates when they need to be updated, and waiting to the last minute to install one that jumps ahead so far it bricks it. That's not a good way to manage your computer. That's what happened. So I had to build my new one. But no, I like it. It does most everything. I can spike out the GPU with OBS, with other things going on like YouTube and stuff like that. So that gets kind of annoying after a while, but there's ways around it. Damn, Rob, what is that processor? Steel City decidedly was not someone else's money. Well, actually, I guess it was someone else's money. I used my bonus money to do it. So, but as I did it, I realized I don't have enough USB ports, and I found a case and motherboard that gives you 15 USB connections. So I don't have to so I can get rid of all my my hubs, which would be nice. I just can't bring myself to have to upgrade after only a year. That's not good. Windows 9. Hey, at least it's not Windows Me. Oh, God, that would be terrible. In all honesty, I'm actually excited about this, about the Stream-A-Thon, not just because it's critical think and stuff like that, but it's because I get to see some, you know, get to work with these content creators. I get to see what they would do in this sort of thing, get some more ideas, be exposed to some new people, which would be nice. And I'm really looking forward to, like, you know, legit and bullshit and conspiracy mad libs. I think it's going to be fun, especially if we're going to have Mike reading it. I mean, come on. That's going to be hilarious. The only thing I can think of is like, we had one of Mike's Twitch friends on, Viper. Her reading it would be funny. Cuppy Cake reading it would be funny. I don't know if I told her yet, but my dog's name is Cuppy Cake. Someone asked me, like, when she was a puppy, like, if Remy had a voice, what do you think it would sound like? I'm like, I don't know, woof. What do you mean? What does it sound like? Like, great. It's a female friend, so understand where it's coming from. She's like, what do you think her voice would sound like if she had like a human voice? I'm like, I don't know. She goes, I think she'd sound like Cuppy Cake. I'm like, what's Cuppy Cake? So she played the song of like the toddler singing Cuppy Cake. If you don't know what it is, look it up on YouTube. It's a cute song. And as soon as she said, I'm like, yeah, I could see that. So she's called my dog Cuppy Cake since that day. So she has two names. She has a name she gets called when I yell at her, which is Remy. And then she gets called, you know, she gets called Cuppy Cake, and she can hear me and I can see her tail. Her tail starts going crazy. It's like she loves that name. It's freaking hilarious and weird. So my dog has two names on her dog cat. It says Remy, and then it says Cuppy Cake right underneath it. Yeah, Steel City. I was actually facing that same thing for a while, and then I was got away. I think there might be ways around it. I know that there's been a few forums about, you know, trying to get legacy systems to run 11. Yeah, Steel City. It's like using a middle name for her, except I don't say her first name. I just use just her middle name in that case. But yeah, she's just sitting over staring at me like, can we go to bed yet? Like, it's late, Dad. It's time to go to bed. You're still got the lights on. You're still talking. I want to go to sleep. It is after 1. It is now 9/2, so it's the second of I guess we could say Labor Day is over. 3-day weekend, time to go back to work. Upcoming plans: 2 videos hopefully going to be released and a parody. Maybe 2 parodies within the next 2 weeks. So the next 2 weeks is important. We'll get to that in a second. So 2 videos in the next 2 weeks and 2 parodies maybe in the next 2 weeks. So I'm having someone help me with the Dunning-Kruger National Park because that needs a David Attenborough voice. Somehow, some way I need to make that work. Whether it's AI, which I don't want to do, or somebody who can at least sound somewhat like him enough to make it worthwhile. Because it is a travel commercial for Dunning-Kruger National Park. So think of all the absurd things that could go on there, and you're probably going to be on target. The other video after that is going to be either Dance Law Firm, or Occam's Razor Fragrance. That'll be one of those. And then the harp video and the Persecuted Geniuses video will be out too. So then after that, I'm going to have to figure out what's next. Apparently, Caller wants me to do the Denver International Airport, which I think will be funny, not only as a video, but as a parody commercial. So I'm going to start working on that. I just had to figure out how many conspiracies are tied to Denver International Airport that I can turn into a parody. Something tells me I'm not going to be hurting for a material. Oh, Big Fish gave you some info. Okay, that's cool. Parallax cream. Now there's something interesting. All right, so what should be the angle on that one, Quee? I was talking about Denver International Airport, called it. So you're not only going to get a video, you're also going to get a parody commercial, I think. So I'm going to use I'm going to be doing a travel commercial to why fly out of LAX when you can go to Denver and see all these sites. Quee's like, I'm thinking, hold on, give me a second. I just threw it out there. I didn't expect you to read it. You have to give me an angle. I'm all for ideas, but you need to give me an angle. But yeah, no, oh, hold on, wait. I need to go back to my notepad here. Hold up. Where's my parody commercial? So, parody. We need to add Denver International Airport. Tinfoil Couture. Occam. I already have that one. Danth and Occam's are already in works. That day video came together quickly because someone said something in Discord. I'm like, that needs a video, that needs a commercial, and then it literally took me a day to write, and that was it. But I love doing these parody commercials because it's a nice change from like debunking to just showing the absurdity, and you don't even have to make a straw man out of it. It writes itself. It's crazy. Oh, autopilot with a built-in dip. No more accidental space trips. That could work. I like that one. I'm sure I can make that some sort of absurdity. I hope you guys have all seen the Day commercial and know what I'm talking about when I reference that. Well, now Steel City, I could make it not just, it could just be a dip correction device. You can install it anywhere, on a bag of chips, on an aircraft. It prevents the second dip. Roger's radar ad. I thought about doing something like that, but it was like, I was trying to think of like what angle to take with that. But now I'm thinking about it, I could do like a defense contractor, like a Boeing style ad, or like a Lockheed or a Grumman ad. That could be fun. You know, all these, like, you know, planes whizzing by at, you know, at the speed of sound, and sonic booms, and, you know, how do you track these fast planes and these stealth planes, but with radars, you know, Roger's radar. Not subject to refraction, because that's made up. Oh, Steel City. Think about this. Hear me out. We have a really normal sized human driving a little RC boat with a squirrel water skiing behind them. Have it run on solar. It's the meme. It's the squirrel water skiing behind them all the way to Antarctica in a parka. AI can do that. Oh, did I show you guys? Let me see something here. I'm looking for this. Save it. There we go. Okay. All right, I'm going to share the screen real quick here for you guys. I may have already shown you for this one. Named Tugger. We're going to get Roger a Tugger. And it's going to have a happy ending. Right on cue. The old Asus locks up. Oh, Aldebaran, that's a good angle. I like that one. See, this is what I need you guys. All right, let me share the screen real quick. I may have already shown you guys this. And if I did, I'm sorry. But here's a little sneak peek into Occam's razor, the fragrance. Now, there's no music, no sound, but this is just something that is going to be in the video. Oh, Albert, I like how that goes, though. We can have him like he just goes north, and he can find us. Oh, how about the ceremonial South Pole with pole dancers? There we go. So yeah, there's the prototype for the Occam's razor bottle. That will be coming out soon. Now, the funny thing is, it's going to be a very cinematic, overly dramatic. Like, I'm going to have Olivia do the script in like a loud whisper. There's going to be, hold on, let's see. Let me give you guys something else here. Hold on. Who did I send that to? I sent it to, who did I send that to? I think I sent it to DP. Okay. This is, the funny thing is this entire, like every episode to this point has been using stock video. Occam's is almost going to be all AI generated because I can't find the shit that I need to make it work. No surprise there, right? So, as with most things, when you talk about fragrancy and over dramatic, you have things that need to gonna go overboard, right? So what would be more overboard than the feral nature of a jaguar or a black panther? You see where I'm going with this now? Let's see. So, here, I'll give you a quick storyboard about Occam's. It'll still be a surprise. Don't worry about it. There'll be some extra things going on that, these are just the first three pieces of it. And I don't have the script in front of me, so don't worry about that. That'll be the surprise too. So just picture, like, think of like the most cinematic, bullshit, weird fragrance commercial you've seen. I don't even know if they're on TV anymore, but if you're older like me, you can remember back in the day. So we're going to have in it, this is like the storyboard version, okay? So the storyboard version is going to be a safety razor that spins, and then there's going to be like a smoke transition to the bottle that spins to a smoke transition. Then there will be other elements like the jaguar. There might be a black hole. I'm dealing with the whole black on black thing. And then there'll be the script in the background. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. And of course, the bottle says, smell the truth, cut the bullshit. Yeah, and I'm going to have that sound effect at the end, the overly dramatic dun dun dun. So it's almost like 90s fragrance commercial on cable TV meets the Pink Panther. Somewhere in between there, I think, is where we're going to land. Oh, Salvatore's books, yeah. I didn't even think about that, actually. I searched, God, I cannot tell you how much time I spent trying to find a black panther, black jaguar, black leopard, anything like a black cat that wasn't a domestic cat, like walking towards the screen with a dark background. I was even going to take night vision if that was going to be a thing. Couldn't find anything that worked. I looked in iStock, I looked in Adobe, I looked in YouTube, I looked on Rumble, I looked on Odyssey, I looked on, I mean, you name anything that carries videos, I went looking for it. I needed a 5-second clip. And I was getting so frustrated. I finally said, oh, you know what? Fuck this. Hold up. I'm like, I forgot. I can use Canva for this. They have an AI generative model. Let me go into Canva and see what they make. And there you go. So there you go. Now you get to see my thought process and how this stupid shit comes together. But you guys are here for it, and I appreciate that. But actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're going to play. Here's what we're gonna do. Yeah, still see like ASMR talking almost. Where's the penguin? Oh, there might be a penguin. You never know. But yeah, so the voiceover on this is actually Olivia. So I played a little bit with it to get it up, but canned salmon had with mess with a beer ad ages ago. Oh, I remember that vaguely. I'm gonna have to go look at that. Let me go look at that. But yeah, here's the edit. So one thing I noticed after it was up and already had 55 views, I noticed that there was something I wanted to change and I didn't change it for whatever reason. It's like I had a list of things to change when I was doing the final edits and I missed this one for whatever reason. I think I got up, came back and forgot where I left off. So it's only at the very end. If you've seen the video already, you might be able to detect it. If not, but let's watch the day video real quick because it's funny and it makes me laugh.
Welcome to Day. You've always been here.
Every day, billions of decisions shape your reality. Most of them aren't even yours, but that's okay because they are here. They is a global conspiracy company dedicated to optimizing belief, behavior, and bandwidth. We don't control you, we complete you. Our patented thought alignment protocol ensures seamless integration with your cognitive architecture. No more friction, no more doubt, just clarity. Our population density optimization ensures the right people are in the right places at exactly the right times. Because balance creates happiness. Whether you're syncing with our truth verification division or upgrading through the voluntary mandatory optimization program, they make belief effortless. How do we know what works? Our interdisciplinary team of cognitive architects and social harmony specialists continuously analyze global thought patterns. Contradictory studies filtered out, fringe perspectives deprecated, dissenting voices harmonized. At Day, we don't just follow consensus, we create it. Legacy thinkers may resist. They call it freedom, we call it latency. Your compliance is our compassion. Your individuality is inefficient. Join the sync.
I think when we think for you. Download the Day Sync app. Your thoughts harmonized.
Day, a global conspiracy company, optimizing human potential since 1833. I love that one. Yes, I'm very proud of the subliminal messages. Those are fun edits too, to be honest. It was kind of fun to get it just right and to get the music just right. And at the end of it, it was like cool. It was the end transition from the sunset and the family to the title card, where I brought in the they, and then it went over to the title card and continued zooming in. I thought that's what I wanted to add in, and I missed. And then I noticed it was already up. But it's funny, if you scan the QR code that's under the Sync app title card, it actually takes you to the Unfornicated YouTube channel. So you would already be there, but it's just kind of like, a little inception to be funny. Still City, there you go. And I think they made a song called Paint It Black too. Yes, you know who they are now. You know what services they provide. So, there's the voluntary mandatory optimization, and there's the population density efficiency model or something like that. I don't remember. I've changed the name so many different times, I can't keep them all straight. I'll be honest. Because it's funny. It's like I'll finish the script and then I'll read it and like, nah, I want to change that. That's not funny enough. I got to change that one to something else. And then once you change something, it's like, well, now that changes the whole sentence, and I got to rewrite that. And then I need to learn to quit fucking with shit when I'm done. Like, all right, it's done. Put it away. No more tweaks. No more stupidity. Just leave it alone. It was there. How many of you actually stopped on the fine print to read it? Did anybody actually pause it on the fine print to read it? I was going to add more ridiculousness to it, like, you know, you may end up eating paste. But here, let's do this. Here we go. I had to put resistance as futile just because I'm not really a Star Trek fan, but I thought it'd be funny. Mandatory fun days, Rob. Mandatory fun days. Voluntold. And Rob, the funny thing is I started it with a voluntold, and I'm like, no. No one's gonna get that except for a veteran. I gotta use, you know, voluntary mandatory. Hey, Conspiracy Music Studios, good morning. We've been going long enough for you to go to sleep and then wake up. But I also had to use Comic Sans because, you know, reasons. Yeah, this is by far one of my favorite ones that I've done. Now I just have to take the same sort of editing and start applying it to more of my videos. And now I actually want to redo Hubris Valley Ranch because I think I missed out on some things that I could have done differently and better. So I'm debating about doing a version 2. Yeah, individual results predetermined. Voluntary surrender of personal autonomy. No, I'm going to sleep. I'll be going to sleep soon, in a couple minutes, really. I just wanted to play that video again because it makes me laugh and I find it funny. I mean, let's be honest. It's not on the level of I might be remembering it wrong, but it's close. For me, anyway. It's like DP is on a different level of like being animated than I am. Although if I was reading those things, I'd probably be dying laughing too. But I would never have thought to turn I might be remembering it wrong into a song because that takes DP's mind to do that. Well, a large beer in front of you is the best way to do it. So quick question, guys. You guys seen the CRT swipe where all the TVs go by then we have the neon one. I think I'm partial to the CRT one. But I do like the neon one also. And I made something. Turn that there. So I redid the background that I can just add to it. So, you know, whoops, I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back. And then, whoops. And now I can also add, whoops, go this way. Thanks for watching. As an outro kind of thing. Yeah, I think the CRT one is partial. I like that one. I don't remember how I found that. I found that by accident, and it's the best accident I've had in about a few months. So no, it's not a quilted sheet. It's CRT TVs. Yeah, I'll probably stick with that one. What was the other thing I had? Oh, I added it to this. Let me fade over to this one. Something else I found real quick. Let me fade this quickly. And I have the Unfornicated logo on the bottom for subscribe and stuff like that. So that's the other thing I've been working on. I've been trying to get the timing right on that one. That one's turning into a pain in the ass, but such is life. And Tori, I thought about adding more graffiti of like various conspiracies, like have a stick figure being taken by an alien. I'll have a like a radar dish cooking a chocolate bar. Well, that's the other thing too, is if I get the next parody done before Friday, I can have sponsored content on my on my channel between segments. You can play a Hubris Valley Ranch ad and a they ad between the segments. Oh, you know what? I could add. Oh, I could put the they on the TVs. I could put the they logo on the TVs as it goes by. I could have too much fun with this. I could have so many variations. It'd be funny. I'm gonna have to play with that tomorrow. No, the problem is I start getting creative at 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I know. I already. I'll write it down here. Shit, that pen is not working. Hold up. I gotta move the rum bottle. There you go. I wrote it on my whiteboard so that way I wouldn't forget. All right. We're past 1:30. It's been 6 fucking hours now. All right. That was been about 4 hours longer than I wanted to be. But you guys have been making it fun. And it's been fun just chit-chatting and catching up and having your guys put in your ideas for some parodies and listen to my shitty rants. We got to watch CC and make fun of his morning wood and the fact that he was stuck behind a goddamn tree. I can't get my head around that one. Yeah, that's kind of where we are. So looking forward to this weekend. If you guys have any other ideas on what you'd like to see, by all means, drop me an email, drop me a Discord message, drop me a smoke signal. I don't care. One way or the other. If you have other ideas of what we should do on stream, by all means, let me know. But for those who are still here and those who are still watching, there is going to be the Unfornicated patch competition. So anybody who wants to design a patch based on what they think the Unfornicated stands for, Tori actually made one for me a while ago. This was, I think it's when I first started creating patches. God damn, Tori, how long ago was that? That was a long time ago. I don't remember if you PM'd it to me, or if you DM'd it to me, or if you Well, maybe you did. Hold on. I might not be far enough back. Oh, wait. Hold on. I know where it's at. It's in Nurchat is actually here. Let me share this real quick. Do. There we go. So like this was so this was like one of the AI driven ideas for the challenge coin. Some of the ideas I want to keep, some of them I don't want to keep. So that's not quite there. Percy, because somebody thinks they're funny. I don't remember who that was. Oh, that was Joe. Figures, Joe. Some more Percy, some more aircraft carrier with Unfornicated with a otter and a penguin. Oh, here we go. This is the one that that Tori came up with. So this is his idea of what Unfornicated stands for. So I don't know if this will be his admission or not, or you can speak on that. But it's got its perks. Yeah, you want to clean it up a little bit? Okay. Yeah, being that there's like 2 worlds and like or 3 globes total, like there's land masses back over here. There's the globe, and then there's another globe that he's standing on. That's like there's a whole solar system right here. But I liked where you're going with it though. I mean, look, I don't hate Percy, but if I'm gonna pick a spirit animal, I'm not gonna pick something that's bait. Yeah, well, is it really an unfornicated stream if there's not an F-bomb being dropped? And I try to still tone it down a little bit, but that's just my personality. That's just what happens. For better or for worse, it's the reason why my stuff's not marked as kid-friendly. Unless you want your kids to learn new words. All right, well, my cider's done. I'm done. I think. Well, I haven't been in here in a while. I keep meaning to hit the button, but I forget. So as with most things, oops. Craig is still sleeping. All right. I don't, you know what? I want to see something here real quick. Hold up. If we go to, let's see, if I go to my channel and I go to manage my videos and I go to this edit, like this live, where is a redirect? I don't know. Maybe I don't have enough people. Let's see, settings. Well, shit. All right. I'll have to talk to like DP and everybody else who's on the Create-A-Thon so I know how to do that. Because for some reason, I've never been able to redirect anything. Holy shit. There is now a button that you can press that says brainstorm video ideas using AI. I guess Gemini. Just what I need. Let's just turn into an AI swap channel. All right, that's enough stupidity for tonight. Thank you for watching the videos. Thank you for letting me be part of your life. Oh, wait, that's CC. Sorry, I needed my wig for that one. We're heading to bed. It's been great. It's been real. Thank you all for the support. Thank you for the entertainment. Thank you for the ideas. And we will see you in the near future. And if not on before then, it'll probably be on someone's channel in the chat and stuff like that. That goes without saying. But I probably will not be live until the Stream-A-Thon, so let's just plan on that. So what should we go out on? Let's go out on... I'm not sure what I play on the intro. I don't even remember. Let's go out on this one.
Turn it on and dive right in.
All right, everyone. Good night. I will see you later.
Begins unfornicated with a twist so bold. Stories untamed, let the plot unfold. Click that button, join the run. Videos bright as the morning sun. Laughs and thrills, it's all cascade. Welcome to the world of Unfornicated. Every clip's a wild surprise. Through the screen we touch the skies. Unfornicated's got the groove, always fresh, always on the move. Come along, don't hesitate. This channel's fire, no need to wait. Content's blazing, hearts elated. Your next obsession, Unfornicated. So like and sub, don't be misled. Dream big here at Unfornicated. We're here to shine, no masquerade. Stay a while in Unfornicated. digital dreams, swallowed words, twisted schemes, in the web where falsehood gleams. Unfornicated stands tall, bathed in shadows through the sprawl. Clowns in masks start to fall. Truth bleeds bright in the brawl. Red-pilled bots lost in code. Twisted minds in overload. Unfornicated decodes, shattering the fragile abode. Whispers in the endless void, chasing ghosts they can't avoid. Words born to be destroyed, reality they've never deployed. Eyes wide, truth may laugh at the lies they can't unmask. Unfornicated with the last, shatters mirrors, trick and cast. Feeding on the threadbare clowns, echo chamber sounds abound. Unfornicated